Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test. Can you guys hear me? Is everything working? Testing, testing. We are live? Hey! Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Sorry about the sudden reschedule from yesterday. I had something come up. 164. We are live. Loud and clear. Hey! Excellent. The wait is Jover. Yes, it finally is. This has been, this seems to have been pretty anticipated among you guys. So, I've been working on this one for a while, because there's been a lot of stuff to sort of categorize and assemble into some sort of coherent timeline. Before we get started, actually, I might wait for a few people to drift in before I say this, but... Sorry, give me a second. The allergies are acting up. Oh, Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the gifted membership. That's very kind of you. Sorry, give me a second to... I can feel a sneeze coming on. It's just barely squeezing in past my nostrils. It just can't make its mind as to whether... It can't make up its mind as to whether it wants to come out. Okay, it seems to have subsided. So, one thing that I want to get very clear is... I don't have a problem with VShojo as a whole. And part of what has made this stream a little bit more difficult to put together is the fact that I've been trying pretty hard to nail a balance between... Sorry, give me a second. To nail a balance between actually pointing out flaws that I do think are deep and systemic and do cause a lot more grief than necessary, while not actually just torching the entirety of the agency. Because some of their foundational principles, I'll be very honest, they don't work. But I don't think VShojo... I think VShojo has more than earned its right to exist. Because... Let me remind you that without VShojo, we wouldn't have Matara. And without Matara, we would have lost Mint to a greengrocer's or a library, for all we know. So, pro and con list, kind of. But yeah, there is going to be quite a bit of dissection going on in this stream. Chris Bro, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Senor Tortillas, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Hello, Chairman. Hello, sir. Based Bug Mom, yes. Welcome, new recruits. But if you have a problem with... Then shouldn't you have a problem with VShojo as a whole? I have a problem with VShojo's management. Because... And this is something we'll get into more later on. The line between talent freedom and... hands-off management is very thin. And at least from the perspective of an audience member, from just a member of the general public, it is sometimes almost impossible to see a line there to begin with. And I'll be very honest, when I look at the controversies that VShojo has had this year alone, what I see is not talent freedom. What I see is hands-off management. Lion MX, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Let the slides flow. Yes. Mint was gonna get a job. Yeah. Mint planned to be a librarian. Or she said she did, in any case. Which would have been crazy. I mean, again, no shade to people who work retail or anything. But... I do find that there are very few entertainers who are as gifted in what they do as Mint. So, if she had never come back to content creation, I'm convinced that would have been a major loss for, well, many people. I remember when Kason did a Q&A on VShojo and stated that there are no cons in VShojo. Wishful thinking, wishful thinking. This year especially has been very rough on that assumption. Hey, nothing nothing wrong with being a librarian? Absolutely not. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 5. Matara also helped Amici as well. Also, VShojo's management is benign neglect. Actually, that's a good way of putting it, I think. Benign neglect. Yeah, I would agree with that characterization of things. Especially in some of the scenarios that we're going to be discussing. Minto deserved better. Glad she decided to give streaming another shot. Absolutely. Agreed. She would be the world's most knowledgeable idol librarian. But yes, it would have been a big loss for the underground idol too. Amen. Amen. Sorry, give me a second to blow my nose. I'm absolutely getting destroyed by my body. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. I think we can afford to just get started. So, give me a second to switch the scene. There we go. Hello, guys. Okay, so, first few things. Few disclaimers before we start. This is very important, although I say this every single time I talk about anything remotely critical. Do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people mentioned in any way, shape, or form over the course of this stream. And I say this preemptively because there are going to be several points in this stream where I am extremely critical of somebody's actions. Second, all videos and images shown in this stream are done so for the purposes of critique and or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, any mention of alternate accounts or past lives have only been tied to a creator's main account or identity because the creator themselves has publicly connected the two prior to this point. And finally, dates may be affected by time zones. So, I've tried my best to correct the dates so that they show up properly in terms of the date that they were, the date that certain things were posted for the, relative to the time zone that the original poster made them in. But there will occasionally be one or two that I've missed here and there. So, hopefully you won't get a copy strike. Yeah, I've heard about those, so no. I believe all footstools are purveyors of common sense. Yeah, I believe so too. And I would hope the same for the backseaters as well. Here is Olcus, thank you for the 5. Whereas Niji Sanji's management policy is malign neglect. A funny thing, well, a little bit of a spoiler, but Niji will come up later on in this stream for a bit of an interesting reason that I don't think a lot of you guys might have anticipated. So, sorry, give me a second to blow my nose again. Never be born with allergies. I do not recommend it. So, before we get started, I want to begin with a little bit of a throwback, a little bit of a history lesson to something that happened a few years ago. On August 20, 2021, VShojo's official Twitter account posted the following announcement. Big announcement. Auditions to join VShojo are now open. You can apply from today, August 20th, until September 30th. Fire emoji, fire emoji. Info and form linked below. Now, initially, responses to this were all pretty positive. If you look at some of the top replies, you have a lot of indie creators, now of pretty substantial size, who spoke out in support of this and signal boosted this message. When I was putting this together, it was really weird seeing some of these names with tweets that had less than 1k likes because of how far all of these people have come within the 3 years in between then and now. So if you're a small creator and you're hoping to grow, I hope this gives you a little bit of motivation. So this was posted, the date came and went, And once the deadline was reached, once the deadline was passed, everything seemed to be calm, fine, normal. Until October 20th of the same year, where Nux Taku would tweet out, "Someone is trying to dox VTubers by masquerading as VShojo. I can't say more at this time, but please share this around and be careful. They tried to dox me, but I sniffed them out and gave them wrong info, so don't worry about me. I spoke to the CEO of VShojo and I'm trying to untangle everything. I'll update you when I can." Turns out, true to what Nux was saying, there was indeed a malicious actor LARPing in people's email inboxes as a member of VShojo's management and telling them that they'd been accepted into the company as a way of accessing their private information. And there was a victim of this. On October 18th, 2024, a VTuber by the name of Saki Nightshade tweeted out, "Today may be the most exciting day I've had in a couple of years. Holy fuck, my emotions are off the charts right now. What a day. Unfortunately, I don't think I can elaborate, which makes me extremely sad." And then all the VTuber EN hashtags. One day later, though, welp, the group of people who've targeted Nyanners and leaked her info earlier have my info and sent the cops to my door earlier. They're threatening to do more other than the threats to leak my info. They aren't saying much else. And then the same tags. Nux also shared, later on in a video that he made about the situation, what the emails looked like. Invitation to VShojo. Michael at vshojo.com to Nux Taku. Dear Nux Taku, it is a pleasure to be writing to our talent agents. It's a pleasure to be writing to. Our talent agents would like to offer you an invitation to joining us as a full-time streamer for VShojo. Oh, Vivian Raj, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. I hope you guys enjoy that. If you would at all be interested in this opportunity, please reply to this email stating that you are interested and we can schedule a short phone interview with one of our agents to ask a few questions and to get to know you, as well as seeing if you'd be 100% fit, meeting all the qualifications to stream for us. This invitation deadline will be on October 30th, meaning all invitations and audition interviews will be closed. Again, if interested, write me back and let us know. We will provide more details from there. Sincerely, Michael, representative at VShojo. Now, a lot of you, in hindsight, with the benefit of hindsight, might look at this and go, yeah, that's not a VShojo. That's not a member of VShojo's staff. However, considering the fact that this was before any of this came to light, and considering the fact that this was sent to somebody who was presumably a small creator that was very excited to be joining this agency, I can easily see how they would be duped. On November 21st, just over a month later, Nux would tweet out the following. Video on this coming today. It's mega important and kinda insane. Took a month to put together and track down the moving parts, but, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Corn and Bolters, thank you for the 10. Bit of a side note, but still relevant to the VShojo auditions. Do not mention you applied or show off your audition unless you get in, because it will punch your blacklist ticket for that company. Agreed. Now, I don't think VShojo specifically has had any evidence that that's the case. However, with all of the other VTuber agencies, that is probably, most likely the case. Sorry, give me a second to blow my nose again. That same day, Nux Taku would post a now-deleted video where he went through all the steps of his process in trying to sniff out and expose this doxer. And one of the points that he mentioned, one of the key parts in his investigative process, and this will become very relevant later, was an instance where someone who identified as a fan of his happened to be in a Discord server with the doxer, and this supposed fan recorded video evidence of the doxer bragging about what they did and shipped it off to Nux. And from this random fan's testimony, Nux thought that he had caught the guy in the act. Now, when this video was first posted, the initial reaction from VShojo's management appeared to be positive. In the replies to that tweet, VShojo official said, "Thank you, Nux, for working with us. We've added our own response to the events." Now, that response was a little too small for me to read, and this tweet has now since been deleted. However, in the description to Nux's original video, I believe that VShojo had written a statement that they had asked Nux to attach to it. And for the time being, on that day when the video was posted, everything seemed to be fine. Nux posted a video, it did numbers, VShojo seemed to be happy with it, or at least they seemed to be satisfied with it, and that was that. Until November 24th, when two members of VShojo would tweet out, directed at Nux, well, Fruit would say, "Asking you to take it down because I felt my safety was in trouble, and for you to go to the company and ask numerous terms and conditions in return, that's not friendship." Project Melody would also echo that same sentiment of asking Nux to take down the video, or having asked Nux to take down the video, stating, "I'm hurt Nux posted his doxing vid. He flagrantly disregarded our team's feelings and the facts our security department shared with him. I trusted and defended him, only to feel secondary to getting clicks. If he meant to raise awareness to protect streamers, he would have corrected it." On the same day, VShojo then posted an update to their official Reddit saying, "Official VShojo Cybersecurity Statement. We at VShojo wanted to make a statement about our recent cybersecurity efforts. TLDR, VShojo has invested greatly into the safety and protection of its talent. We want to clear up some recent misconceptions in the community, and below is an incident report that goes into the details of what has been happening with cyber attacks against VTubers this year. VShojo's cybersecurity expert helped write this, so there's detailed technical information presented. Earlier this year, VShojo retained a third-party cybersecurity firm to help deal with the sort of swatting and doxing that many top live streamers have to deal with. Working with the experts, VShojo tackled these important issues in a way that is a first for the industry. We connected with authorities willing to take online harassment seriously and treat it like the criminal matter that it truly is. We documented evidence and helped law enforcement put together cases that they will ultimately bring against the perpetrators of numerous swatting, doxing, and harassment incidents this year. This has been happening since spring of 2021, and these recent days signal our first public acknowledgement of these efforts. So, this was a good deal more information than in the statement that they had attached or requested Nux to attach to his video. And this was already enough to raise a few eyebrows when you combine it with the fact that the talents were now publicly blasting Nux. Chairman, you have a few slides with the wrong years? Oh dear. Okay, I'll go back and correct that after the stream. Thanks for pointing that out. In response to this, Nux posted a tweet where he directly clapped back. "I have tried to take care of things behind the scenes, but if I have to respond with receipts, so be it. VShojo threw indie VTubers under the bus to protect themselves. I tried handling it professionally and not, quote, expose anyone, end quote, because I genuinely care for many of the VShojo members. I've never ignored a DM despite getting ghosted. I'll have to respond to this. Please reserve judgment if you can. Not sending any hate to the girls because I'm not sure if they're fully aware of everything that went on. Now, this tweet was soon deleted afterwards, but the sentiment remained. This was not something that Nux was expecting, and this was not something that he was going to take lying down. Sorry, give me a second. This might just turn out to be the most interrupted stream I've done thus far. In response to this, to add on to what he said earlier, Nux would tweet out Nux would post a tweet longer detailing his full response to these events. Regarding cybersecurity/doxing incident, this has been a stressful week for many, and I'm confident and proud of the community and the efforts that went toward resolving things efficiently. My latest video concerned someone that was maliciously impersonating VShojo and managed to trick individuals into giving personal information and doxing themselves and getting swatted. With the efforts of everyone involved, I believe this situation can be put behind us, with the culprit behind these attacks having been brought to light. I do still fully stand by the need for raising awareness of phishing scams. I'm incredibly glad VShojo released a well-constructed cybersecurity statement addressing the situation, and you should all read it. In regards to my video, I worked with VShojo on this for a while, as they mentioned in their statement in response to my video. I did show them my video before posting it, and I was not requested to refrain from uploading. The rumors that I had posted it, regardless of being asked not to, are untrue. In fact, leading up to the event of posting it, I was a part of a 4-hour conversation with their chief cybersecurity officer, overseen by an executive of VShojo and one of the members of the group. I sincerely apologize if my actions have caused any undue stress on anyone. It was not my intention. I was only hoping to contribute to keeping the community safe. And there was plenty of reason for Nux to put out a statement clarifying the situation, because it wasn't just Melody and Fruit blasting him on social media. It was a lot of the other members of VShojo as well. Silvervale, this is really sickening to see. You've been taking advantage of people you claim to call friends for so long, knowing full well how your actions would affect them. Hime, or Hime Hajime. Nux, though I'm relieved you privated the video, I'm still beyond disappointed. The girls begged for days for it to be removed out of fear for their safety, and it truly boggles my mind how you could put your own video over your friends' feelings when they are directly involved. Zentreya, I told you to take the video down after you posted it. You said everyone was on board with it. I'm finding out literally everyone told you not to post it. You caused more damage, and for what, man? You lost friends and you took advantage of a situation and lied. You fucked up. I'm out. Iron Mouse, I'm so disappointed in you and hurt you are doing this when you full well know what was truly going on. We asked you to take it down, we told you we feared for our safety, and you didn't care. And finally, Fruit with the second tweet, I would like to add how unprofessional it is to refer to something such as receipts when the real issue is catching criminals who swat innocent creators. Now, in response to all of this, Nux would then, on the 25th of November, upload a video response totaling 2 minutes 18 seconds. At the beginning, he apologizes for his actions and explains that he had previously been a victim of swatting himself, and therefore, when he was being targeted by the VShojo impersonator, he felt that it was an uncomfortably close reminder of that experience. At 21 seconds, he states that he notified VShojo's staff about the impersonator. VShojo then responded that they'd been aware of the situation for a while, and it was this that convinced Nux that VShojo had been willing to put himself and other applicants potentially at risk in their efforts to catch the perpetrator. At 35 seconds, Nux states the following, quote, VShojo acknowledged that they knew about the swatter for a long time and did nothing publicly. I didn't make the video to endanger anyone, as the culprits were already brought to light. Now, what he's referring to here is the fact that when he contacted VShojo And when he spoke with VShojo's head of cybersecurity, the head of cybersecurity clarified that they already knew the name and real-life identity of the perpetrator. To go on, they acknowledge that they have no problem if I publish this video, and it's entirely my right as a victim of the swatter. End quote. And then at 1 minute 29, he claims that VShojo's management was initially supportive of the video, but changed their stance once talent started criticizing Nux for posting it. Armchair took a little break because he had to transcribe this. I did do quite a bit of transcribing for this stream, but I hope I'm convinced the effort was worth it, because there are some things you just need to hear in people's own words. Now, in this video, on top of this response, where he very clearly apologizes for his actions, establishes that he's willing to pursue reconciliation, and clarifies or attempts to clarify what exactly went down between him and VShojo's management, he also attached a few screenshots. The first was a screenshot of the members in this group chat where he was speaking with VShojo's management. As you can see, there are 4 people in here. First, Nuxtaku, then Phoenix, the head of Cybersec at VShojo, an unnamed talent, and Gunrun. Now, a lot of people were speculating as to who this talent might be, but the speculations were ended when Fruit would make a now-deleted tweet attempting to show off a conversation where she had asked Nux to take down the video and he had refused. However, what she didn't notice was that in this tweet, she also included a message by Nux where he said, "I'm not sure what you mean. I had a group chat with Melody, Gunrun, and their head of cybersecurity guy." So people now had hard confirmation that the unnamed talent in this group chat was in fact Melody, one of the first talents to blast Nux on Twitter. And this recontextualizes what exactly this tweet was. Sorry, give me a sec. What I assume happened was that Melody, due to being the bridge between Nux and VShojo's management, made the group chat. Then, when she saw the interactions between Nux and management, she presumably observed something that bothered her about the way that he was either complying or refusing to comply with the requests of VShojo's management. And despite management being, in the public eye, supportive of what Nux was doing, or appearing supportive of what Nux was doing, she then decided of her own volition to voice out these concerns on her own accounts. Now, again, this is simply my understanding of events. There is no hard confirmation of any of this. However, given VShojo's history, I don't think it's an unreasonable interpretation of what exactly transpired. Witness Void Fox, thank you for the 5,000, I'm not sure what that currency is. I don't get it. Why did the VShojo girls think that they were in danger with the video when the people at risk were Nux and the other girl who got scammed by the impersonator? Something doesn't add up. From what I could see, it was, well, the video is now deleted, so from what I could see, it was probably something to do with the lack of blurring or some detail that he included that they didn't like being included. Again, I can't say for certain. And at this point in time, well, the video's gone. But I do agree that it's a little odd that they would be this, how do I say, forceful in their condemnation of him, when in fact you are right that Nux was probably way more affected by this, and well, Nightshade was quite a bit more affected by this than them. So Chilean pesos? Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know, Sinful Lad. The swatters had Nyana's address as well. That was the main problem. Okay, so that makes more sense, because one of the things, actually, to go into a bit more detail, some of the other screenshots that Nux included in his video were the following. First was him communicating that he had done his research on this video to the head of cybersecurity, where he states, "I actually did a lot of research and I found all this out, including the take including the fake domain and your failed copyright attempts. I'm also aware of which VTuber you're referring to, and I didn't mention them in my video either. I would assume this is Nyaners. I can't even mention the other domain I didn't mention the other domain that he used, and I can just show you my video so you can see what I said. And they said, sure, that would help. Thank you. And then he links the video. Actually, now that you point out that Nyaners was the one who they originally doxed, that makes sense as well, because they were probably worried about the doxer being goaded into going harder on releasing the info. So that makes more sense. Another screenshot showed Phoenix trying to negotiate with Nux in order to get something blurred at a certain point in the video. Not trying to downplay or anything, I really appreciate that you were providing info. At 7:03, do you think you would be willing to blur out the word, I would assume this is Nyan or Nyaners, from the screenshot for the purposes of denying them notoriety, or this might be the name of the doxer, I'm not quite sure which. Then, another screenshot where Nux would say, honestly, I think this video will be helpful to you as well. If you need help with anything, feel free to reach out. And then Phoenix would respond affirmatively. Thanks a lot. Would you be willing to include a link to a written response by us as well? It's not going to be anything against the video. It's just going to be more about making sure people don't think the contract language is real and answer some likely FAQs that will result from all of this. And then Nux responds with, of course, it would be my pleasure to help, and I'll include. Now, as you can probably tell by looking at this screenshot, that's not the full message that Nux sent, but he cut it off here. Same thing in this screenshot, the last one, where Phoenix would reply to something Nux said with supposed confirmation that VShojo was okay with this video as is. I appreciate that you are doing the public service announcement, and that isn't the problem at all. My comment is narrowly specifically about praising that one fan that reached out. Remember that? I am 99% certain that is a fellow member of the harassment gang and not a fan. Now, one of the things that Nux said, if you would remember, at 35 seconds into his video, he said, they acknowledge that they have no problem if I publish this video, and it's entirely my right as a victim of the swatter. However, if you look at what Phoenix said in that particular message, I understand what you mean. I'm specifically referring to that point in the past where we were working on the incident, but not talking about it publicly, because for us to say anything, it would have been bad and would have generated more harassment. I am not saying this as a criticism of whether or not you should do a video. That is entirely your right to do as a victim, and we don't have a problem with that. Now, here's the thing, though. Notice how, and this might sound pedantic to some, but it is a pretty important detail for understanding or interpreting what the intentions were behind this message. Phoenix states, I'm not saying this is a criticism of whether or not you should do a video. Not this video, but a video. And what I assume he was trying to say, albeit in a way that was far too vague, and possibly for the sake of politeness, he didn't clearly state that the video as is was something that VShojo was likely going to have a problem with. He simply said, again, that Nux, as someone who had been directly affected by the doxer attempting to solicit his information, that it was completely within his right to make content out of that, because, again, he had been directly affected. However, I do think it is a little disingenuous for Nux to insist that this video was fine as is simply because of this statement. Now, this wasn't going to be the last that people would hear of this, because on November 26th, Gunrun himself would make a post detailing VShojo's responses to what Nux was saying. Addressing security accusations. VShojo. Hi all, we want to clear the air on our recent safety issues by detailing our security efforts. This is not wholesale permission to send hate or harassment to any party involved. My objective is not to cast blame on individuals, but to be transparent on how we approached this issue. Sorry, give me a sec. We do not condone any harassment and hate to any party as a result of this discussion. It is unfortunate we must share our private conversations to clear the air, as we do not believe issues of safety are grounds for content. Because this is an issue that involves real lives of individuals, we will be taking our efforts and investigations back privately after this statement. We additionally ask for speculation to be kept to a bare minimum, given additional risks to all parties involved. We've observed many individuals referencing decisions by VShojo staff as grounds to release harmful content. He's probably referring to people who are harassing Nux on behalf of the talents that expressed, well, problems with him. When it comes to issues of safety, we ask the community and collaborators to respect the wishes of our talent. Our talent has every right to advocate for their own safety, and we will always stand by them. Now, few things. I understand and I respect the fact that Gunrun is coming out and trying to give a more professional response to the video and to clarify VShojo's intentions surrounding the video and its posting. However, and this will strike everyone in chat as extremely obvious, this should not have been the last response to come out of VShojo. This should have been the first. Instead of having Melody, Fruit, Iron Mouse, Zentreya, Hime Hajime, Silvervale, etc. tweet about it, this should have been the first response to Nux's video that people saw. And it is a little awkward in retrospect that the opening statement has to end with, "Our talent has every right to advocate for their own safety, and we will always stand by them." Because notice who is the one advocating for talent safety. It's not management, it's the talents themselves, which also means that it is subject to other problems that come with individuals having to represent themselves instead of as a unified whole. Things like disunity, inconsistencies in tone and statement, in addition to an overall lack of professionalism. Now, as part of this statement, though, and this is something that's pretty important, he also provided full context to the screenshots that Nux had included in his video response. See, when Nux had included the screenshot at the top of the screen here, where Phoenix simply stated, "Thanks a lot, would you be willing to include a link to the written response by us as well?" And then Nux said, "Of course." There was more to that conversation than just that. The full message from Nux was, "Of course, it would be my pleasure to help, and I'll include a link. But I'd like to see the message first. I would like to post this video in 30 minutes, though. Thank you so much for understanding." So, to make this very clear, and to give VShojo a bit of credit and to be fair, the reason why VShojo didn't come out with a very well-written statement right off the bat is probably because they only had 30 minutes to draft it. They were only given 30 minutes to draft it. Now, I do think that more could have been done in terms of trying to make an updated statement than getting Nux to update the description to his video, but I also understand that when it comes to the way that social media posts work, it's all about who gets in first. It's all about making sure that everything you want people to actually see is included in the first version of the post that you upload. So, again, while it is fine to simply sit back and say, "Oh, they should have put out something better," I can understand why they didn't in this case. As Ehara, VShojo didn't even push a PR statement knowing people were getting scammed. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second, don't worry. Oh, by the way, for those in chat who don't know, Asahara recently released a video where he talked about some of VShojo's PR problems as well, and I recommend you go check it out, because while there is a little bit of overlap in terms of what I'm going to be talking about and what he talks about in his video, I do think he makes a few pretty good points about some of the limitations that come along with the branding that VShojo have decided on for themselves, I should say. The rest of the conversation unfolds as the following. Phoenix: but I'd like to see the message first. That's reasonable. We will get you a copy as soon as we finish it. Nux says, amazing. Phoenix says, we will work quickly. Nux responds with, thank you. I'm working on blurring this one section. And Phoenix says, appreciate it a lot. Okay, heads down, writing now. Nux says, I'll record a small mention that you will be leaving a statement so people can find it. Then Phoenix says, still working on it. Sorry, 30 minutes isn't a lot of time to write a whole thing out. And Nux says, don't worry, I'll wait a few more minutes. How generous. Maybe he gave them 40 minutes, or 35. The next thing, though, is this little statement that Nux included. So, when Phoenix said, I appreciate that you are doing this public service announcement, that isn't the problem at all, and he ended it by saying, at this current stage, when he said, I'm 99% certain that the random fan in question was a fellow member of the harassment gang and not a fan, giving them praise will make them focus more on harassing the VTuber community because they will think that they can manipulate people like this. Even though you aren't naming the person publicly, the person who did this will know who they are. At this current stage, we are focusing on building a deterrent effect against this sort of criminal harassment, and that's the reason why the comment concerned me. So, to specify, in his video, when Nux pointed out that this so-called random fan sent him video evidence of the doxer bragging in a Discord server, there is a very good chance that the random fan in question was simply another doxer who was working with the original perpetrator as controlled opposition. But in any case, Nux then replies, if anything, mentioning we caught the culprit is the best possible deterrent, and this fan was legit. They even gave me that swatting video you mentioned you had, and even if not, they won't know if I was referring to them. Again, little suspicious. And the fact that Nux doesn't seem to register that that's a little suspicious is a little concerning. As I swear I had recorded that video a bit ago, it's 100% coincidence you were going to do this stream. The universe has a funny sense of humor. In response to that, Phoenix would go on to say, the only people who had that unlisted YouTube video and knew where to look were harassment collaborators. And this is a pretty good point, because again, how the hell would some random have access to something like that? To which Nux replies, okay, I understand, but I see no issue with mentioning a random fan reached out to me. And this is the problem. This is why I agree with Phoenix when he says that this would have emboldened the doxers, because this is, or at least it gives off the impression that Nux has fallen hook, line, and sinker for the imposter in his midst. And on top of that, there is also a problem that comes along with the idea of supposedly raising awareness about an issue where at least a good chunk of your investigative process relies on testimony from what is more likely than not a malicious actor. So, the two ideas, misinformation and spreading awareness, they don't really gel very well as a premise. Phoenix would then go on to say, it's not a random fan, is my point. Then Nux says, it's irrelevant to the point of the video, and it doesn't cause any harm. So even if I'm mistaken, there's no harm in it. Sorry, give me a second. I'm dying. Oh, okay. So even if I'm mistaken, there's no harm in it. I just want to talk about my experience as a victim and what I did to help. Now, that line, I just want to talk about my experience as a victim, is very important, because this is what would go on. Well, the way that VShojo would respond to this line would go on to create the entirety of the shitstorm that we'd just been reading through. Phoenix responds, okay, their MO, which stands for modus operandi, or method of operation, is to do this good cop, bad cop thing, and this random fan does something to establish credibility, then uses that credibility to feed disinformation to the target. Sorry if I'm not being clear on this. The concerns are also that they fed you fake info, and after showing you the genuine video and confession/brag, But I agree. Your experience as a victim your experiences as a victim are absolutely valid. These people are really awful, and I'm very sorry you got a taste of what we've been dealing with for a while. And then Nux responds, I'm sorry if I don't understand, but it's not relevant if I was misinformed or not. This is the last thing you want to hear from somebody who is claiming to report on an important and developing situation. But go on. The message of the video remains the same. Now, this may sound a little harsh, but when it comes to somebody's feelings and experiences, there are times when their feelings are valid. There are times when their feelings are irrelevant. And unfortunately, the harsh reality of the world is that those two things are not mutually exclusive. It is 100% understandable for Nux to feel awful about the fact that he was essentially, if we're interpreting this situation correctly, left out to dry as doxers attempted to skinwalk VShojo to get at his information. However, at the same time, when it comes to prioritizing whether to allow somebody to talk about their experiences or to encourage someone to talk about their experiences, if talking about those experiences will directly impact your ability to prevent other people from being affected by the same problem, you're going to have to make a bit of a tough choice. And this tiptoeing around making that choice, laying down those priorities, is what went on to ultimately kneecap VShojo's ability to respond to this situation. Because here, what Phoenix and what the rest of VShojo's management is being asked to do is make a choice. Define their priorities. Is it more important for Nux as a victim to be able to talk about his experience in whatever way he chooses, or is it more important for them to keep a lid on the situation until they can get the perpetrator prosecuted? They have to make a choice. The second one is better for their talents that have already been affected and other prospective applicants, perhaps. And I'm being very charitable with VShojo when I say perhaps. I'm not entirely convinced that not saying anything about the issue is a good move, by the way. But again, being charitable, that is the choice that they are being asked to make. And the fact that out of deference to wanting to respect experiences of people, wanting to give them room to express their feelings, etc., with no discrimination between the individual options, that is what has stopped them from being able to prioritize their own talents. That's what stopped them from clearly saying, look, no, I would prefer you didn't do this, because it would directly hinder our attempts to protect our own talents. And I want you to remember that while all of this is going on, Gunrun and Melody are sitting in this group chat watching this interaction take place, which would mean that while Phoenix and presumably Gunrun would be fine with refraining from making that choice in terms of priorities, while they are fine with admitting that the right of someone to express their own experiences trumps their right to want to fix the situation in their own words, evidently, Melody did not share that same prioritization of things, which is why I assume she went AWOL and tweeted that out on her own. So, yeah, Jackie Rivoli, bad communication on both sides? Absolutely. Worth noting, I don't think the need to break the story early applied here, like there would have been very little out and his video would have just been just as relevant if he waited. I agree. Absolutely. And the problem is, VShojo's management is trying to be touchy-feely about the whole topic of respecting somebody's right to express their experiences. It is about, surprise, surprise, freedom of expression, which is something that their company is built on. So while I applaud them for trying to stick to that value, you can very clearly see how sometimes it gets in the way of actually doing your job as management. And that is something that we will be getting into a little bit later. So, I want to touch on some of the things that Gunrun says at the end of that particular document that he posted. So, first, acknowledgements. Any confusion that previously arose from this issue was the responsibility of VShojo staff. That's always good to read right off the bat, because at this point you would have to be blind, deaf, and or mentally handicapped to not have come to that conclusion. For this, we'd like to set the record straight. We did warn Nux about releasing the videos by outlining concerns from our cybersecurity team, but these were not the same as asking him to pull down the video. From our perspective, we believe these were strong warnings and we could have been much clearer on the risks. I would go one step further. You are the management of VShojo. Your first priority is the protection of VShojo talents. If you are being asked to clarify your priorities, to make a choice between allowing somebody outside of your company to talk about their experiences so soon, in fact, they would compromise your ability to keep your own talent safe, I don't see why that's that difficult of a choice. But to go on. We absolutely stand by our talent statement to defend themselves. We also stand by the need to take action when content puts our talents and the community at risk. Within the short time frame, we had little opportunity for Foresight to bring in the talent earlier to contextualize their feelings on the matter. We can and will do better moving forward. Now, I am sympathetic to the fact that they weren't able to put together a concrete statement within 30 minutes, or however many that Nux gave them afterwards. What I cannot understand, though, is that last part. We had little opportunity for Foresight to bring in the talent earlier to contextualize their feelings. There are two different things that are being lumped in as if they are one there. Foresight and opportunity. I think this is disingenuous, because between when Nux posted that video and when Melody and Fruit tweeted out at Nux, 2 to 3 days elapsed. That was more than enough opportunity to simply rope in all of the talents into one group chat and say, look, we had to make a bit of a tough choice. We're not entirely convinced that we made the right one. We're going to need to put out a statement to get Nux to do something. And we're going to need to make sure that all of our statements line up with one another. So, while they evidently lacked the foresight, they didn't lack the opportunity. The next section, learnings going into the future. We were given limited time to react, but a stronger effort from management to sync with our talent at the start could have been helpful in preventing this situation's escalation. Without a doubt. And from reading this document, you would assume that at this point, VShojo's management has thoroughly learned the lesson. Make sure that all the talents and management are on the same page before anyone says anything publicly. I want you to remember that. It's going to become important later. We all stand behind our stance on allowing our talent the freedom to express themselves as they see fit, and don't wish to impair how they communicate with their communities. To this end, we will be increasing our efforts to ensure our talent is better informed with the company's activities. Again, there is no reason why talent and management should be on different pages. This is simply a lack of robust protocol. A lack of foresight. And here, you can already start to see the cracks that are forming in using talent freedom as the core of your branding. Because in this particular case, they say we stand behind our stance on allowing our talent the freedom to express themselves. And again, That's fine. But the problem is, that also means that you now have to exhibit the exact same attitude in terms of freedom of expression and supporting it for everybody else as well, lest you look like a hypocrite. This is why when VShojo was put into a position where they could say, look, don't put out your video so soon to Nux, versus, okay, you have the right to express yourself, do what you want, we can't stop you. They had to choose the latter, not the former. Otherwise, again, they would look like a hypocrite. And so, the end result is that nothing really gets fixed, and everything devolves into a mess anyways, because now you have the person you would have otherwise negotiated with using their freedom of expression to do something, and your talents using their freedom of expression to blast the other person. And that doesn't end well for literally anybody. Now, the final part of this statement, the conclusion. In this gun run states, we hope clearing the air here with our context helps put this drama behind all of us. I am understanding of Nux's stance and hope our detailing from our side helps put everything into context. We do not wish to see this matter escalate further. Do not send hate or harassment to anyone. A plausible message. The right lessons were learned. Hopefully, in the future, we'll see the fruits of that. We're looking forward to continuing work as usual, and hope all fandoms can see the many perspectives of this complicated interaction between VShojo and Nux. Thanks everyone for reading Gunrun. Mikura's Olga's talents are meat shields for management. I would say that in this case, I wouldn't say it's intentional, but that is definitely the effect. So, after this, you had a reconciliation of sorts. Starting from November 26, talents would begin to put out public messages that apologized or attempted reconciliation to varying degrees. Now, Vibe, Nyanners, and Project Melody sort of addressed the situation, but didn't mention Nux by name. Melody, I support my group through and through, even if strong topics make me anxious. Crying emoji. Vibe, to clarify, everyone has apologized to each other privately a few days ago. We've all learned a lot from this and we'll do better going forward. And Nyanners is saying, this all started because of a safety concern and the focus should have stayed on that. I'm really sorry. I let emotions get the better of me and reacted poorly because of an unfortunate miscommunication. Everyone understands each other better now and there are no hard feelings. I'm sorry for the stress and confusion I have caused. Now, the other talents would apologize more directly. Fruit would say, Nux apologized to me privately and I apologize to him for subtweeting. As a creator, it is very easy to forget about the consequences of spreading negativity when you have a substantial amount of fans. I don't condone bullying of any sort, and I think we can take this as an opportunity to reflect on our own actions when real people are involved. Iron Mouse would put out a tweet longer with an apology under the tweet moving forward, basically reiterating similar things. She made a mistake, that she spoke hastily, and that she wanted to apologize to Nux. And then Zentreya would do the same, but would also put out a tweet saying, I would personally, since I fucked up publicly, feel the need to apologize publicly to you for my part in this, and inciting people as well during the situation. Now, the reason why she doesn't mention Nux by name was because this was a direct reply under one of his posts. As you stated, I do not condone hate mobs at all, and wish to move forward on peaceful terms. I am sorry. Now, it is good that the talents in the wake of this event became very aware of how conflicts on social media can quickly spiral out of control as they spread like a virus through their respective fandoms. However, I will say yet again, this could have been prevented. Had management at VShojo taken the talents aside and briefed them, making sure they were all on the same page, this could have very much and very easily been avoided. They had 2 to 3 days to do that, and they didn't, for whatever reason. So, the end result of this entire mess is that, well, everyone ended up looking like a pile of snakes, tangling together and unable to escape one another because of the fact that each one was moving independently of the others. Of course, on one side, especially, you have Nux. On the other, you have VShojo's management. And finally, you had the talents, especially the members of that group chat. That was not a good look. And this is where I want to come back to something that Gunrun said in Learnings Going into the Future. Sorry, give me a sec. Jacob Foxfires 964, thank you for the 5. Man, it's been a while since I last saw this drama. With all the new info since then, it's all a fucking clusterfuck and I've lost respect for everyone. Yeah, the years have not been kind to many of the people involved in this. But in this part of Gunrun's statement, he says, we were given limited time to react, but a stronger effort from management to sync with our talent at the start could have been helpful in preventing the situation's escalation. And I agree with that statement that clearer synchronization between management and talent could have helped to prevent it. But what I also want to point out is that this mess that comes along with talents effectively taking the place of management as spokespersons for the company, this mess is always going to be a distinct possibility because of what he says later on. We stand behind our stance of allowing our talents the freedom to express themselves as they see fit and don't wish to impair how they communicate with their communities. It is phrased as a noble goal. However, there are costs to this that I'm pretty sure that VShojo is only now beginning to find out. Or at least some of the newer members of VShojo are beginning to find out. JV Robogato, wrong information is always shown on the media. Negative images is the main criteria infecting young minds faster than bacterial. Yeah, true. Again, it works the same way on social media where negativity is a lot more rewarded than positivity. So there's always going to be a bit of a slant there. So the main lesson from all of this is that what happened here with Nux was not a bug in VShojo's talent agency model, but a feature. And it's a feature that stems from one of their core traits, or one of the core things that they market themselves off of, one of the core things that they founded themselves on. And that is the concept of talent freedom. Now, a lot of you, if you've been around in VTubing for a few years, you will recognize these pictures of ads put up in Akihabara Station for VShojo that all said talent freedom. Now, to understand how talent freedom goes on to affect the way that VShojo actually operates, though, I want to go to this article that was published in Dexerto in July of 2022, which contained an interview with Gunrun. The article states, VShojo has made its first big expansion in 2 years, bridging into the spiritual home of VTubing Japan with Keison and Amemiya Nazuna. It's more than just 2 new talents to CEO Justin the Gunrun Ignacio, with the aim to, quote, break down barriers, end quote, across the fandom. Among all the top VTuber agencies, VShojo has been an anomaly. The company hasn't opted to expand with new waves every few months, but rather focusing on a, quote, talent-first, end quote, approach to enable a small group of creators at a bigger level. I want you to keep that word in mind. Enable. It's going to become very accurate in a few slides. To go on, a quote from Gunrun is, our partnering with Japanese-speaking VTubers reflects our core value of talent first. Talent deserves freedom of expression, regardless of borders, which is what we offer all our creators. The, quote, talent-first approach, end quote, might seem like a buzzword. Upon hearing it, you'd think every VTuber agency is about the talent, those who bolster the brand to make it what it is. VShojo puts the philosophy to action, to an unseen degree, though. Sorry. There's big things like giving talents creative control, which ended up being a big reason why Kason decided to hop on board despite an insistence to remain independent. The small stuff matters too. Even just simple things like foregoing generations have special meaning. Now, this will come up a good deal later, but I want you to keep this in mind, the fact that VShojo forgoes generations. That's not to say the rest of the industry is wrong for going in different directions, but there's a noted difference between the approach VShojo takes versus others. Quote, by expanding VShojo through signing Kason and Nazuna, we are staying true to our company philosophy of focusing on talent first by building and growing each individual talent instead of launching multiple generations. Kason and Nazuna are now part of the same generation as the rest of VShojo. We will continue to support as we onboard new talent. So, when you look through this statement, the way that it qualifies terms like talent first and talent freedom, you start to notice a few things about the way that VShojo presents the concept of talent freedom. For starters, throughout this interview, throughout this article, there is a conflation between freedom of expression and creative freedom. Again, when you use the term talent freedom, it encompasses both without making any distinctions between the two of them. However, while there is overlap, they are fundamentally different things. I'll be saying that phrase a lot throughout this stream. Creative freedom means that you have the decision, you make all of the decisions when it comes to your own content, what you make. Whereas with freedom of expression, that is quite different. That is what you say as well. And the thing is, when you look at freedom of expression, there are costs and there are benefits. Now, some of the benefits, the best case scenario, right, where you implement freedom of expression as a hard-coded part of your agency. You have the effect of talent doubling as spokespersons. Now, this is a bit of a double-edged sword, but in the best case scenarios, this can mean that your brand becomes more human, more appealing, more authentic even. The second effect is that the effectiveness and cohesion of VShojo's public statements tends to vary drastically depending on the individual talent in question. Again, not all talents are made equal in the sense that not all of them are equipped with the same skills, the same mindset in order to be able to handle the responsibility of being a public representative of the company, especially during times of crisis where talents are personally affected. And finally, best case scenario, talent freedom means that management has to take a back seat during times of crisis and is essentially forced into adopting a purely reactive role in VShojo's PR strategy. Again, this is the best case scenario. When you look at the worst case scenarios, the effects are the following. In the worst cases, freedom of expression results in talents becoming liabilities to themselves, their colleagues, and VShojo's overall brand image. We saw this in action during the whole Nux vs. VShojo drama. The second thing is that talents may appear disunited or even in direct conflict with one another. We will go through an example of that later on in this stream. The next thing is that management can appear to be almost entirely passive and or incompetent during times of crisis. Now, again, it becomes impossible when things go wrong to tell if what is happening is talent freedom or hands-off management. And as someone put in chat earlier, hands-off management is just benign neglect. And finally, rumors and or backlash become amplified for all of the other reasons that I stated beforehand. So, again, if you want to give your talents the freedom, the absolute freedom to express themselves, this is the trade-off that you need to be comfortable making. And it seems like VShojo has decided throughout the years that this is a trade-off that they are, well, they seem to be pretty comfortable making. The problem is that when you look at talent freedom as a branding device, it is inherently flawed in the sense that it's not really as appealing as people might think. And, well, to be more specific, the two main flaws when it comes to using talent freedom as a marketing tool or as a branding device are the following. First, the premise of talent freedom is inherently reactive. Now, talent freedom as a concept can only be used by an agency as a marketing tool so long as it has another agency that it can contrast itself with. What that means is that VShojo's conception of talent freedom depends on its competitors, Niji Sanji and Hololive being the biggest two. If overnight Niji and Holo decided to rework how much freedom they gave their talents, VShojo would then be forced to adapt their conception, their marketing of talent freedom accordingly. So again, it is not a brand that can stand on its own. It has to react to other entities, its competitors in the same field. But on top of that, it's not even perfect in that sense because the premise fails in a vacuum. These two things are kind of connected, right? Where if you don't have a competitor, a competing agency to compare yourself to, this whole concept falls apart. To go into a bit more detail as to what I mean by that. When you look at talent freedom as a branding tool, the marketability inherently relies on VShojo gaining recognition for differentiating itself from direct competitors and the standards that they've established. Now, that's part of the problem, though, because when you're trying to differentiate yourself from others, you're not only trying to differentiate yourselves, well, you have to look at what that means. So if you have less rules, that also means you have lower standards, because you have less standards, if any. And as a result, when it comes to talents making fools out of themselves, it is going to happen more to you than it does to your competitors. It is presented as a blanket positive, but it is important to note that there are still negatives, which is why I'm not entirely convinced that this branding tool functions, or it was really well thought out. And the second problem, and this has become especially pertinent in 2024 alone, is that talent freedom falls apart when the competitor in question is not a rival agency, is not a rival company, but simply the talents themselves remaining as indies. This is what I mean when I say that talent freedom falls apart in a vacuum, because you can't get more talent freedom than if you stayed outside of an agency or outside of a corporation. If that was the case, if you stayed as an indie, you have absolute talent freedom, more than you can ever get after joining an agency of any kind, including VShojo. So, when you consider all of this together, right, when you consider that talent freedom is a purely reactive branding tool, when you consider that it falls apart in a vacuum because it can't compete with simply being an indie VTuber, what you start to realize is that the real thing that VShojo is marketing to prospective talents is not really talent freedom. And a lot of people might instantly bristle at me saying that, especially if they're fans of VShojo or they're involved with VShojo. But I want you to think about this for a second. VShojo needs to make itself appealing to indies. Indies inherently have infinitely more talent freedom than anyone who has joined a company or an agency of any sort. So if they can't market freedom to people who have absolute freedom, what do they market instead? And the answer to that is a little bit of a sleight of hand. Instead of offering talent freedom as the main selling point, what VShojo offers is empowerment. Now, a lot of people might instantly look at those two concepts, right? Empowerment and freedom, and think, oh, okay, you're just being semantic. However, the reason why I draw this distinction is because while there is quite a bit of overlap, and this is a phrase I'm going to be saying quite a lot in this stream, while there is a bit of overlap between those two concepts, they are fundamentally different things. Empowerment means you can do more things, whereas freedom means you can do what you want. Now, the thing is, if you are an indie and you want to join an agency, freedom isn't a selling point, but empowerment is. And when you consider that empowerment is the main thing that VShojo is selling under the hood of talent freedom, things start to make a bit more sense. Understanding this distinction is the foundational point for understanding a lot of the philosophy that guides how VShojo's management interacts with their talents and how their talents behave as a result. When you look at VShojo's marketing, and this is like their website as it exists right now. In their About section, they say, this is their mission statement. VShojo is on a mission to empower unique individuals. Sorry. Oh, you ever inhale a sneeze and you feel like your lungs are collapsing? It's an awful sensation. Tinkerlin, thank you for the 5. Absolute freedom means responsibility, which is so very easy to forget. Freedom is much more of a double-edged sword than most would like to admit. Absolutely, and we're going to be seeing that unfold before our eyes later on in this stream. But, yeah, VShojo is on a mission to empower unique individuals. We believe in embracing ourselves without apology and believe in true connection through technology. Now, that last part is a little bit of San Francisco tech bro babble, but the earlier parts, that's what you can really see guiding their approach towards guiding their talents. What is VShojo? We are a VTuber company based in San Francisco, California. I assume CA is California. I hope I got that right. It's hard being Australian. Our organization launched on November 24th, 2020. VShojo's mission is to help VTubers turn their passion into a profession through dedicated management, tech innovations, collaboration, and support. And when you navigate on that website to their Meet Our Talent section, they say, let's put creators on a pedestal, because those who show us how to be unapologetically us should be celebrated. That line, let's put creators on a pedestal, I want you to keep that in the back of your minds. It'll become very relevant later. Ew, California mood. Alan, thank you for being a member for 4 months. So they need to change to talent empowerment, yes? That would be a more accurate description of their marketing than talent freedom. But I don't think they will, because talent freedom is what they started with, and I assume it's what they want to stick with. Now, when you start looking at this, VShojo's mission statement, the underlying philosophy being all about empowerment, you can start to see that there are 3 main aspects that go into the whole concept of talent first, right? Talent-centered being the first, which is that talents define VShojo's operations and identity. Everything revolves around the talents. The second, talent-led, which is that talents define VShojo's creative direction and public image. And finally, the concept of talent freedom. Talents can express themselves however they like. The problem is, when you look at these, you also start to understand that there are certain guiding values that underpin all of the way that VShojo has constructed itself. In the place of talents, when you have... Sorry, give me a second. Talent freedom sounds way better than empowering talents. Oh, I agree, especially nowadays, because empowering talent sounds cringe. And I assume that's why they picked talent freedom instead of empowerment, even though empowerment is closer to what they actually provide. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 2. It's hard to be Australian, Chairman 2024, and I stand behind that statement. Being Australian is itself a kind of obscure disability. But in any case, When you have talent-centered operations, one of the guiding principles in your company becomes individuality. When your company is talent-led, it becomes guided by the need for authenticity, for the talents to be themselves. And finally, when you are guided by talent freedom, surprise, surprise, one of the guiding principles has to be freedom. The concept of being able to do what you like. And here's where we start to see a very interesting difference between the values that guide VShojo versus the values that guide traditional VTuber corpo agencies, or more specifically, you start to see the differences in cultural values that go into content creation. VShojo is very emblematic of the West, especially America, by focusing on these three core values of authenticity, individuality, and freedom, which contrasts quite sharply to the three alternatives, or the three equivalents that seem to be emphasized more in Eastern cultures. And this is the more, JP side of VTubing. The South Side Slider, thank you for the 10. They are selling talent freedom to the viewers, not to the talents themselves. Freedom is held in high regard in Western cultures, and many viewers would rather support a company that supports freedom. Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what this is, right? Because again, audiences share these values in the West, which is why talent freedom is a very appealing branding tool. J. Robogado, thank you for the 125 pesos. Empowerment sounds too aggressive on the internet, especially America. I think so. Although the word has also become overused. I don't think the problem is with the fact that it's progressive so much as it's with the fact that it has been done to death. You say empowerment nowadays and it pretty much means nothing. So when you really think about it, freedom just makes more sense. Especially with what Southside Slider said about it appealing to audiences more than talents as well. But in any case, with the Eastern cultures, their values revolve more around things like virtue, duty, and honor. And the thing is, when you look at the way that these values manifest in the everyday function of the companies that embody them, you start to see that all of these values have their own benefits and costs. So when you look at these three Eastern values, that you can see this being embodied in Hololive, for example, right? Virtue, duty, and honor. On the plus side, what this means is that virtue inspires, right? It creates inspiration and immersion. But on the flip side, it can also create restrictiveness and idolatry. Because when you have these perfect idols, the whole point is that they're paragons. They represent something that most people would deem impossible to achieve in real life or everyday life. But that's the point. They are supposed to be these impossible standards that you can use as inspiration for yourself, or that you can use to immerse yourself in something better than your everyday life. However, again, the cost of that is that they are restricted in what they can do and say, and that you encourage a specific kind of parasocialism, which is idolatry. And what I want to emphasize is that there seems to be a little bit of a difference between the East and the West in terms of the way that parasocial relationships develop. In the East, it's very strong where, or at least what I've observed, is that parasocial relationships from audience to directed at the creator seem to be more of a thing, whereas in the West, it's kind of the opposite, where creators will be parasocial with their audiences instead. And when I talk about audiences being parasocial with their creator, I'm talking about idolatry. That's what I mean by idolatry. A second value, duty. This inspires things like responsibility and prudence. Now, when I say prudence, that's different from prudishness. Those are two different concepts. Prudishness just means, not being sexual, being modest, etc. Prudence means acting with foresight, having care for the future, and acting accordingly. However, the problem is when you have to adhere to duty, this also manifests in the form of bureaucracy and inertia. Because again, you want to make sure that everyone's doing their job. You want to make sure that there are checks and balances for everything. And as a result, you can also accumulate, when you get into some of the larger agencies that have more bureaucracy, you can accumulate quite a bit of inertia because it becomes hard to simply do anything. You lose the ability to adapt quickly to developing situations. We see this with, for example, Niji Sanji, or even with Hololive in some cases, where members have to wait for months or several months sometimes just for perms to play a game or to get a cover out. And then finally, when you have honor as one of your guiding values, this inspires consistency and accountability. Everyone has a duty, or sorry, I shouldn't use the other values to explain the rest. You have an obligation to make sure that everyone around you can depend on you. You have to hold yourself to account, to a standard of behavior, to a certain degree of conduct. However, on top of that, what it also means is that you sometimes suffer from inflexibility and timidity, because having to hold yourself responsible for all of your actions, having to plan ahead in terms of anticipating all the possible consequences of what you choose to do on your own, that can create paralysis. And on top of that, that can also put you off of trying to attempt something new or something that hasn't been cleared before or tried before. So again, just as you have very distinct benefits, you also have very distinct drawbacks to these values. Now, when you get into the Western values, the funny thing about Western values, especially in the way that they're taught and presented in the West, is that more often than not, these values are presented as good inherently, or goods unto themselves. So what that means is when people try to articulate, oh, why is authenticity good? Why is individuality good? Why is freedom good? You start to get things like, oh, freedom is good because it's freedom. Authenticity is good because it's authenticity. Because you don't want to be lied to. Because don't you want to be able to do what you want to do, etc., etc. Oh, hi, Cecilia. Welcome to stream. But yeah, so again, often when you're talking about these values in the West, they are presented as self-evident good things. However, if we were to break this down in a perhaps more objective manner, let's say, you can start to define the separation between the benefits and the cons as the following. With authenticity, you get the benefit of openness and honesty. However, you also open yourself up to oversharing and parasociality. Now, when I say parasociality, the reason why I draw a distinction between parasociality and idolatry is that parasociality goes both ways. Idolatry is only when the audience idolizes the creator, but parasociality can be an audience being parasocially attached to a creator, or, and this is something that is quite common in the West as well, creators being parasocial with their audiences, essentially treating them as emotional receptacles where they can freely extract validation and emotional affirmation. Jacob Firefox 964, thank you for the 5. So would you say that VShojo has embodied the toxic values of freedom, and that would mean duty embodies the toxic values of duty? Yes. Yes, I would say so. And it sounds weird, right? It sounds weird when you say that Nietzsche embodies values of duty. But just because I say they embody the values doesn't mean it's inherently a good thing, because there is a balance to be made and maintained. And the fact is that when you look at VShojo and when you look at Nietzsche, Nietzsche exemplifies what happens when you utterly fail at maintaining the balance. VShojo is starting to show cracks. When you have individuality, you open yourself up to, you create the possibility of ingenuity and novelty, right? Everyone's capable of being unique to express themselves in a way that only they know how to express themselves. However, at the same time, you also open yourself up to suffering from selfishness and myopia. Because when people are acting as individuals... Sorry, give me a sec. Goodness, I'm absolutely dying today. But yeah, when people are acting as individuals, when that is the standard practice, you risk individuals falling into the mindset of only thinking as far as their own well-being, and not even their own well-being, but their own immediate desires. Hence, selfishness and myopia being costs of individuality, embracing individuality. So, on the other side, the final value, freedom. On the bright side, you get flexibility and initiative. When people are free to do what they like, you tend to find that they are, well, depending on the group of people in question, they tend to be a lot better at adapting to unforeseen circumstances than people who are obligated to act as one. The difference comes, however, in terms of evaluating how effectively they act once they've adapted. Because thing is, when you embrace freedom, you also open yourself up to impulsivity and recklessness. The thing is, when people are free to act however they like, when there are absolutely no constraints, you are essentially you are essentially, you've left yourself up in the air, to a point where you kind of just have to leave yourself at the mercy of whatever other people feel like doing. And again, people tend to be really impulsive and reckless when there aren't any restrictions in place. It's simply human nature. Billy Aoki, thank you for the 5 feet reveal when yet another one. Welcome to the stream. I'm always glad when I see you in here. But in any case, so when you start looking at all of these costs of embracing authenticity, individuality, and freedom as the founding values of your company, you can start to see how VShojo is beginning to exhibit signs of cracking, if not crumbling in certain places under the pressure of these negative traits that I don't think they've balanced very well. So when you look at the costs of talent-first branding, right, there are 2 immediate impacts of a talent-first model. The first is that you start to depend on talents for branding and PR. And the second thing is that talent freedom becomes both a marketing tool and an obligation. Because remember that authenticity is also one of your founding values. There's no point then in marketing yourself on talent freedom, but also restricting your talents, because that erodes your sense of authenticity. So if you want to maintain both values, you have to maintain them absolutely. However, as a result of these 2 things, what you get are the following flaws. Talents start to double as PR spokespersons. You start to open yourself up to a lack of professionalism. You start to create an environment where social dynamics begin to dictate workplace dynamics, which is, well, it can be a very bad thing depending on how much you intervene in terms of those social dynamics. And you also get things like toxic positivity. If your brand is all about the talents need to feel good with where they are, which means that you are disincentivized from having uncomfortable conversations with them or giving them a reality check that might make them feel bad. And then finally, when you have all of these things put together, eventually you will run into a situation where talent-audience dissonance will become impossible to ignore, because at some point, talents will feel like they are the center of the world and forget that their audience might think differently to how they do. Again, it sounds kind of obvious, but if you exist in a hug box, it is very easy to make that mistake. The more immediate costs, though, of talent-first branding are the ones that I want to talk about for a little bit, and that is the fact that when you depend on talents for, branding and PR, you get public statements that vary drastically in consistency. And on top of that, when you favor talent freedom as a marketing tool and thus an obligation, what you essentially get is the thing that I mentioned earlier when I was going through Gunrun's response to the Nux versus VShojo drama. Management is now restricted to purely reactive responses to PR crises. But to go into a bit more detail on this, public statements vary drastically in consistency. The reason why these statements tend to vary drastically in consistency is because when you give all talents the ability to say whatever they want, whenever they want, it's up to the individual talent to dictate how consistent their statements are, how effective their statements are, and how professional those statements are. And that can vary drastically based on the talent. It requires you to kind of look at this new metric where you have to gauge talent PR friendliness on an individual scale. How effective is each talent individually at being a PR representative? And the way that I thought to get you guys to sort of conceptualize this is that you have 2 extremes on a spectrum, right? On one side, you have talents who are PR boosts. The company relies on the reputation of the talent to mitigate effects of its failings and misconduct. On the opposite side, you have PR liabilities, where it's the other way around. Talents rely on the reputation of the company and other talents to mitigate the effects of their personal failings and misconduct. Again, it depends on who is giving more and who is taking more. If you are a PR boost, you give more than you take. If you are a PR liability, you take more than you give. And when it comes to individual talents being in charge of your company's PR, this is what that sort of, you have to place them on this spectrum. And the thing is, it's not a one-off thing where you can simply place them in some spot and they'll stay there forever. What you very frequently see is that you will get talents that, well, almost all talents will at least fluctuate a little bit in either direction. So when you really summarize it, the way that this spectrum works in function is a little bit like this, where generally speaking, you try to make sure that the talents stay as far up on this side of the spectrum as possible. And the two main ways that you have to ensure that they stay here are the following. On one hand, you have... Sorry, give me a sec. On one hand, you have proactive measures, right? This is stuff that you do in order to prevent things from going wrong. Prevention and crisis management, policies, guidelines, codes of conduct, protocols, PR training, etc., etc., right? Again, you can conceptualize this as a wall that, is designed to stop towns from going any further, because they hit this, and then because of the restrictions put in place, the only way they have to go is back up towards this end. However, in the cases that things go horrifically wrong, you have reactive measures, right? Remedies and damage control, takedowns, suspensions, terminations, penalties, public apologies, etc., etc. You can conceptualize this as a bulldozer, which is designed to fulfill two functions. Should a talent slip too far in this direction, it's supposed to forcibly push them back up in this direction while conveniently bulldozing over, no pun intended, any evidence or effects of their fuck up. So again, this is how ideally, right, you have a combination of both. You have measures in place ready to go at a moment's notice where you can intervene, jump in and stop things from getting worse, push things into a better direction. But you also have measures in place to prevent that fallout from happening in the first place. And here's where VShojo starts to show some cracks. I want to... When it comes to rules in VShojo, right? Proactive measures against PR disasters in VShojo. I want to go through this clip by VTuber's family of Michi Mochibi talking about what it's like to operate in VShojo. So this is about into 2 minutes 17. Let me switch screens to the reaction screen. There we go. Okay, hold on. Let me. I'm going to play it for a few seconds and see if the audio is good for you guys. I'm dying.
When hand cam. Ooh, that's one thing, right? I know VShojo just very, very chill about.
Is the audio good for you guys? Hold on, let me turn off the music as well, because that might get in the way. Oh no, I forgot to... Okay, hold on, I'm gonna mute again. Alright. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, you guys. Alright. Audio's good? Okay, great. I'll just let it play through.
When hand cam. Ooh, that's one thing, right? I know VShojo just very, very chill about this. That's one thing that I'm also shocked about. Like, when I first joined, gotta work this correctly, I don't wanna cause nothing. But when I first joined, right, I remember talking to a bunch of my managers and I was like, yeah, anything to look out for. You know what Maiko chose to do for me? Maiko told me, like, if it makes you more comfortable, Michi, we can make up some rules for you so then you feel better. Because I told him, I was like, I don't know, because I'm like, I don't know what I can and can't do and can't say. Like, what do I do? And Michael's like, if it makes you feel any better, we can just make up some rules and, you know, ease you in there a little bit.
The irony of this situation is that when I talk about the effectiveness of talent freedom fluctuating drastically between different members like Michi are the perfect combination for an environment that is as free as VShojo. Because if you have that ingrained sense of responsibility, that stops you from doing things that are too stupid simply because you have talent freedom.
And I was like, okay. Michael's a little bit above and beyond, dude. Actual good idea. I don't feel happy if I don't feel like I'm breaking a rule. So, yeah, make one. Every single stream, like even today, I have a weird habit where I tell them, I'm like, can I do this? Can I do that? Like even yesterday, I was like, can I mention this? Can I mention that? Can I say this? And they're just like, yeah. It's so odd. They're so insanely supportive that it's definitely like something you gotta get used to at one point. Okay.
I've said this before on stream, but it really cannot be overstated how much adopting ex-Niji retirees has done for VShojo's brand image. Because when I talk about people who aren't going to essentially, for want of a better word, abuse talent freedom, talents like Michi go a long way towards mitigating some of the more negative effects of embracing talent freedom as a core branding value. Imagine having talents that show restraint. Yeah, again, that's why the conception of talent freedom varies so much, because you have some talents that are capable of restraint, like Michi, and you have other talents that probably don't have that value as much.
Used to it eventually, you know? Definitely I limit a lot of things because I don't know what I cannot do. I know everyone is telling me like you can do whatever you want and you can say whatever you want, you know? But it's very not normal for me. It's like I'm not used to thinking that way. Yeah.
Again, slightly controversial to some, but you can say whatever you like and you can do or make whatever you like. Those are two different things. And I would argue that in the case of talent management, the first causes significantly more problems than it creates benefits.
Yet. So over time, I probably will be more comfortable like being myself and just saying things as is. But just to like say this out loud. Okay, I'll say this on stream at least. Yeah, we be chillin'. I just want to have a chill time where we joke about anything and everything is taken as a joke. If anything, dude, like, you know how much effort they made onto those teasers.
From here, she starts talking about the teasers that built up hype for her debut. But essentially, what we got from that clip... we're going to be using Michi clips quite a bit in this stream. It's kind of cute how the way that she talks about VShojo is a bit like somebody describing a Christmas present that they weren't expecting to open, which is it's really wholesome to watch. However, at the same time, what she has essentially revealed here, and this is a confirmation by her that of something that we can just observe based off of publicly available information. Instead of this being the way that VShojo operates, VShojo's talent PR friendliness spectrum looks a bit more like this, where in the name of pursuing authenticity, they have knocked down some of the bricks that form the wall that is, rules and restrictions in the name of opening up talent freedom. Now, the reason why there's not just empty space is because, as we will find out later on in this stream, talent freedom is not absolute. If they were an indie, the wall would not be there at all. It's just a hole that only some people can fit through. And on top of that, in the name of individuality, again, the talents are free to go anywhere in any direction of this. Most of the time, they could just pass through this, this wall as if it didn't exist, which now means that VShojo has to excessively rely on reactive measures, forcibly pushing the talents back up in this direction should they fall too far down here. Azahara, to Michi, VShojo feels like one of those prisoners that just got released after being in jail for 10 years and they don't know how to react to or do what to do with the freedom. Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate analogy. So again, when you start thinking about different talents that are PR boosts, right? The ones that come to mind for me instantly are here: Henya, Michi, Haruka, Matara, people who are simply, they are good at just putting down their heads and making content without getting into drama, which is the best use case for talent freedom, because they're not abusing the talent freedom. They're not turning themselves into liabilities by, passing through this wall. But in any case, because of this model, right, because of the way that VShojo has dismantled the rules and regulations, the proactive measures that might keep talents PR friendly instead of allowing them to become PR liabilities, what you essentially get is that when you compare VShojo to the other two major players in the EN VTubing scene, whereas with Hololive, they mostly keep their talents constrained to this upper portion of the spectrum, and with Niji, where the management are actively pulling the talents and restricting them to the lower half of the section, with VShojo, you get a complete range of different responses. VShojo talents can pretty much be located at any point of the spectrum at any time because of the fact that they operate based off of talent freedom. And the thing is, the reason why this is the case, the reason why I personally don't believe in dismantling the rules and regulations, the restrictions that you put in place. The reason why I think that talent freedom as a branding tool for a company is a mistake is because, and you can see this if you look at the indie VTuber scene as well, the thing about being given freedom is that freedom doesn't mean that you don't have rules. And what I mean by that is simple. In the absence of enforceable rules, social taboos will take their place. People are social creatures, but that also means that when we come together to try and do something, we will inherently try to come up with rules. It's a part of our nature, which means that if there aren't any rules because of things like policies, guidelines, protocols, laws, we will end up making up our own. So what you start to see with VShojo's idea of talent freedom, in the way that it is enforced, you start to realize that while they may not have as many corporate rules, they definitely have social taboos that have taken over instead. Sorry, give me a sec. Carlos Nalasker, but anarchy though? That's the thing. In situations of anarchy, you will often get bands of people that make their own rules, and usually try to enforce them on everyone else they come across as well. But when you start to look at the full implications of what exactly this means, when social taboos take the place of actual, set in stone rules, what that means is that friendship becomes a selling point and friendliness becomes an obligation. On top of that, social dynamics, and this is where the thing that I mentioned earlier about social dynamics beginning to dictate workplace dynamics come from. Because if your workplace doesn't have enforceable rules, people will make up rules on the basis of social taboos, expectations, interactions. Now, the problem is, both of these things get amplified and exacerbated by social media. Social media will take this point about friendship, right? where it will take them and then it will affect the way that they are presented to the point where all interactions, and especially positive ones, now gain a veneer of performativity. When you look at somebody interacting positively with somebody else on social media, there is always going to be an underlying possibility that they aren't really that way in real life, because it is social media. That's a feature of the medium. On the other hand, social media also has the effect of gamifying social interactions and dynamics. Instead of just having, two people having a conversation with one another, you start getting numbers assigned to each word or each statement or each reply that they make, where the numbers start to reflect things like how socially agreeable is what it is they're saying, whatever, or how socially acceptable is it, or how popular is it, or how right they are, or etc., etc. So again, you start introducing game mechanics to the whole process of interacting with somebody else socially. Now, sorry, give me a sec. Number go up? Exactly. We are all number monkeys in the end. But yeah, being on social media exacerbates both of these traits that come along with lack of enforceable rules. Now, when looking at some of the cracks in VShojo's image, some of the systemic flaws in the way that they operate, especially the ways that their management operates in terms of approaching their talents, we're going to need to pull together some of the ideas we've discussed in previous streams. And the three main ones that I want to sort of remind you guys of before we go any further are the following. First, communication does not occur in a vacuum. Audiences will impose context onto what you're saying when interpreting your message. You cannot prevent this. You can only work around it. Second, not all audiences are made equal. It is important to compartmentalize them, because most audiences, and I mean most, the overwhelming majority, do not expect and are not genuinely trying to pursue a dialogue with you. Your community, your own community, is the only exception to this rule. There are no others. And finally, social media is a medium that is built on the concept of surveillance. Everyone is watching everyone else all the time, everywhere. What this also means is that it makes it attractive, but also completely unsuited for creators looking for emotional validation in times of personal struggle. Again, it's a very tempting source of emotional affirmation, validation, attention, whatever. But it is not designed for that. And if you rely on social media to achieve those things, you will almost always, almost inevitably, get burned, at least somewhere down the line. So, in addition to this, I want to bring back what has now become a classic on this channel. The should I post this tweet flowchart that I made a while back, and I've chosen to abbreviate it into the SIPT framework. Get it? Sipping, as in like sipped, like tea, like never mind. But in any case, to remind you guys of what this flowchart means. To understand, this is basically designed to be a resource that encourages creators to actively, consciously vet their own statements on social media, right? To understand that what they are posting is not just a thought that they had that they are only going to be sharing with their audience, right? This is going to be something that a lot of people see, and a lot of people will see who aren't a part of your community, who you cannot predict and certainly can't control. So, at the very top of the flowchart, you have who am I writing this for, right? If the answer is yourself, leave social media out of it. You will not get what you're looking for. If you're writing a tweet for yourself, start a journal, or vent to a friend instead, or go find a therapist. Anything but social media. However, if you pass that stage, if you've decided, if you can, if you've honestly examined your own intentions and you can say, okay, I'm making this tweet not for myself, but for a target audience, then you're going to have to ask yourself, are they going to listen to me? If the answer is no, then chances are you don't really want a dialogue. You just want to vent. You want to vent, but also be confirmed that there is somebody listening to you, which is why I would recommend that instead of posting on social media, because you certainly can't guarantee that people are going to listen to you on social media, I would recommend you go vent to a friend instead. However, if you are writing a tweet for a target audience who is going to listen to you, then you have to ask yourself, do I mind if people outside of that target audience see my tweet? If you do mind, then it's time to delete the post, or close the app, or consult a professional to reword it accordingly. You cannot avoid audiences you did not predict or even want reading your tweets, or any social media post for that matter. Once it's out in the public, the effect of social media is that it is preserved on a platform for anybody passing by to stop and watch, and comment, and reply, and quote, and make derivative content off of. All of these things that, at the end of the day, just hammer home the same point. Nothing you post on social media is private. You can take measures to try and restrict who gets to see it, but those measures, should people actually be motivated to circumvent them, will become almost entirely useless. So always vet all of your public statements as if everybody is going to see them. And again, this sounds pretty obvious, but it is surprising the number of creators, large and small, that seem to forget that this is a thing where, they can't control the audience that sees what they say. And finally, sipped, alternatively pronounced as sip it or zip it. I actually like that quite a lot, Mark's Mayhem. I might adopt that way of pronouncing it instead. And then finally, if you've gone through this entire process, that you are writing your tweet for a target audience that is going to listen to you, and yet you don't mind if other audiences besides that see your tweet, then you have to ask yourself the hardest question, the most important one. Is what I'm saying consistent with the morals, character, and overall image that I wish to project to all possible audiences? Not just current, but future as well. Long-term thinking is one of the things that differentiates which creators receive Darwin Awards and which ones don't. And so, if you've examined the tweet, examined yourself, examined your brand image, what you want your brand image to be, and it's consistent, ship it, send it, go crazy. But if it's not, well, you can't save it. There is no saving it. If it's inconsistent with the you that you want to present to your audience, there is no saving the tweet. Just delete it, close the app, be glad that you caught yourself before you did irreparable damage to your own reputation. Now, the interesting thing here is when we look at VShojo's controversies over the course of this year, so 2024 alone, on Twitter, you start to see that in each different controversy, you get a member that is essentially filtered out at a different point in this chart. So, if you summarize all of the controversies, broadly speaking, this is where each VShojo member has sort of failed the test to see if they should actually post something. Now, a lot of you might look at the bottom and realize, hold on, why is Matara here in this section? And that question will be answered at the end of this stream. But to start off with, let's look at Kuro. Give me a second to blow my nose before we start. Oh. if there was such a thing as an immune system transplant, I would take that in a heartbeat. I don't care if I sell half my organs and half my limbs. I would take it in a heartbeat. But in any case, on March 13th, 2024, K9 Kuro posted a tweet saying that he was going to be starting up an NSFW tag. And in the replies to that tweet, one of his fans jokingly said, "Not during this sacred month of Ramadan," or something along those lines. And in response to that, Kuro tweeted out, "What the fuck is a Ramadan month? Is that like a convention, or..." Now the post has since been deleted, and the reason why it was deleted was because immediately after this, Kuro received quite a significant bit of backlash. Now, this is because he lives in Indonesia. Indonesia has a very large Muslim population. It's pretty significant in that country's culture. So you can kind of predict why and how this controversy took place. Now, to Kuro's credit, he handled this pretty well and pretty immediately. 2 days later, he would say, "I didn't tweet on the topic yet because I had to ask around to make sure I am not accidentally saying anything wrong. As you all know, I have a track record for not thinking about how things come across from other perspectives, even if my intent wasn't like that. But I'd like to apologize for the insensitive comment I made the other day about Ramadan. Comparing it to something like a convention was disrespectful and rude. Sorry." Ugh. I was ignorant about making that statement in the first place. I've been properly educated, both online and offline, about the topic, and have now realized how ignorant I was being. It's a holy month, and I was very ignorant about it. No excuses. And I'm sorry it took this long for me to tweet out an apology. I have a tendency to speak before I think, and I've known this for a while, and I'm actively trying to change that. I will learn and improve and learn in the future. I know apologies don't mean much. An action is what shows progression, so I hope this year my future actions can be more thoughtful and show I am capable of not just being/presenting myself as a dumb person, incapable of knowing pretty much nothing. Of course, a lot of people have been hurt by the situation, and I again want to genuinely apologize one more time. If you cannot forgive me, that is okay. I just hope, for those who can, that they will never experience this ever again from me. Now, this is applaudable, right? In terms of apologies, 10 out of 10. Acknowledges wrongdoing, commits to improving in the future. But here is the thing about apologies, and I stated as much in the stream where I talked about, why it is. I think this was in the stream that I did reacting to Quinn's rant, where the reason why apologies work is because they are supposed to act as a promise to the public, or to whoever you're apologizing to, that it can then be used later on as a cross to crucify you on if you don't actually change the behavior that you were apologizing for. And in this particular case, well, that bit about I hope this year my future actions can be more thoughtful and show I am capable of not just being/presenting myself as a dumb person, incapable of knowing pretty much anything, when he basically said that he would try to be less impulsive with his future statements, that's going to ring a little bit hollow. Because, well, oh, sorry. Later on in that, I forgot to mention earlier on, in the reply to that tweet, right, to really, I want to emphasize this because this shows that Kuro, when he made this tweet, he was like really genuine when he was saying all this. He had a reply from an account called Naira. Good, now apologize for comparing it to your horny agenda or something and saying it's not possible to hold back your desire while it's Ramadan. And then Kuro says, of course I apologize for that too. It was very ignorant, insensitive of me to make these jokes. I won't defend anything I said. I just hope to move forward and not reproduce any situation like this again and think before I speak. Exactly 1 month later, April 15th, Kuro tweets out, I think I was sleepwalking or something, because apparently people heard my voice at a concert. Now, this was in reference to the Niji Sanji En AR Live concert, Colors. And the reason why people picked up on this tweet so much is because the voice that was being heard was, well, his, or more precisely, the voice of his old identity at Niji, Mr. Rias. Now, the reason why this was anything significant of note was because this was an event that Niji pulled that was so tortured in its process that in the in the year and 3 months that it took to get off of the ground, Mr. had graduated from the company. So it was first announced on January the 23rd in 2023, and it only actually happened on the 14th of April 2024. So now, again, Kuro/Mr. wasn't the only talent that was now missing from the roster by the time the event actually went live, and that will become relevant in a second. But the fact that he was missing from all of the advertising and yet showed up in the concert apparently is pretty interesting, and it's something that a lot of people took note of. Now, after he tweeted this out, Rema Evenstar, so a friend of the channel, quote tweeted him saying, "Nah, they did not completely remove Mister's voice from the concert, ? Exclamation, ? Skull emoji." And this would kick off a bit of a firestorm in the comments. So, you had a user by the name of Holly Jolly. Sorry, give me a sec. That was a funny tweet, to be fair. Now, it depends, though. It depends on the intentions behind it, how it was read, and how it was reacted to. So, Holly Jolly replied saying, they already had them recorded and okayed. People would be mad if they removed them. I loved it. In regards to technical mishaps, what mishaps? Besides Billy and complicated copyright, it's probably getting worked on and probably not even Niji Sanji's fault. The stream ran in 1080p, no problem. Kuro is not suggesting that this was a mistake, lol. He's just being a tease, like always when it comes to his past. Then Sharkstark would come in and saying, what kind of weed did they put in your copium tank, bro? And then Kuro would reply saying, coming from Mr. Kuro himself, how is this copium, sir? I don't know what point this original poster is trying to make, but it is so cringe to see me and others taken out of context to spin their own narrative, to hate or other entities or people. And then Rima would respond saying, OMG, then I completely misunderstood what you meant by this. My bad. I'll take down the post. And then she removed the quote tweet. Now, had this interaction ended here, it would have been awkward, but I don't think it would have been too bad. Because Kuro does have a right to be upset when people take him out of context, so to speak, in his words. We'll get into why that's a little flawed of an assumption to begin with, but for now we can operate under that. However, Kuro would then go on to his alt account at Kuro IRL and continue ranting about this. Like, is the VTuber community completely cooked in the brain or what? Bro, I'm in such a bad mood right now. Like, drama farmers are actual cancer. And then you have a user coming in to reply saying, meh, sometimes, other times it's deserved for whoever's being farmed. And I want you to note how many likes this tweet got. 21. And yet Kuro felt the need to reply saying, okay, bro. So, two things. First, there is a little bit of a pattern of behavior where Kuro seems intent on getting his hands dirty by going into the replies of people who are smaller than him, perhaps unnecessarily, right? With a little bit of a lack of restraint. However, I understand why he would feel upset here. However, at the same time, there is a lot of it. Yeah, a lot of people are picking up on the VTuber community. You can always yeah, shizzy PTSD. Yeah. So, two things. First, the characterization of Rema is extremely hostile off the bat, to a point where I'm not entirely convinced that it's even remotely warranted. But on top of that, how do I phrase this? This blanket statement about drama farmers. Drama content creators in VTubing, and I do count myself among that particular content niche of, technically I am a drama creator, even though my approach is a little bit different to some of the others who occupy the same niche. The VTubing industry, people in the VTubing industry, creators especially, have a very weird relationship with drama creators. Me personally, I've been quite accepting of that label, mostly because I am confident in my own ability to define what that means. I've taken as much as an entire stream in the past to define to my audience what exactly I mean by a drama content creator. However, with a lot of other creators that occupy a similar niche to me, they are a lot more hesitant when it comes to accepting that label. And I suspect that is because they don't have the same degree of confidence in being able to separate that label from the connotations attached to it that people try to slap onto them whenever they're just criticizing them as a person, not just their content. So there is a lot of animosity towards drama content creators in this sphere, in this industry. Now, the thing is, though, and this is something that I would direct at Kuro. I'm not saying you have to respect drama content creators or content creators who have a niche in drama-related content, or what you would define as drama-related content. Rather, on the contrary, I completely understand why you might feel distaste, resentment, even contempt for people who occupy the same content niche as myself. We have the potential, and we have in the past, or creators from this niche have in the past, caused quite a bit of grief to creators like yourself and or your audiences. And it will no doubt happen in the future as well. If I'm being completely honest, that is something that is pretty much accepted as a fact, right? However, what I am going to ask is that you be a bit more restrained, specific, and discerning when it comes to making blanket generalizations about all of the creators in this niche that we share. Because we have a lot of overlapping features, we have a lot of overlapping areas of interest, but we are not all the same. And just blanket labeling drama farmers as cancer when a creator of your size has experienced and survived the exploitative entities in this industry that you have, when you say that, it comes across very tone deaf. Because the thing is, you don't have to respect drama content creators. But I would recommend that a creator of your size recognizes that in this industry, there is both a market for the content that we make and a niche that we fill in this industry that creators like yourself are incapable of filling. And that is because, whether it be for personal, professional, or contractual reasons, there are some things going on in this industry that you simply cannot talk about, or you simply choose not to talk about. Now, I'm not going to criticize you for not talking about them, because especially when the reasons are contractual, you don't have much of a choice. But whenever you do end up trying to warn people away from an issue that plagues the industry, on the corporate side especially, you always have to do it while half-jokingly alluding to it, buried under 10 protective layers of plausible deniability and possible irony. We don't have that restriction. We can just talk about it. And so it comes across really disconnected if you, having survived the corporate exploitation that you have, then go on to label one of the only niches that can talk about this stuff with zero restraint as cancer. Because we fulfill a niche where we can warn audiences of this going on. We can spread awareness of this going on a lot more effectively than you. So again, you don't need to respect us, but I ask you to recognize your own impotence when it comes to trying to accomplish the same things. Now, that's not to say, of course, that our lack of restraint is necessarily a good thing. Like I said right before, or even earlier on in this stream, lack of restraint will sometimes mean poor conduct. And undeniably, that does come from drama content creators in this industry. However, at the same time, overall, there is a reason why there is a niche for our stuff. There's a reason why there is a market for it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to respect it. But I do recommend at least acknowledging it. So, in any case, no. Don't take words. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't take me out of context. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 2. VTuber ecology. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate way of describing it, honestly. And again, there will be people who disagree with me, right, when it comes to describing this niche. And I understand that it might come off pretentious, little self-important. But the fact remains that having less restraints on what we say can be a good thing. It can be a bad thing, but it can also work out to create a benefit overall for the entire industry. That's what I try to do. Don't always succeed, but I try to do that. Chris Bro, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Kuro has recently stated he was dying. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. So, sorry, give me a sec. Kuro would then make a follow-up post later on stating the following. I think the most frustrating thing for me is how much shit I've gotten in the years, but when I looked at these literal randoms who advocate for someone they believe is right, they are 9,000 times more dedicated, toxic, and arrogant to ever change their opinions. It just makes me think, what's the point of even trying to apologize or to be a better person? People realize the only way they can gain traction is to drama farm and bandwagon whatever opinion is popular at the time and switch whenever the general consensus has changed. Look at yourself. Look at your Twitter profile. Honestly, so embarrassing. There's a difference between having an opinion and pushing your delusions to become real by manipulating anything you can fit into your narrative and neglecting other things that you would support from other parties. Ain't no way, bruh. Now, to be charitable, this is something that I would argue is valid argument, but wrong target. What he has described here, the issues he has described, things like fan bases becoming overly tribalistic and toxic in their dedication to their respective creators, things like people being disincentivized to go back on their positions that they've expressed publicly, not apologizing because they'll just be attacked anyways. Things like bandwagoning, drama farming, really cynical ways of approaching issues, and trying to craft narratives just so you have more content to make. All of these are valid concerns. They are undeniably problems that exist in this niche of content. However, I don't think I would say that Rema is an embodiment of these problems at all. So while I completely understand where he's coming from, I cannot agree with the way that he has chosen to express it, because this is extremely targeted, not because of what he said in the contents of the message, but because of the context of the message. And then in the replies, a user by the name of Ace says, "It's frustrating for us. We can't even imagine what you've gone through. I just hope this somehow ends and we can support each other all we want in peace." Oh, sorry, we can just support who we all want to in peace. But the VTuber community is, yeah. Best we can do is try and be the change we want to see. Hopefully. And then Kuro responds with, "I honestly hate associating with it. That's generally why I try to stay in my own lane, unless it's related to my friends. Fucking cringe community, bro." Give me a sec. So, I'm going to be very generous here and assume that when he says fucking cringe community, bro, he's not referring to VTubing as a whole, but just drama communities or communities surrounding drama creators. Again, generalizations and tweeting when emotional, not a great look. So, I want to make this very clear. I don't think... Well, hold on, how do I say this? Give me a second to figure out how I'm going to phrase this. I don't think Kuro is an inherently bad person. I think he has quite a lot of bad habits, but I don't think that they're impossible to fix. However, the fact that this has happened so soon after his last controversy for the exact same reasons is something I find to be concerning. Because when you give your talents absolute freedom, you put the responsibility for their own regulation into their hands. And if they don't seem to be capable of regulating themselves, then you have a problem, because you can't step in to regulate them on their behalf. So, on top of this, not only would Kuro make these statements on Twitter, but he would also go on stream and start ranting for a little bit about this entire situation as well. So, hold on, let me play this, see if you guys can hear the audio okay. Is the audio coming through okay for you guys? No? Nope. Hold on. Let me check something. Oh, it might be turned off. Hold on. Oh, I just remembered I forgot to turn the BGM back on. That's awkward. All right. In any case, hold on. Let's see if this works. Can you guys hear that? Oh, no. Scuff? Better? Yes. I think? Yes. Okay.
And like, yeah, shit still happens now, but it's like, at least, you know, the most recent thing that happened to me was genuinely just me being a fucking idiot. At least
by this, I'm assuming that he's referring to the Ramadan incident.
it wasn't just me, like someone taking shit out of context and making it blow up just because I'm in a company, you know?
I want you to remember that phrase. Someone taking my words out of context and blowing shit up because I'm in a company. Specifically that first phrase, take my words out of context.
Like, fuck, dude. And I'm not trying to fucking throw shade, so don't fucking get your drama tuber bullshit, out of context clips bullshit, fucking cringe lord little piece of shit, okay? Alright, I know you need to make some money off other people's fucking misery, so just chill out for a sec, okay? I'm not trying to fucking throw shade, I'm just reminiscing. My god.
Reminiscing is certainly a choice of words. But, in any case, in light of what he just said, I want to go to yet another Michi clip, which describes a little bit of a problem that you can observe throughout this entire controversy, and as the fact that Kuro exhibits quite a bit of context blindness. When he says that his words are taken out of context, well, there is an argument to be made as to why that doesn't really hold up as an argument. But again, I'll go to this clip first because I think Michi expresses a sentiment that a lot of people watching the situation might have felt as well. Hold on, let me switch scenes again. Someone remind me to turn the BGM back on when I switch back to the slides after this clip. There we go. Okay. This should be working. Okay.
But like, we shouldn't talk about that on stream because You know what I mean?
Bro, I am not referencing fucking other shit. I'm saying the fact that you literally were unemployed for so.
Gotta deafen him. See, this is why I get so scared talking to Kuro. This guy's so stupid. I swear to God, he's gonna give me deep shit. Okay.
I won't hear it from her for a week, and then she calls.
This is how I also feel when I see a talent blowing up their own public image on their Twitter, by the way.
No, he's muted. Yeah.
You were deafened.
No, I wasn't. It was a Discord glitch.
I was literally saying.
Thank you. Welcome to the sub. Thank you for this. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Welcome to the scammership. Yippee! And for the sub, you guys. Thank you.
Bruh.
I told Massey this yesterday. Like, sometimes I'm so scared of, like, not scared, but I have to be a bit wary of talking to you on stream. I swear to God, bitch, you don't know when to shut the fuck.
Dude, I was. Nah.
No, like, sometimes I'm so scared because I said this, like, I genuinely mean this. You are really, like, you're really nice and I really like you and you're very sweet. Like, Kuro doesn't have any bad intentions in his heart, you know? And I know that because we've been friends for so long that, like, I know it. But sometimes, bitch, you gotta shut the fuck up.
Why? Bro, I was just talking. When you deafened, I was talking.
There is an almost poeticness to the fact that when she said that, he interpreted it as if she is only talking about the incident that just happened in the last few seconds in their conversation, rather than as a general thing, although he could be joking. However, when she talks about things like, you know, being able to understand that he doesn't have bad intentions when he speaks because she's been friends with him for a long time. The problem with when you're expressing yourself on the internet is that, and this is something I also brought up during the stream I did on Quinn and his rant, the internet doesn't have access to all of that information. When you express yourself, when you present yourself to others over the internet, they have no idea who you are as a person, what you're like as a person, and how to interpret any of your words and actions beyond the context of your previous words and actions on social media or on the internet. So other people do not have the context, the background info, the personal relationship with Kuro that his friends do. And as a result, this is why having the same sort of patterns of behavior that Kuro has exhibited, when you combine that with Twitter as a platform, that's why the combination becomes so dangerous. But I'll let Michi go on.
Talking about all the cool things you did, like the new hobbies.
Oh, okay.
You literally deafened while I was talking about the new hobbies you were doing. I was like, what? Why did you deafen this?
To be fair, undeafened to check, and then I heard, like, you kept saying non-stop, and then I deafened again.
Bruh.
Well, it's okay, you know, Limao. I'm just saying, right? Please understand, Kuro is very sweet. He always has the best intentions in his mind. It's just, he's very generous with the words he chooses.
I want you to note this, and I don't mean this to be a criticism of Michi or anything. But one thing you will likely notice when it comes to the way that VShojo members talk about themselves and or one another is that they very frequently lean on euphemisms. Generous and reminiscing are certainly one of the word choices of all time.
To the point that sometimes he just chooses the ones that sound a bit more vague and weird. But he means well. You just have to, like, don't read between the lines with him.
Yes. I'm not trying to fucking drama farm, bro. I'm talking like a normal human.
Oh
That is cap.
my goodness. You know, sometimes
I'm chilling.
Sometimes the best thing to do is to just not do anything at all. Girl.
Yes.
Girl, you stress me out, girl. It's okay. I love you though. I love you so much. You stress me though. Oh my goodness. He has a filter with a big hole in the middle. Kuro's filter is most like cheese. You know, it's like it's there, but there's just so much holes that it's kind of not holding anything. Like it's holding everything that could be like overly offensive, but aside from that, nothing.
Listen, man, it's not my fault that people try to take shit out of context.
Again, that phrase, take shit out of context. I want you to keep that in the back of your mind. It'll become very relevant in a second.
Okay.
Well, that's why it's either you don't get into the context or you provide the context fully. Never go half-half. That's what I learned. That's what I learned from online media, okay?
And this is yet another example of why Michi is the perfect talent for an environment like VShojo. This level of understanding is crucial to not blowing yourself up when you are given too much freedom to say whatever you like.
Either you go all in or none at all. Don't half-half your shit.
If I go all in, then I will say way too much.
Exactly. That's why I'm telling you, don't say shit. You specifically, don't get into something unless you want to go all into that shit. Because my best advice is don't go in at all. Like, the internet chat, like, I don't think my chat's like that. That's why I'm like, I laugh it off when it's my chat, but I still get a bit careful. Like, I'm a bit more careful when it comes to, like, the general online media, you know?
This is perfection. This is a blessing on my ears and mind. Because I swear, if more corporate talents had this same attitude towards PR, or it's just not even PR, just Twitter, this industry would skyrocket in terms of professionalism overnight.
Because sometimes people will listen to
Absolute cinema. Yeah, exactly.
you, but they have like in their head, they think it's what you mean, and then that's the narrative you give, right?
Yeah, but you know, also the thing is the fact that you're saying all this now and we're talking about all this, and this will never get clipped.
Yeah, I don't know about that one though.
I mean, it's true. Like, I've talked about this, and it never gets clipped.
To be
The only thing
fair-
that gets clipped is things out of context, even if in the same sentence you're explaining the context and your actual thoughts behind it. That gets cut out every time.
Okay, this is gonna come from like a very out of touch perspective, but never happened to me, I think.
Okay, so I want you to take note of that difference. Whenever Kuro gets clipped, the thing that he notices is that he's been clipped out of context. But this is, for some reason, not a problem that Michi seems to have.
Usually when people clip me, they always clip me fully. Like,
Oh no, your clips have been good.
yeah.
It's almost like different talents have different conduct, which inspires different ways of audiences engaging with their content and different kinds of derivative content. JB Robergado, thank you for the 50 paces. Kuroshimi read the Miranda rights. Oh, I would recommend that. But I do think that not talking is an underrated path to take when it comes to approaching social media. Because notice how when Kuro describes speaking on social media, he only seems to identify two options. Say something and it gets interpreted correctly, or say something and it gets taken out of context. There doesn't seem to be an acknowledgement of the fact that there is a third option, which is don't say anything. And that's the reason why, in this particular case, what Michi is saying is so valuable.
So far.
No, like, they never, like, no one has really, unless it's like out of context clip where I'm like, oh my god, guys, I had something shoved up my ass once, like out of context clip in a funny way. But if it's in a serious matter, no one ever really clipped me out of context, which I really appreciate. That's what I'm saying. Like, with my community, I feel like they're insane and they're trolly, but when it comes down to it, they're very, very good. Like, they're very good and they know what, like, they're just good. You know, like, my community's not hard to handle at all.
Shit.
You guys are very chill.
Gamba's eating well right now.
Hi, YouTube. Yeah, smile and wave, chat. Smile and wave. Like, I wouldn't say I'm like, oh my god, I trust my community with everything, but if anyone were to ask, like, oh, how's your community? I think they're pretty solid. I don't really see a problem with them.
I'm
Yeah,
glad
they're
your
very, very
community is really
They're
nice.
weird.
I've seen.
Like, they're
Yeah.
weird.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me just check the timestamp. Okay, so the next bit is 7 minutes 58. Hold on, that might be the wrong one. Oh no. Hold on. Let me just confirm. Oh wait, hold on. I'm clicking on the wrong one. 7 minutes 58. That's around here. There we go.
Cancelled.
Yeah, that's what I told Masachi.
Talk,
Me?
bro. No, seriously. If I talk, I'll get you cancelled.
Yeah, that's what I told Masachi. I told Masi that too. I'm like, I'm so scared that like I love Kuro. I know what he means, but I can't always translate like his good intentions.
Yes.
And again, this is going to sound harsh, but it is not Michi's job to translate Kuro's intentions when he speaks. It is his job. He is an adult.
So sometimes like you say something and it just sounds so bad. And I'm like, no, he doesn't mean it that way. And I know you don't, but like you just say it, right? And then here's the thing, chat.
I might have the tism.
Here's the thing, right? Like for those of you that are like, you know,
Unironically.
sometimes I do agree. Sometimes my friends, like everyone makes mistakes. I make mistakes. The thing is, I know chat needs to hear this, but for those of you that are new, right? You don't scold people publicly. You always do it privately. If you want something to actually change or you want someone to learn something, you don't call them out publicly. All right? You call them out privately. If you called them out publicly, you were never friends. That's always what I believe in. You know, if they actually, like in your eyes, you're like, oh, they slipped up. You're not gonna catch me like going on stream, calling you and being like, Kuro, I think this is wrong. Like, fuck no. It's always a private thing. Like,
Nah. Tell that. Nah, I can't say that.
Notice how his first reaction to that was, nah. And this was, what, 3rd of May? So around 20 days, 21 days after the incident with Rema?
shut up. Just don't say anything, okay? Shut up.
At this point, Kuro's like the living embodiment of, if I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Oh my god.
Okay, so, I will say... Hold on, let me turn the BGM back on. Alright. Now, I want to be fair to Kuro. Sorry, give me a sec. My flesh rebels. But in any case, I want to be fair to Kuro. When I completely understand what he's saying when he says, I hate when people take me out of context, or when he's talking about how, you know, how awful it is to have your words taken out of context. So, that being said though, in this particular case, let's try putting his words back into their context. The first thing that we're going to need to understand is the concept of perceiving your audience, or anticipating the way that your audience is going to perceive what you say. Essentially, before you open your mouth and say something to an audience on a public platform like Twitter, you're going to need to do a little bit of a risk assessment. So, this is the best example I can think of. When it comes to evaluating how an audience is likely to react to your message, you can't just look at the contents of your message to determine how they're going to react. An example, considering whether you should say congratulations to a lady with a large belly. So, if you just look at the word congratulations, in and of itself, nothing negative about that. However, depending on the person receiving your message, that message can then become either positive or negative depending on their traits. In order for you to evaluate effectively whether your message is going to be misinterpreted as an attack or an insult or something else negative, you are going to have to be able to evaluate your audience. So, for example, if you are trying to assess whether it is okay to say congratulations to a lady with a big belly, some of the factors that might mitigate the possibility that they'll take it as an insult is, well, for example, if their belly is disproportionately large compared to the rest of them, the chances that that'll be taken as an insult go down. It goes down significantly if you also observe, in addition to that fact, that they have a wedding ring, for example. However, if they have neither of those two things, your assessment should tell you it's probably not a safe bet to say congratulations to them. So, again, the main point of this being... Sorry, give me a sec. The main point of this being that it is up to you to look at your audience, identify the features in that audience, and evaluate based off of those things how your audience might react to what you say before you say it. Now, the next thing, two things that are really important to keep in the back of your mind whenever you're trying to communicate anything on social media. And this applies to more than just VTubers. This is like anything, really, for anyone. Audiences can only judge you based off of how you present yourself online. Not offline, the opposite. In that clip that we just watched, there were quite a few instances where Michi reassured the people watching that Kuro is a good person, that Kuro means well, that he doesn't mean to come off a certain way when he speaks. The problem is, people on the internet don't have access to any of that, so they can't judge him based on any of that. And if you go into a communication with your audience, if you try to communicate with your audience expecting that they will judge you based off of that, you will always be disappointed. The next thing is that audiences cannot perceive you as a person. They can only perceive you as your personas. The internet, or specifically social media, is awful at allowing people to fully convey a complete picture of what they're like as a person. You can only show yourself off in short bursts or snapshots, and only a few aspects of yourself at a time. Very rarely are you capable of getting across the entirety of your humanity. Now, what this also means is that when people are perceiving your actions, they don't see, for example, Kuro, a young man who has been trying to carve out a niche for himself in content creation for multiple years, who has gone through 3 VTuber personas in an effort to finally craft a community and a brand of content that doesn't make him hate himself when he presses go live. Instead, what they see are his 3 personas: Blue Baku, Mysterious, Kuro, smash cut alongside one another. They don't see you as a person who changes, learns, and evolves. They just see you as you are now, as you have been in the past, placed alongside one another. So, understanding both of these traits when it comes to online audiences and how they perceive things is essential in order to be able to craft the way that you communicate appropriately. Sorry. The next thing, and this is bringing back something that I brought up in several previous streams, the paintball arena model for communication. Again, to reiterate, communication does not occur in a vacuum. Audiences will impose context onto what you're saying when interpreting your message. You cannot prevent this, you can only work around it. Essentially, to explain, for people who haven't seen this before, generally speaking, the way that posting a message works is that you start off with the sender who uses a medium, this is a social platform, to post a message out in the hopes that it will reach their audience. However, with a lot of content creators and a lot of people in general, they don't see past this point. They just see, okay, I have a target, a message, a medium, and I'm putting it out. What they don't seem to acknowledge is the fact that when that message gets received, it's not being received in isolation. It is, in fact, simply splattered onto a broader medium, another platform or another context that holds it in place for audiences passing by to look at. And when they look at your message, they are going to be looking at it in the broader context of all of the other messages that occupy the same medium at the same time. Now, in this particular case, the way that you can apply that to what Kuro did is that you had the sender using the post function on X, or Twitter, to send out the message, which was his tweet. I think I was sleepwalking or something, because apparently people heard my voice at a concert. And then the medium, and this is the thing that I'm not quite sure he's hyper aware of, the medium being Twitter, and the receiver not being a distinct group of people, but rather everyone. Twitter is a platform designed to show your content to as many people as possible, especially people who aren't already part of your audience. So, on top of that, when you take a look at how way that, well, when you take a look at how his message was received in the context of everything else that inhabited the same space, right? When you try to break down what the interpretation was based off of how Rema responded, they did not completely remove Mister's voice from the concert skull emoji. There are three main interpretations that have come out of looking at this picture as a whole. First, there is the assumption that the inclusion of Kuro/Mister's voice in Niji's concert was an error. Two, there was an assumption that Kuro was just as surprised as everyone else to hear that his voice was there. And three, that Kuro's initial post was intended to be a joke at the expense of Niji, and especially the incompetence of Niji-sanji's staff. I want to remind you guys, this was not an isolated interpretation of what Kuro said. That tweet that Rema made had 3K likes. Kuro's average CCV is around 1K to 1.5K. That's double or triple the size of his audience that have had the exact same interpretation of what he has said. At that point, I don't think you can really make the argument that this is completely unfounded. There has to be a reason as to why such a large audience has had and shared this interpretation. I'm here for Scuff. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the stream. Your name is very poetic here right now. Oh, bodily scuff as well as technical scuff. You love to see it. But in any case, so when you're trying to understand the reasons as to why the audience might interpret it that way, part of it is to do with the actual contents of what Kuro tweeted. If you actually break it down, right? I think I was sleepwalking or something because apparently people heard my voice at a concert. I think conveys uncertainty. Sleepwalking conveys obliviousness. Apparently implies disbelief. A concert instead of my concert or the concert or whatever implies distance in the sense that he is, not really directly involved with it. Distance and or disowning, right? So when you put all of these implications together, you have this assumption that he is expressing surprise and or incredulity at the fact that his voice was at the concert. And this is just looking at the contents of what he said alone, not the context yet. So, and for those who might, look at what I just said, look at my breakdown of the, what he said and think, oh, I'm overthinking it. It appears that way, but that's only because I'm vocalizing all of the steps in reaching that conclusion. In actuality, people are really, really good at picking up on subtle implicit signs in what people say and what people express. So in reality, Rema and the 3K people who shared this assumption likely went through the exact same thought process, but without vocalizing it or without identifying and separating all of the individual steps. So, again, this is all before placing his message in context. But when you actually try to apply his message in a broader context of what's going on with Niji, as well as his prior conduct, especially regarding Niji, things start to make a bit more sense as to why Rema had that interpretation and why 3K other people shared that interpretation. So, the two main bits of context that we're going to need to understand why people interpreted things that way is, first, Niji's staff's history of incompetence, and two, Mr. or Kuro's pattern of behavior when it comes to making jokes at the expense of Niji. So, first, Niji staff's incompetence. When you actually look at AR Live Colors itself, this was an absolute shit show of a concert all the way up until it went live. So initially, again, it was announced in but then in January of 2023, but then in February, it got cancelled unceremoniously under the guise of COVID concerns. And people did not react well to it being cancelled. And when I say people, that also includes Niji-sanji talents, which at this point included Mr. You had talents that were essentially subtweeting their own company. Vox Akuma, everyone is so tired, give your Oshi some love today. We're all devastated by the event being cancelled due to quote-unquote COVID, skull emoji. Mr. Rias, COVID, huh? Alright. Sorry to all the fans who are looking forward to this event, and all the members who have been caught in this and stressed to hell and back. Hopefully, we can all make memories in other ways this year and provide as much entertainment as possible without it. Ike Eveland. Well, I guess there it is. COVID. Alright then, sure. I'm so sorry to everyone who were looking forward to everything. All of us were so excited and beyond thrilled to make this happen for you all. We were all just incredibly let down, as you all are. Again, there is no secret about the fact that this event has had a tortured existence. However, that did not end once the event actually went live, because if you looked in from the outside, especially as someone who wasn't a Niji fan, there was plenty of evidence to suggest that the event was incompetently put together as well. And this is nothing on the talents, by the way. They showed up, they recorded, they did everything that was asked of them. No, this was on the part of Niji's staff. You had these screenshots of grossly discolored performers moving around on stage awkwardly. You had the fact that the models looked like inflatable, those inflatable balloon men in front of car dealerships. You also had the fact that the lighting was almost always off in a way that made all of the talents look like Dark Souls invaders. And also, you had one section, this is especially important, you had one section of the concert where a notification came up at the bottom of the screen saying, due to copyright reasons, I want you to keep that in mind, copyright reasons, this link will be broadcast silently. So, on top of that, right? On top of all of these errors that would imply that this was a mechanically incompetently put together event, again, all on the part of Niji's staff and management, not the talents, you also had the fact that Kuro's voice being included, Mr.'s voice being included, is a little bit of an oddity, because he's not the only one missing from the event between 2023 and 2024. In fact, there were 4 members of this original event that were included, but have graduated or were terminated since then. You had Mr., of course, who's now gone, but on the side of the girls from Niji-sanji, you had Pomu, Selene, Nina. Now, Selene being gone, that's pretty self-explanatory. But with Pomu and Nina, they graduated on good terms, and yet they didn't show up for the event. Which is why, when you consider the fact that Mr.'s voice alone out of these 4 were included, it does strike people as a little bit odd. And you can understand why people might view it as being a little bit odd. And now the contraband is where they don't have the rights to songs in their own content? Apparently not. At least not the entire way through. Hold on, let me check on the BGM for a sec. Alright. Okay. Everything still seems to be working. So, so far, right, you start to get this implication that Niji's staff are not very skilled technically when it comes to putting the concert together and are really, really bad with copyright. And as to why people would assume that Niji doesn't have the copyright to use Mr.'s voice in their own concert, let me take you no further than Last Cup of Coffee. When this all went down in February of this year, one of the details that people noticed was that between 2 minutes 41 seconds and 2 minutes 42 seconds, for 1 second in the video, there was this shot of Selene looking back at Nina Kosaka and Mr. Reyes. And lo and behold, when Niji chose to terminate Selene, one of the reasons that they gave for her termination was, quote, Selene Tatsuki's actions in violation of the activity rules encompasses a wide range of issues, such as non-compliance with rights confirmation and authorization flows. This could potentially lead to infringement of third-party rights, including copyrights. The violations also include unauthorized usage of works and assets belonging to others affiliated with any color, disregarding the intentions of these parties. The only assumption that people could come to was that somehow Selene including imagery of graduated talents was a violation of copyright. So as a result, you can't really blame people for thinking that, oh, okay, since Selene got terminated for that, it must mean that Niji doesn't have access to it, and what she was doing was against their rules. So, again, there are a lot of contextual reasons as to why people would have gone with the interpretation that this was a mistake, that this was an error on Niji's part. Hold on, is the BGM actually coming through for you guys? It's not. Let me try and fix this. Give me a second. I don't know what's wrong with this. I'm still streaming. I'm still live for you guys, right? For some reason, the website is showing that it's down. Hold on. Am I still coming clear for you guys? Coming through clearly for you guys? Yes? Okay, that's odd. That's really odd. Okay. No, but it's fine. Let me see if I can pull up other things. If the internet is completely down on my end. Oh, okay, that doesn't look very promising. Alright, we will... This is going to be a little scuffed, but we might have to do the rest of this stream without any... Hold on. I can't tell if it's a bad idea to try and delete browsing data to try and free up some space. No, we're not going to be ending stream just yet. Don't you worry. I'm just trying to see if I can figure out this little problem with my internet. I think I need to clear the cache data from my browser. Okay, that hasn't worked. We will do this in silence, as befitting of an awkward topic. But in any case, so. And this is just all of the reasons that I can think of for why people would interpret this as a mistake by Niji. That's without factoring in all of the other stuff surrounding Mr./Kuro's prior conduct. The reason why I bring up Selene is because Kuro himself spoke up about Selene's termination when it happened in February. Quote, regardless of the current situation, what is likely to happen over the next few days, it's good to remember there are nice, hardworking people there who try a lot to please their fans still and make people's days even a little bit better. I hope they are okay. It's a fucked situation, because on one hand, the reaction to something like this is obvious, but on the other, the outcome potentially leads to innocent creators being out of a job too. It's fucked. It's sad. And then someone in the reply says, it's truly heartbreaking. No one there deserves this. Everything is past the point of return. Thank you for your statement, Blue. And then Kuro responds with, there has always been a lot of things I've wanted to say, but could only joke or hint on, and even then, those things would only hurt innocent people who are trying to do what they love. So I stopped, but now it feels like a lot of those things are about to happen, from my knowledge. And it's gonna be unstoppable. As I said in my original tweet, holy moly. So, when you read through what he's saying here, this doesn't come across as, I can't speak on this matter. This comes across as I have more to say, and I haven't been saying it up until now for legal reasons or for other reasons or whatever. This implies that he has more to say and he's going to find a way to say it by, joking or hinting or going along with what is about to happen that's gonna be unstoppable. So, again, you can't really blame people for looking at what you say thereafter and reading into it. So, not even this though. When you look at what he was, when you look at his conduct while he was still at Niji, so still as Mr. Rias, you see a similar pattern of behavior. So, for example, in this stream on December 6th of 2022, titled Mr. Returns to Streaming After 30 Days of No Streams, at 1 hour, 12 minutes, 26 seconds, he says the following. Wait, does Niji merch have, international shipping costs? Does it have that? I don't know. I've never ordered anything. And then chat responds to the affirmative. Yes? And then he laughs. Ha! Get fucked, idiots. Yo, you guys are getting fucked over while I'm sitting here in your money. And then he starts moaning. Just kidding, bro. I get 1% from merch sales. I ain't getting shit. Fuck, man. I'm getting scammed myself. Man, whatever. And he sort of laughs it off. I wish I was joking. Anyways, so to remind you guys, Kuro, or Mr., is the origin of the now infamous 1 to 2% meme that is so rife when it comes to talking about Niji's management and merch. Alan is 3D, thank you for the 5. Remember, guys, it's almost December and February is coming up. We will remember what has happened and we will cherish what we now have. Amen. At 1 hour, 13 minutes, 34 seconds, he reads a message from user Berry Riri in chat. And Berry Riri says, "Are you allowed to say that?" And he pauses for a few seconds. No, I'm just kidding. I actually earn 99% of my revenue. You know what? I'm just kidding. None of the values that I've said are true values. None of the values I've said are true. All of them are fake values that I just made up. I would never even say how much I earn percentage-wise from merch, and it devolves into gibberish. So the reason why I include all of that stuff, I transcribed all of that, stutters and all, it's not because I want to shit on Kuro, but because I want to get across the fact that this reads like an awkward joke. Him joking about a real problem that he has with Niji. And again, the reason why I've timestamped all of this stuff is so you guys can go back into the VOD and check for yourselves to make sure that what I've written here is correct. At 1 hour, 14 minutes, 18 seconds, he sort of coughs and clears his throat really conspicuously. He goes, he actually makes the sound ahem. Ahem, as if reading from chat. Then he says, legally I must say I was lying about percentage earnings. Exactly, I was lying. And I say as if reading from chat because when I scanned chat for the messages while he was saying this, I couldn't find the chatter that sent this, but I assume I just missed it. Exactly, I was lying. You guys will never know the exact amount I earn. So at this point, Ren Zoto sort of shows up in chat and greets him, welcomes him back from his break. And then he says, thanks, Ren. Yeah, Ren, tell them what we earn. No, you know what? Don't tell them anything, actually. What am I talking about? We don't earn anything. In fact, streamers don't earn money. In fact, every time you donate to me, we don't earn... Actually, that's also bad to say. I too earn money. The money does go to me that you send to me. Fuck, I need to shut up. So, again... This is a pattern of behavior. People understand that he has built up a reputation for making these kinds of jokes about real problems at Niji. So, you are training your audience Pavlovian style to respond to you exhibiting this tone as you ribbing your ex-company. So, Artemis, thank you for the 5. Are you going to do a review/analysis of Mr. Beast's response to on Oompaville's channel? That's not really the kind of content that I've done before on this stream, but if I am prepping another React stream, I'll consider adding that in there as well. So, on top of that, this wouldn't hold water nearly as much if 1 to 2% wasn't subtly confirmed by other people as well. Kson, of all people, signal boosted that message. Damn, 1 to 2% is fucked up. Companies, please respect the talents. If you can't, just let them go without any threats and loss. So, we have not a hard confirm, but at least a corroboration, a signal boost from Kson herself. On top of that, when you look at Kuro's debut, right, and you put that in context of what he said while he was still mysterious, you see a lot of references to his time at Niji, and you see a lot of not so subtle implications that he is jokingly ribbing on what Niji did to him. So, in corroboration, or to correspond with when Mr. Rias tweeted out, "COVID, huh? All right." You'll notice that when Kuro debuted, I wear a mask for COVID reasons. Now, again, it is possible that I am wrong in reading that implication into the design when it's pointed out in that manner. But you can't say that I'm reading it out of context. Second, when Kuro explains how he joined VShojo, he has established a pattern where he doesn't really, every time he talks about Niji, or almost every time he talks about Niji, and he's not specifically referring to the talents, it's almost always something negative. When he joined VShojo and he explained his reasons for joining, it's because they gave him a bad accountant that essentially resulted in him being put in an obscene amount of debt. And the reason why he joined VShojo was because Iron Mouse and Gunrun helped him with clearing up that debt. And he's still paying it off, presumably. So, again, when you read Kuro's tweet, "I think I was sleepwalking or something because apparently people heard my voice at a concert," you are not interpreting it in isolation. And the thing that I hope that Kuro and or VShojo management realize is that when people interpret what he said, they were interpreting it in the context of all of these other things that we just talked about, not just by itself. And you can't stop people from doing this, because all of this is preserved on the internet. And the way that the internet works is that all of this stuff is essentially smash cut alongside one another. So you can't get one without getting the others as well. So is the interpretation wrong? Sure. Is it out of context? Not so much. Cicero, thank you for the 5. Case on his controlled opposition sent by HoloLive. That is a very fun pet theory. Hold on, give me a second to blow my nose. Holy shit, I need to drain the swamp. Exactly, we are interpreting in totality instead of in isolation. That's a good way of putting it. So, in response to all of this, Rema would she would go live, do a stream where she would put out a formal response to the whole situation. Around 8 minutes 45 seconds, Rema clarifies that despite everything that has happened, she bears no ill will towards Kuro or VShojo or anybody, right? At 9 minutes 18, she states that the purpose of the stream is to contextualize the intentions behind her statement to her audience. One of the crucial differences between, one of the things that Rema doesn't see, a mistake that Rema is not making, that mistake that Rema is avoiding that a lot of other content creators make, is that she has addressed this apology specifically, or not even necessarily an apology, but this statement to people who will actually listen to her. Hence why she's doing it on stream instead of, on Twitter. Hydration check, true. If you guys have any water nearby, take a drink as well. I think she did it right. Me too. Hold on, let me see if it works now. It's still busted, man. Australian internet. Oh, now my emotes aren't loading in chat either. Okay, maybe I should be a little worried. Hold on. Everything's still coming through, right? I have a whole can with me. I'm good. I'm glad to hear it. Wait. What? Let me see the error. Yeah, I can't see the emotes. They're all just... oh, I can see YouTube's emotes. It just doesn't show my emotes. Okay, you're still live? Okay, great. Good. Glad to know the scuff hasn't gone that far. In any case, Australian internet turning into Mad Max. It really is the Ian curse. We are truly the most oppressed of VTubers. But in any case... And finally, at 11 minutes 30, Rema clarifies that she didn't mean to cause Kuro any discomfort with her tweet, which is the reason why she ended up taking it down. She understood that it was going to be taken as a concession, but she didn't care because she just wanted to make sure he wasn't, he wasn't being caused any discomfort by her keeping the message up. So, at around 13 minutes 17 seconds, in direct response to some of the statements that Kuro made about her on his alt account, Rema states, quote, "He has a right to think whatever he wants of me, but I don't think his statements represent who I am as a content creator and a person. He doesn't know me, and I think that's probably why he assumed the worst out of a stranger. But since then, I've been receiving an immense amount of backlash, dogpiling, aggressive DMs, and even death threats. They're using his words to justify this harassment. Meanwhile, what started this whole conversation is that he didn't want people to use his words for the wrong reasons. And this is now exactly what is happening. So, this is also wrong and it's going too far." Here she kind of pauses for a little bit. If you look back through the VOD, it sounds like she's, on the verge of tearing up a little. It's been a rough 24 to 48 hours, and I'm ready to move on from this and put this behind me. The way I'm being painted online doesn't represent who I am, what my content is, or what I stand for, which is mainly the reason I'm making this statement right now. Again, she needs to come out and clarify that she wasn't just a drama farmer, that she actually puts some sort of time and effort into what she makes. That when she made that tweet, she wasn't trying to start drama or spin a narrative. If I'm being completely honest, that narrative didn't require any spinning from her to exist. So, again, all in all, what you're starting to see here is that this bears an uncomfortable amount of similarities to what happened all the way back in 2021 between Nux and VShojo. Oh, sorry, was it 2021, 2022? 2021, I think that's the right one, yeah. Losing. It's kind of wild to me that before Kuro made those tweets, it didn't even cross his mind to go, maybe I should DM this person. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm noticing as a pattern in VShojo's members specifically is that their instinct seems to be to tweet publicly instead of DM privately. They don't seem to be capable of registering that when it comes to resolving conflicts, you should probably try to DM the person you have a problem with first before blasting them on social media. And again, the reason why this is a little bit of a disturbing thing to notice is because if you look at VShojo, the company, this is a lesson that they have already learned. And yet when it comes to newer members, they seem to be having to go through this process of doing everything all over again. This tells me, as someone observing, that management is not conveying these lessons between different talents. They aren't carrying over the mistakes of the past to stop them from repeating again in the future. And the whole point of what Gunrun was saying when they were trying to resolve the Nux versus VShojo issue was, we are going to communicate better with talents to ensure better synchronization. Thing is, that synchronization does not only cover crisis situations, it should also just be general everyday operation and protocol. And the fact that Kuro doesn't seem to have gotten the memo is what implies to me at least that VShojo's management is still rather hands-off in the way that they are handling talent PR. And PR training or lack thereof. JV Rubber Garden, thank you for the 50 pesos. Public callouts are borderline slander. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say that they're all slander, but they are definitely a bad look, especially for a professional. So, again, in summary, this was a situation that could have easily been diffused and should have been avoided. But because of the fact that VShojo doesn't seem to have a handle on some of its more, how do I say, crisis-prone talents, they are forced to essentially relive the same controversies. And it is a pattern, a cycle, that doesn't seem to be breaking, which is what concerns me. And speaking of not foreseeing how an audience might receive a message, on July 9th, 2024, VShojo would put out the following announcement. Okay, sorry. At this point, the slides are having trouble loading. They're really blurry on my end. I would assume that it's the same for you guys as well. Hold on, let me see if I can resolve the internet problem. Brace for scuff, guys. Brace for scuff. Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2, test, test. OBS tells me that reconnection was successful. Hold on. Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2, test, test, testing, testing, 1 2 1 2, test, test. Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2, test. Oh no. Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2. Can you guys hear me? Are we back? Are we back? Hold on, let me find you guys. Let me grab you. We're dead? You can't see the chat? I can see you guys now. I can see you guys now. Are we back? Oh no, chat? We're back, we're back. Are we back? Yes, yes. Okay, we did it. We did it. We fixed the issue. All right. That was really intense for a second there. Okay. I had to restart the router. Hopefully that never happens again. I will be having a very serious conversation with my ISP after this stream. All right, everybody. Let's get back in here. Get back in here. We're going to be starting back up. Music and all. We finally fixed the scuff. All right. No, we're not back. Hush, John Wick. No. Chat on stream is disconnected. Okay. Chat is dead on screen. Okay. So long as I don't have to edit the VOD, you should be able to just use YouTube's function, I would assume, when you look at the VOD. I know you're a Kirsha enjoyer, but you don't need to emulate that part of her streams. Oh. Unfortunately, it is simply what happens when you live in where I live. Pretty optimistic for an Australian. Still dead on stream? Hold on. Let me restart things a little bit. Let me just copy paste. Maybe it changed the link for the YouTube chat. Okay. I've repasted it in. I'm not sure if it's scrolling, but let's hope that it is. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, well, I guess we just have to deal with that. In any case, let me switch back to the screen that I was on. Oh, oh, jeez. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh. Hopefully that'll get the images to actually load. I'm getting DDoSed. The VShojo doxers have found me. Hold on. Is this working, chat? Is this working? Can you see, are the slides no longer 4p for you guys? Are we good? Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, yeah, I need to get back. I need to get the Discord working again. Hold on. Please tell me this is working. No. Okay, everything's falling apart. The chat can see the slides. Hey, okay, excellent. It's clear. All right, you know what? We're just going to have to cope with it. We're going to have no chat and no Fuji. But oh, this is my most scuffed stream yet. In any case, let's continue. So, on the 9th of July, 2024, VShojo's official Twitter account put out the following announcement. Big announcement. Applications to join VShojo are now open. Apply starting today, July 9th. We will begin contacting applicants 1 month after we close applications on August 6th. And again, in response, you had a lot of indie VTubers that expressed positive sentiment towards this. You had Sayu, the voice actor, Fifi, Tagahata, Grimmy, Cottontail, Vexoria, Ilara. Again, a lot of indie support. Because Lucas, thank you for the 2. All hail the chairman of Scuff. That is I. You also had a lot of indie VTubers that were publicizing the fact that they were applying or handing out advice to those who were thinking of applying. You had Rainy, Magical Girl, saying, for anyone wanting to apply to VShojo but doesn't feel good enough or nervous or whatever, do it anyway. The worst that happens is that you don't get picked, but that doesn't put you in any worse a position than you are now. Shoot your shot. You also had Beepers, VTuber, saying that they shot their shot. Grimmy, I can barely formulate a sentence and I'm afraid of every human being that's ever lived. If you'd ever like to lower your standards, please consider me. And Smugalana, I applied. See how it goes. With her, fire in the background. So, on top of this announcement was also signal boosted by Zentreya. On July 9th, she would put out a quote tweet saying, we'll be looking for all-sized content creators, big or small, and we want to see your creativity and help you. I've been pushing for this, so I'm excited to meet new people and see what all of you can do. So give it your best shot. I can't wait. Get in there. And the day after, she would make another post. Congratulations on passing the first phase of the auditions for VShojo. Your second phase of auditions is to beat Zentreya at Halo at least once. Now, responses to this, despite the fact that they were mostly positive, did contain a few dissenters, a few people who didn't really feel keen on going along with the wave of positivity. For example, a user by the name of Tanuki Draws tweeted out this. Indies, I applied. I sure hope I'll get accepted. VShojo. Definition for nepotism. CBM. Join now so your application can get robbed by a nepo hire again. And Cody Bayer. Are we still pretending VShojo has open auditions? That's adorable. Sorry, give me a sec. Now, One thing I would like to note is that from what I could see, this was the only tweet that said anything along the lines of, this audition is just nepotism, that got any kind of traction, because this got around, hold on, let me just take a look, around 4K likes. The rest didn't get above, none of the others got above 500 from what I could see. So again, for the most part, this was a pretty niche sentiment in the way that it was expressed. However, in spite of this, both Zentreya and Giga from VShojo would then put out tweets responding to this sentiment. Zentreya, on July 11th, heartbreaking and disheartening to see so many people pushing the idea of, quote, Zen friends only, end quote, when each person I found had to work their way to the top regardless. I have other friends who don't want to join who are working their asses off and doing amazing things. I even pushed management to open auditions again finally after so long and to scout for new and upcoming people to mesh with. I wanted to meet new people and let the others get a sense for them as well and see who would fit into the puzzle. Then I came to the realization that even if we bring a new person, people will claim we focused on new people instead of helping others who are halfway to success, or other larger creators be a part of something else. Or be a part of something fun. Either way is a loss. I just wanted to do right and help smaller and up-and-coming, as well as the potential to bring someone on the rise. Management and Gunrun are working their butts off to do all this, and now I feel as though I made a mistake in doing this. Who knows? But I hope you all still try, because I started from the bottom too, and I put in the work. Now, Giga would then quote tweet this saying, "Holy shit, it's almost like the VTuber that made it their life's purpose to find as many smaller VTubers as possible and support them ended up already being close to some of the people who joined their group later after that same support helped them find success." Whoa. Now, the reason why these two tweets in particular come off a little, to put it mildly, inadvisable is for two main reasons. First, they exhibit the fact that the talents making them are incapable of separating feedback, genuine, actionable, well-meaning feedback, from noise. They are, in both cases, addressing an audience that is not going to listen to them. And the second thing, and this is perhaps the more important thing in my opinion, it shows a level of disconnect between the talents, management, and the audience in question. To start off with, this entire thing arises from the issue of the fact that people don't seem to, VShojo, its talents, and general audiences can't seem to agree on the relationship between joining the agency and becoming friends with the members of the agency. So, to explain, whenever you join an agency, this is VShojo and any other agency for that matter, there is the implication that you are not only joining an agency, but you are joining a friend group. This content creation, all aspects of content creation, of which VTubing is one of them, are unique in this aspect, where you have pretty much any corporation that will love to use the family metaphor ad nauseum, but content creation is the only one, or one of the few, where that metaphor actually is reality. However, where the public and VShojo start to diverge is in their understanding of the order in which these two things happen. According to VShojo's talents, the way that it works is, what seems to be the implication here with what Zen and Giga are saying is that joining an agency precedes joining the friend group, whereas what people are saying in general is that you have to join the friend group before you can join the agency. So when you look at what people are saying on Twitter, or as an objection to what is being done here with VShojo opening their auditions, is, two things, right? The first thing that people are claiming is that being friends with a VShojo member is a prerequisite for entry into VShojo. The second thing that people seem to be assuming is that VShojo only hires already established talents. When you break down what the dissenters are saying, it boils down to these two messages. And it is incredibly important for you to understand that these are the two things that Giga and Zen are supposedly responding to, because that's what allows you to actually evaluate how well they have responded to this. So, first things first. When you want to understand why an audience has responded in a way that is undesirable, it is the job of a PR department, or it is the job of a management department, to understand why it is that the audience responded in that manner. And when it comes to why audiences would be convinced that these two things are the case, look no further than VShojo's hiring history since they first put out that audition announcement in 2021. Since then, when it comes to VShojo EN talents, right? So English-speaking talents, we're not including Nova, the JP branch that recently, well, not branch, but the JP Gen that recently debuted. They have enlisted Haruka Caribou, Henya, Giga, Kuro, Matara, and Michi. In 4 out of 6, 2/3 of the cases here, the talents have been ex corpo. In the other third, so Giga and Haruka, these were talents who were friends with Zen prior to their debut with VShojo. And the thing is, right, the way that VShojo debuts talents seems to be pretty established at this point. What seems to be the pattern is that the members will either, a small while prior to when the invitation to join is extended, or somewhere in between when the invitation is first extended, or immediately afterwards, the talents will start to appear on the streams of, the pre-debut talents, or the talents that have been invited to join, will start appearing on the streams of talents who are already part of VShojo. You saw this when it comes to the way that, Kuro debuted, where he talked about how his start at VShojo, or the beginnings of the idea to join VShojo, began when he was interacting with Iron Mouse, when she helped him out with his tax problem. You saw this when it came to the precursor to Michi Mochibi's debut as well, where she would first appear randomly on one of Kuro's streams. And when you look at, Haruka and Zen, that's Haruka, Giga, and Zen, that's pretty self-explanatory here. So, again, undeniably, there are benefits to using this as your standard practice when it comes to debuting your talent. It builds up hype. It preps the audience. In the case that you're hiring an ex-corpo talent, it gives their old audience more time to find them prior to their debut. Oh, hi Lumi, welcome to the stream. VShojo is Nepo Hire Central. Yeah. So, again, the downside, though, is that this gives you no room to argue against nepotism. However, nepotism in particular is a really difficult issue to tackle. Allegations of nepotism are really difficult to tackle for VShojo, because of the fact that when you look at the three parties that are involved in this situation, management, talents, and the general public, each of them has very different priorities when it comes to approaching the issue of nepotism. So when you look at the these different parties, right? Each of them has their different reasons for caring about nepotism. For VShojo, they don't seem to actually mind, VShojo management, I should say. Management doesn't really mind about nepotism, or at least I would assume they don't mind about nepotism, because their foremost concern, their top priority, is value and consistency. They want to make sure that the people they bring on will add value to VShojo as a brand and as a content creation group. It makes complete sense. VShojo is, after all, a business. So, as a result of that, you kind of get this sort of dissonance between management and talents, because the reason why I suspect talents are so against being seen as Nepo hires or being seen as Nepo hiring is because they want validation of their own merit. And nepotism gets in the way of that, because people start assuming that they were hired on the basis that they were friends with people who are already in the company, not because of their own merit and or skill. However, with audiences, they are concerned with something completely different to both of these parties. Audiences want egalitarian process, and this is what most people seem to be complaining about, or at least the people who were raising concerns in good faith, who didn't just want to shit on VShojo. And this is where we get into yet another distinction that adds a bit more complexity to this problem. See, nepotism is the word that everybody uses to describe the phenomenon of, to describe the practice of hiring people you're friends with, or favoring people you're friends with for positions of power and or authority. However, that's not the only thing that VShojo is being accused of. There are two variations of quote, nepotism. Nepotism and cronyism. Now, sorry, give me a second. Now, the difference between nepotism and cronyism is nepotism simply means the practice of favoring your friends or family or associates by giving them jobs. Whereas cronyism is something similar, but it has the added derogatory connotation of the idea that you are giving jobs to your friends and family ignoring their qualifications, right? Crony mention? different crony. But yeah, so again, nepotism is simply the practice of favoring friends and associates. There is nothing inherently wrong with nepotism unless your objective is egalitarian process. However, with cronyism, it is inherently negative, because cronyism implies that the person you are hiring does not actually have the skills or the qualifications for their position, the position that you are trying to hand to them. So, when you look at people accusing VShojo of nepo hiring, because of the fact that not as many people use the word cronyism, it's important to distinguish whether the person in question who's speaking out against VShojo is accusing them of nepotism or accusing them of cronyism under the guise of nepotism. So, the reason why I put so much emphasis into making a distinction between these two accusations is because people who are accusing VShojo of nepotism might change their mind if they see that, not all of the next bunch of EN hires are orbiters, whereas people who are accusing VShojo of cronyism, they probably just dislike the members of VShojo. You can't convince people who are accusing you of this. You can't communicate with them, so don't try. It's a futile exercise. And the problem is, well, this loops back to something we talked about back in the Quinn stream, where not all audiences are made equal. You have to compartmentalize them. Most audiences do not expect or genuinely pursue a dialogue with you. Your community is the only exception to this rule. So, to clarify, audience and community are not the same thing. An audience is a group of people that simply expect to be spoken at, and they only expect to speak at you. There is no two-way dialogue. However, with a community, it's the opposite. A community is an audience that has developed an expectation that they will speak with you, that you will speak with them. There is a two-way dialogue. The problem is, when you apply it to this situation, people who are accusing VShojo of cronyism are not a part of VShojo's community, whereas people who are accusing them of nepotism might be part of their community. And yet, when it comes to looking at who Giga and Zen are trying to address with their statements, they are purely addressing the people who weren't going to listen to them anyways. And here's the thing. The reason why I say that VShojo using nepotistic hiring practices isn't a problem is because it's been working. So far, every member that they've brought on since 2021 has been a net positive for the company. They have all been capable of putting their heads down, making good content, and consistently, just existing as part of the brand. So when you start distinguishing between which of these groups you should pay attention to, The reason why I'm convinced that cronyism should not be humored as an accusation is because, well, if you look at Giga, Haruka, Michi, whatever, they are all, Henya especially, they have all been boons to the company. So there is no reason to take these accusations seriously. Or I don't think there are good reasons to take these accusations seriously. So why not focus more on addressing nepotism? Now, there is a little bit of a catch in this, but we'll get to that later. Living Angler, Fruit didn't debut after 2021. So, the first tweet that I want to get to is Giga's. Holy shit, it's almost like the VTuber that made it their life's purpose to find as many smaller VTubers as possible and support them ended up already being close to some people who joined their group. Later, after that same support helped them find success. Whoa. The reason why I disapprove of this tweet is that it literally has zero purpose. It doesn't say anything to refute anything that other people are saying. The problem is, I assume that this is supposed to be a refutation to the cronyism allegation because of how aggressive and pissed off the tone comes across. However, if you look at the two things that people are alleging, right, about VShojo's hiring process, being friends with a VShojo member is a prerequisite for entry, and VShojo only hires already established talents. This tweet doesn't refute that. It sounds like a justification of that. It's almost like the VTuber that supported other VTubers when they were smaller, ended up already being close to some of the people who joined their group later. And then the second part, the way that it ends, after that same support helped them find success. Neither of these two accusations have been refuted. If anything, they've been justified and reinforced. The thing is, the tweet that she was responding to was Zen stressing out over the sentiment of Zen friends only. And this tweet, again, does not refute that. It reinforces it. Which is why I'm not entirely sure that Giga read through this over before pressing post. So, again, the reason why, to reiterate, the reason why I thoroughly do not recommend trying to speak to an audience that is not going to listen to you is that it drives you to make very impulsive decisions about simply expressing an emotional sentiment, but not checking to see if what you're saying in the contents of your message actually makes sense in the way that you think it does. Hey, A2, thank you for the 5. Armchair's the art of PR. Please stop talking at the people who won't listen. That is unironically one of the core tenets of PR, right? The rule number 1 is audiences won't always hear what you mean to say. And rule number 2 is don't speak to an audience that isn't going to listen to you. But in any case, again, Giga just kind of shot herself in the foot. What I assume that she's trying to refute, this is why I look at this and I interpret this as an attempt at refuting the idea that the talents aren't qualified to join. Because it doesn't make sense otherwise. It's not a logical refutation to anything that's being said, so I can only assume that it is supposed to be an emotional response to it. And I understand that to some people, they might bristle at me saying that. But if you actually look at what she said, the meaning of the words in that tweet, and you try to compare it to what people are saying that has made Zen stress out publicly, they don't really work against one another. They reinforce one another, which is why I'm convinced that this was not really a very well thought out bit of communication. But that brings us then to the original tweet that Zen made. And there are a few parts of this tweet that bother me. The first thing, right at the beginning, heartbreaking and disheartening to see so many people pushing the idea of Zen friends only when each person I found had to work their way to the top regardless. That last part, each person I found had to work their way to the top regardless, tells me that the thing that she's refuting is the allegations of cronyism. The allegations that the friends that she managed to get into the company, the friends that joined the company are not qualified to be there. No one who has actually been paying attention to VShojo, its creators, or its content would be making that argument. When you address these people in particular, you are addressing an audience that is not going to listen to you. You have already lost. It's a futile endeavor. So, again, she is immediately coming... If she attacked that assumption from the angle of you need to be friends with Zen to join, then she has a bit more of a case. It's a bit of a flimsy case, especially when you consider it in the context of VShojo's hiring practices over the last 2-3 years, but it's still a better case than this because it at least appeals to an audience that might be willing to listen to her. The next thing, though, that section near the bottom where she says, then I came to the realization that even if we bring in a new person, people will claim we focused on new people instead of helping others who are halfway to success or larger creators to be a part of something fun. Either way, it's a loss. She has essentially, halfway through drafting that tweet, realized that what she is saying is a Sisyphean endeavor. Oh, hi, Scarling Michael Ore. Welcome to stream. Sorry, give me a second. So, if she has come to this realization, she should have just not tweeted. Because so far, when you look through the entirety of this tweet thus far, right, these two sections, the way that she opens, where she defines the target audience, and this part where she acknowledges that the target audience isn't going to listen to her, this should have already started sending off alarm bells that there was no reason to say this, especially no reason to say this in public. And the reason why I recommend against posting this, the reason why I'm so against her posting this, the reason why I'm insisting she shouldn't have posted this, despite the fact that, as we'll get to in a second, it actually did seem to have some sort of a positive effect, is because this tweet, even if she's not aware of it, gives people who are accusing VShojo of nepotism and cronyism additional ammunition, but only in the future. It's a long-term detriment for a short-term payoff. Now, part of the reason for that lies in the other sections. Zen, in the first third of her tweet, she says, I even pushed management to open auditions again after... Oh, Lumi, question for you, Armchair. Do companies, specifically VTuber companies, have a legal obligation to have auditions open in order to function as a company, or is that not needed? That's a better question for Legal Mindset. I wouldn't know. Although I would assume that for VShojo... Again, I don't know if they have to have completely open auditions, but VShojo has never said... The thing about wanting creators big or small, that was Zen. That was not VShojo. VShojo's official accounts didn't say that, to my knowledge. So, I don't think they're under any obligation to do that, or at least I don't get the impression that they are, based off of their hiring practices for the last 3 years. But I could be wrong, because I'm not a member of VShojo, and I'm not a legal expert in any sense of the word. So, yeah. Check on-screen chat, it says DC'd. Hold on. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I already know. It's yeah, I know stream chat is disconnected, don't worry. It's simply it's an unavoidable part of the scuff. It's also why I have disappeared from screen. Hold on. Let me see if I restart my Discord, if that can fix the problem. Let's see. Has that worked? Has that changed anything? No. Okay, it must be a Fugatech problem. Actually, hold on. Give me a second. Kiernoth, why isn't Gunrun saying anything? We'll get to that in a sec. My knee-jerk response to that would be I would assume that the reason why Gunrun isn't saying anything is because Gunrun is he is a representative of VShojo's management. And as I said earlier, management and the talents in this particular case have differing priorities. Management just wants whoever's the most reliable source of value and consistency, because again, it's a business, whereas talents are more interested in validating their own qualifications to be there, which is understandable, again. But I can't blame management for not wanting to join that sentiment, because it kind of goes against their main priority, which is make money. Hold on. Give me a sec. Is it working? Am I back? I am. Okay, this stream. my Fuji might just be dead for this stream. Hopefully, the next one won't be as scuffed. But in any case, so yeah, Zen says, I even pushed management to open auditions again after so long and to scout for new people and scout for new and upcoming people to mesh with. I wanted to meet new people and let the others get a sense for them as well and see who would fit into the puzzle. Management and Gunrun are working their butts off to do this, and now I feel as though I made a mistake in doing this. Who knows? The problem is that this conveys a sense of disconnect between the talents and management. Instead of remedying that, it conveys that they have completely different priorities. Zen wants to meet new people. Management wants a good investment. So when you think about it that way, you kind of understand why. Well, this is part of the reason why I would argue against posting this. So there is something else though, and this has to do with the only reasons why this tweet, in the short term at least, came out as a net positive. That last section. But I hope you all still try, because I started from the bottom too, and I put in the work. Now, the way that this last sentence was interpreted, these last few sentences were interpreted, is that, well, it gets across it inspired people to start, posting out that they were trying to audition for VShojo, etc., that they were committed to making their content creation journey work, that they were inspired by Zen to start being a VTuber or start content creation, etc. And again, it generated a lot of positivity. This was the only part of the tweet that saved all of the purposelessness that dominated it earlier. However, there is a long-term, not problem, but a long-term implication of Zen saying this. And the problem is that this comes off as a promise. When she says, I hope you all still try, what is she saying to try at? Try at content creation? Try to join VShojo? Because if the answer is try to join VShojo, they've got another thing coming. Because the overarching problem, and this is a combination between the fact that this is phrased as a promise, that, the egalitarian process will be implemented, right? That's essentially what this is saying. This tweet as a whole, not just this section, by the way. The problem is that combines with the talent management disconnect, because the problem with Zen saying, I hope you all still try, is that she is not the one who has the power to determine if that trying actually results in anything. Management picks the talents, not the other talents. And upon realizing that, that's when this whole tweet, even the last part that created a short-term positive effect, starts to look like a liability. Because this has now set up a bit of an expectation. I've spoken to other people who responded to this tweet as well, and the sentiment seems to be that this was a commitment, a public statement that was made by a VShojo member that VShojo is going to implement egalitarian selection processes this time around. So Zen made a half-assed binding vow, kind of. I wouldn't say it's half-assed. I am convinced that she genuinely meant everything that she said here. But the problem is, this is a promise that it's not within her power to keep this promise, because she's not the one selecting the talents. In fact, I would be more worried if the talents are selecting one another. But in any case, and that would, not only that, but that would directly, that would confirm the nepotism allegations, not refute them. But in any case, the result of her saying all of this is that now she has, for better or for worse, there is now a measure of accountability here, where it entirely hinges on who the next EN debuts are at VShojo, for whether the Nepo hiring allegations are solidified forever or at least partially put to rest. And that is not a great trade-off when you voice it out like that, but that is the exact kind of trade-off that you are facing as VShojo. Because best case scenario, right? Best case scenario. As a result of what Zen said right at the end of her tweet, which caused that positive reaction among people who read it, best case scenario is that VShojo's next wave of talent includes at least one creator that is not widely seen as an orbiter or an ex-corpo, and the decision will be primarily attributed to Zen's influence rather than company policy. A loud minority will probably still complain, but Zen will be praised as an advocate for small creators, and audiences will likely become more receptive to future audition processes. What I'm really worried about, though, is the worst case scenario. Because the worst case scenario is VShojo's next wave of talents consists purely of ex-corpos and or perceived orbiters, and VShojo's reputation for nepotism will be solidified. Zen's words are retroactively characterized as oblivious at best and disingenuous at worst, and the positivity generated by her words quietly turns to acid. So, can anyone spot in this entire paragraph, can anyone spot the word that gives away why this endeavor was futile to begin with? Egalitarian approach would be indistinguishable from nepotism. Not really. Nope, not retroactively. No, not retroactively. It's something else. No, not try. Not orbiter, although that's close. Reputation? No, not quite, not quite. Quietly? No. No, not oblivious. Not retroactively. Not mistake. Buts. No, it's perceived. Because the problem here is that Zen is responding to something that is, again, not in her control, not under her control. The problem is, so long as people are perceived as orbiters, this happens anyways. You can't affect that. Because how do you define what is an orbiter? It depends on who you ask. Is it someone who's collaborated with VShojo members more than 5 times over the last 5 months? Is it someone who has never contacted any VShojo member at all in a public manner? Like, what do you mean by an orbiter? And the problem is, Zen cannot define that for people, because everyone will have a different definition of it. So, as a result, she is fighting against a perception with a promise that's not in her power to keep. That is why this entire tweet, although it did have a short-term positive effect, comes off as something that, in my opinion, should not have been posted. Because not only does it do that, it also feeds into the problem where VShojo's management seems entirely absent from the conversation. Because even in the best case scenario, the egalitarian process is going to be tied to Zen, not to VShojo. It's going to be the prevalent assumption, at least according to what I can see, is going to be that VShojo did this because Zen promised to, or because Zen pushed management to, not because that's something that VShojo is inherently going to do. And again, whether that's a problem or not is up to the members of VShojo to decide. It's up to management to decide. But that is simply a fact that accompanies the way that this is going to, unfold. Vivian Raj, Zen limited VShojo's options. Never limit your options. They shouldn't have paid more attention to the issue. Should have just ramped up the audition marketing instead. Agreed. 100%. This should have been left alone. Because the problem is, regardless of how articulate Zen or Giga are, nothing will be able to refute their points as completely as the next batch of VShojo hires. And that is not within their power to decide. Nothing they say can be as convincing or as damaging to what they are trying to claim than the next batch of hires. Again, it's simply outside of their control. And as a result, saying this making this promise to the public is simply not a good idea. And I do hope that this is a lesson that VShojo is able to absorb. Because this is not a very... how do I say? It is always a bad thing when you notice that a creator is attempting to communicate with a bunch of people who won't listen to them. But it is even worse when their attempts to communicate with that group who won't listen to them has a possibility of negatively impacting the people who do listen to them. And that's the point that I'm making. The people who are only accusing VShojo of nepotism, not cronyism, still might humor Zen, still might believe in what she's saying. However, if the next batch of VShojo EN debuts if it doesn't have any people who are not perceived as orbiters, then they are the ones who are going to start tuning out, which is the problem. So, TLDR, shut up. Kind of. And again, it sounds harsh to say, and it sounds callous at times, but it really is a case of sometimes your feelings are best kept off of the internet. Like I said, right? There are times when your feelings are valid, there are times when your feelings are irrelevant, and those two things are not mutually exclusive, which is the hardest part to accept. Doesn't help the way that they were playing defense for management as well in terms of the hiring process. Yeah. And again, I never really understood why they would defend that. Oh, actually, I do understand why. But again, to the audience and to management, Nepo hiring is not inherently a bad thing. Because, well, it's been working so far. The problem is, talents might understandably want to push back against Nepo hiring allegations because they don't want the label of Nepo hire. It has negative connotations, mostly because people use the word nepotism when they're actually describing cronyism. They don't make a distinction between the two, and so nepotism is infected with some of the negative connotations associated with that word. Nobody likes to be the one who was hired because they were friends with someone already in a position of power. Everyone wants to be able to be reassured of the fact that they have skills, qualifications, they deserve to be where they are. And that is completely understandable. I do not blame the talents at all for wanting reassurance of this, whether it be from their audiences, from management, from each other, whatever. I can understand that. However, it also needs to be admitted that trying to assert that to just the general public, not their own communities, mind you, but on Twitter, is not a constructive thing to do. And that whole idea of talents having an unmet emotional need, that's something we're going to come back to at the end of the stream. So, speaking of not predicting audience reactions and not separating audiences from one another, that brings us to the next case study, the next controversy, the major controversy that VShojo had this year. Actually, Sinful Lad, weird thoughts, wouldn't the Face Invaders count as nepotism as Dizzy and other talents were from Sundaria? Well, it's possible. I'm not going to say that it didn't factor into the way that they were selected. But again, like I said, nepotism and cronyism are different things. Nepotism can still mean that you are qualified and skilled as an individual, but it just means that you were favored above others also because you happen to already know someone who was already there at whatever company's hiring you. And again, I want to make this very clear. When Giga made the point of, oh, it's normal for creators to know one another, I absolutely agree with that. So when you have an industry that operates on the basis of, like, you know, friendships, you scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of deals, right? And I don't mean this in a cynical fashion, I just mean this in a functional capacity. It is perfectly normal for a group of talented individuals to become friends with one another. And later on, when one of that group gets into a company or whatever, they will recommend that their management hires the others as well, because they have first-hand experience of their skills and talent and qualifications. However, at the same time, right? This is why I say that it is important to draw a distinction between audiences that accuse you of cronyism and audiences that accuse you of nepotism. They are not the same thing, and if you address the latter, they will never listen to you. So, it's easy to interpret accusations of nepotism leveled at your company as a personal attack. I understand that. It's just that, again, there are better ways to respond to that than this. If you want emotional validation, don't go to Twitter for it. You will never win an argument with Twitter. But in any case, on September 19th, 2024, Fruit from VShojo would tweet out the following: I want to share a piece of myself with you for a moment. And she attached a Google document detailing her experiences in her prior relationship with her abusive ex-husband. Now, all in all, this was a really, really heavy document. There was a lot of descriptions of things like emotional abuse, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, etc., etc. And one thing I want to get out of the way immediately is, if you read through the document, there is no question about the fact that Fruit's ex-husband was an absolute schizo. Nobody's going to argue with that assertion. However, something that cannot be ignored is how out of left field her posting this was. Generally, when it comes to talents posting about their personal struggles onto Twitter or dropping it onto their audience or whatever, there is usually at least a little bit of contextualization, in the sense that it will be under the justification that it's something that will affect the way that they make content, or it's something that's stopping them from being able to perform on stream or whatever. Here, Fruit just kind of dropped this. And, well, in the short term at least, immediately afterwards, it didn't seem to have any sort of consequences. So, a lot of the initial responses to this tweet were overwhelmingly positive. You had massive creators, both who are, her co-workers at VShojo and indies in this space, who were just, affirming her, saying that she's strong for posting this, saying that they love her, etc., right? Project Melody, Matara, Saraway, Lucy Pyre, Yuzu, Bao the Whale, Vexoria, Scooch-chan, Ainma, Sayu, the voice actor, and more. However, the thing is, these were a lot of replies by a lot of large accounts. Large accounts and replies that ended up garnering thousands of likes and interactions each. And once that started happening, Twitter's algorithm kicked in. It realized that Fruit's post was one that was gaining a lot of engagement, and so the algorithm did what the algorithm is designed to do. It started pushing this tweet to people outside of Fruit's circle. And that's when you started to get responses like these. George Alexopoulos, sounds like sharing pieces of yourself was the problem. 13k likes. One man cast whatever that name is. It hurts to see so many VTubers I like to completely lose my respect. I also noticed they're all female VTubers. The man you cheated on nearly offed himself. Good to know that no matter what a guy does, the woman will always take the woman's side. Fuck dating. I could get abandoned and cheated on, and women would somehow find a way to blame me. Nah, fuck this. Glad to see you permanently single. I hope it's permanent at any rate. 8k likes, 7k likes. Brother Grimaldus, I know why this is familiar. She did the thing, and it's a screenshot of a tweet where someone said, women will cheat in a relationship and then post, quote, she was a bird, he wanted to cage her, end quote. 1.7k likes. And there were more, I just chose not to include them. So, not only this though, but because Twitter started doing its thing and pushing it to people outside of Fruit's immediate circle, this garnered so much attention that it broke containment from VTubing entirely. You had drama creators that didn't make VTubing related content at all normally weighing in on the issue. You had Nogla reacting to this entire situation. You had Albino or Albino reacting to it, not Albino. And you had Turkey Tom of all people. Asmongold even reacted to it on stream, although that clip is now privated or deleted. So, what we were seeing in real time was the dangers of posting something intensely personal onto Twitter, a public platform that is designed to show off your stuff to people who don't know you. And here's where we get into a little bit of a fundamental dissonance between the way that Twitter is designed as a platform and the way that people tend to use it. See, the way that Twitter is designed, on one hand, right? Sorry, give me a second. On one hand, the way that Twitter is designed is that the primary goal of the platform is nothing sentimental, nothing wholesome, nothing compassionate. And by the way, this is the same for any other social media platform, even, Blue Sky as well, right? Blue Sky especially. They're not any different in terms of their web design or digital architecture. The primary goal of Twitter is to maximize engagement. That is the only thing that the website is designed to do. Everything else is secondary to that. Everything else is a result of that. So this is something that you always need to remember when you use it to post something. However, by contrast, when you look at the way that people tend to use Twitter, their primary goals seem to be emotional validation, connecting with peers, building a community, which, again, is fine until you realize that the app is designed to try and show your stuff off to people who don't know you, because the way that it's designed means that everything is content. Every conversation is a forum. Everything is open to anyone to participate in. Everyone can give their take on everything. And there is no way of separating one audience from another on Twitter. So long as something gets sufficient traction within a certain span of time, you can't stop people from seeing it. You can't even stop people from engaging it, because even if you lock replies, they can screenshot it and then post that out, respond to it. They can quote tweet it. They can reply. Well, they can't reply to it, but again, they can do any number of things. They can even screenshot it and use it in a bit of content on a completely different platform. So again, you can't control the way that people see what you post. On top of that, posts are also shown to users outside of one's own immediate community, because the way that social media algorithms are designed, negativity, especially out-group negativity, is encouraged. The more negative someone's reaction to a social media post is, the more likely they are to engage with it, because they will quote tweet it, they will reply to it, they will argue with the original poster, etc., etc. It just creates more content, which means more engagement. And the cold, hard reality of using social media to post about something personal is that it might be personal to you. I guarantee it's not going to be personal for the overwhelming, and I mean overwhelming, majority of people who are going to come across it. It's just going to be content to them. And then finally, on social media, group identity becomes more salient than individual identity, which also means that every experience is forcibly contextualized according to a broader conversation. If you went onto Twitter and you tweeted out, "I don't like donuts," it is completely expected that that tweet may be construed by another user down the line as you taking a stance in the bread versus noodles war, for example, or the grains versus wheats war, or whatever. So again, everything becomes about groups and big, broad conversations, which is why you will notice that when Fruit tweeted out this thing about having an ex-husband that was abusive towards her, it became part, or it was dragged into a larger conversation about gender dynamics. Now, in contrast to all of these features, the way that people use Twitter is that, well, Twitter is often treated as a safe space to vent one's own personal thoughts and feelings, or at worst, and this is in the extreme cases, Twitter is used as a substitute for a friend or a therapist or a journal or diary. So, again, yeah, tea versus coffee, yeah, that's probably a better example. But yeah, so again, if you tweet something, don't treat Twitter as a safe space. It's not. It has never been for anyone, least of all VTubers. Because in this industry, being a VTuber at this point, I am convinced it is simply a sign that you are some combination of socially stunted, mentally ill, or chronically ill. It has to be at least one of those three. I have yet to encounter a single VTuber that is none of those three, including myself. Lumi, thank you for the 5. Just assume that anything you post will be screenshotted and then shared on other sites like Reddit, TVA, 4chan, The Farms within seconds. Yeah, that's a good rule of thumb. On top of that, though, users also tend to favor impulse posts that provide little context to what is being said, which interacts in a really unhealthy way with the fact that everything gets dragged into being part of a larger conversation, because that's just how Twitter works. By the way, Blue Sky works the exact same way. So, for people who want to draw a distinction between those two, don't trick yourselves into thinking that one is different to the other. They are fundamentally designed in the same manner. And finally, posters are usually unprepared for undesirable responses to their words, and dissent is often taken personally. Now, the reason why this is odd is because the website is designed to encourage negativity. It's designed to encourage anyone to comment on anything. And as a result of that, people can be horrendous to you. People can be extremely vile to you. And yet, you can't really say that they meant it as a personal attack, because they just don't know you. You're just a name and a picture and a profile on an app, and that's all you are. So, again, you will notice that there is a massive disparity between what Twitter was designed for and what people use it for. And the problem is, a lot of people don't seem to realize the full implications of this. So, again, another thing that I talked about prior, but to help you visualize what I mean by this. Social media is built on surveillance. Everyone is watching everyone all the time. However, what that also means is that it renders social media, as a result of this, becomes an attractive option for people who want attention, validation in times of personal struggle. But it is also abysmally suited to this process because of the fact that your personal struggle will become someone else's drama or content or joke. When you post something onto Twitter, the audience that sees it is not going to just be your community. Your community is going to be an infinitesimally small minority of the overall audience that sees it. And you cannot possibly predict the size of the audience that is going to see it. The term for this being super public. Would you look at that? Yet another mention of it. Reset the counter, day 0. But yeah, the reason why, for those who haven't heard this term before on my stream, the super public is a term to describe the figurative collective entity that is all the audiences ever throughout time that will see your content. And again, the reason why it's called the super public is because you don't know what the limit to that is, because it's all the audiences that might come across it, present and future. And the reason why the super public even exists as a concept is because, like I said earlier when we were talking through Kuro's tweet, nowadays when you're communicating something, communicating online is not the same thing as communicating in person. Because when you communicate with someone in person, you are directing a message at them. When you communicate online, you are directing your message at a platform, which will then retain that message, hold it there, and keep it there for everyone passing by to gaze at. There is no expiration date. It will stay there. Even if you delete it, other people will likely preserve it, at least in some form, and post it somewhere else. And the name for the collective of all the different groups of people that are going to see it is this, the superpublic. This is the entity that is watching everything you do. And if that sounds terrifying, good, because that's exactly how it works in practice. White Rabbit 001, thank you for the 5. Twitter is such a toxic cesspool. People want Blue Sky as a clean jacuzzi out of spite. Fair enough. But I don't think Blue Sky is going to be any better. Because, again, when you talk about web design, digital architecture, the rationale behind why features are designed the way that they are essentially clones of one another. Which means that in due time, given enough time, enough users, the cultures will become the same either way. Sure, maybe some small features will be different, like for example, political leaning or whatever, but the cultures will be the exact same, because the web design shapes the culture. The medium is the message. And that conveniently brings us to the next problem, which is when you use X or Twitter to post something personal, the function of the platform, the way that it's designed, ends up, at least to some extent, warping your original message and intention. Sorry, give me a second. So, because of the fact that social platforms are designed for only one thing, and that is maximizing engagement and attention. If you want to simply express or share something personal, it gets spit up. It gets chewed up and spit out by the platform as I want attention/acknowledgement for something personal. Now, again, you can come to your own conclusions as to whether this is an accurate description of someone's motivations behind making a post. But if you are the one posting, you need to understand that everything you do that aligns with this will inevitably, as a result of the platform, the medium you're using, be morphed into this. This is unavoidable. You can't get around this. You can only account for it and attempt to work around it. Which is, again, yet another reason why using Twitter for personal matters is extremely inadvisable. On top of that, when you look at if you look at the features of this post, you can start to see how the medium has affected the way that this message comes across to different people. For example, it's pretty obvious just by looking at this that the intention, or at least Fruit's original intention, was to simply share this with members of her community. The problem? She chose Twitter as the medium. Replies were enabled, which means that everyone can reply, which means that the tweet can be shown to people who are so far removed from her audience that they might have never even heard of her. On top of that, though, this tweet accumulated, as of today, 32.8 million views. I'm pretty sure Fruit's CCV is around 1K. Do you have any idea how tiny 1K is compared to 32.8 million? And again, this is why I keep stressing the fact that this is not a safe space, because the overwhelming majority of the people who will see what you post is not your community. And this is going to sound very callous, very cold and cruel. But for the overwhelming majority of the people who see what you post, no matter how personal it is, they will not view it as anything more than drama, as entertainment. And again, 32.8 million people. That is a good portion of them. That is how they are going to assess this document, the contents of this document. To go over something that I brought up in a prior stream, one of the problems with the intentions behind posting something like this, something this personal, right? Because again, this is the cold, hard reality of posting something intensely personal onto the internet, is that the way that it works is you start off with something personal, right? A personal disagreement, a personal experience, a personal account, whatever. And then you post it. The moment you post it, it hits two different groups of audience, two different types of audiences. First, passive audience. They consume it, they look at it, they don't do anything else. They close the app or they scroll past and they move on. The problem comes from the active audience, the ones who see your post and then actually engage with it. Because the more they engage with it, the more it spreads. And this continues ad infinitum. You have no way of controlling this process. So eventually what ends up happening when you zoom out a little bit is you get this constant decrease in audience predictability and informational accuracy as the reach of what you posted extends further and further away from your core audience, from people who actually know you. When you post something personal onto the internet, this is what happens. Oh, Rema, welcome to the stream. Welcome to all the cloppers. I hope you had a good stream. I saw you were reacting to a Mr. Beast video. Or a video with Mr. Beast in it. I hope you guys had fun there. Speaking of horse girl, yeah, iRaiders. I really hate how YouTube has not yet fixed the thing where raids are announced in white text on a white background. Yeah, the stream's a little scuffed. I had to do a little emergency surgery on the broadcast a while back. So there is no avatar. I'm just speaking as a disembodied... Oh, there's no chat on screen either. But yeah, we work with what we have. We were just talking about why sharing very personal stories on the internet is a bad idea, especially if you're sharing them on Twitter. But in any case, you can see this happening in real time, right? You could see the predictability and the informational accuracy of the audience going down the more viral Fruits post became. Initially, it started off with people simply replying to it. But the moment people started replying to it, it started attracting more and more eyes from people who are not part of Fruits community. Not even parts of VShojo's community. Douglas Diaz, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. I hope the 5 new Footstools enjoy those. Oh, Kiernath, you managed to snipe one. Nice. Armchair basically kicked his router in the head. Accurate. And then once it reached a certain level of virality, you started getting people entirely removed from the situation coming in to commentate over it as well. And again, there was no way that Fruit could prevent this. However, that's not to say that she couldn't predict this. And one of the reasons why I went so hard on emphasizing that for the overwhelming majority of people, they will only view Fruit's document as drama, is because now that it has been posted, now that it has reached that degree of virality, when you're trying to understand why audiences reacted the way that they did, you are now forced to evaluate that personal account of something happening to her, not as a recount of a traumatic experience, not as a deeply personal account of surviving abuse. No, you are forced to now evaluate it as a piece of drama. And again, this sounds callous and awful, but that is the harsh reality of posting something personal onto the internet. It is not going to be handled with kid gloves. And, well, when you start evaluating Fruit's document as a piece of drama, you start to see some possible reasons as to why people reacted as negatively as they did. Kuna, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. It's very kind of you. I hope the 5 new Footstools enjoy those. back in the stream that I did where I was talking about the way that drama content is handled in this industry, I touched on the distinction between good versus bad drama. Now, again, good or bad doesn't mean ethical, unethical, moral, or whatever. Instead, it means the degree to which audiences can find it satisfying to experience. Good drama requires a clear villain, a sympathetic victim, and a satisfying comeuppance. Essentially, you want somebody that is easy to hate, somebody that is easy to love, and you want to be able to watch the hateable person burn, crash and burn, essentially. However, with bad drama, it's the opposite. All parties are unsympathetic. It's messy and or morally complex, which means that it's not so easy to simply take sides and start rooting for a team. And finally, it's also difficult to resolve, which means that there is almost zero chance that whatever ending comes about is cathartic for the audience. Yeah, Kiernoth, Johnny Somali is a good example of good drama, right? Everyone's essentially rooting for him to get his teeth kicked in. I got told something funny by a friend not so long ago, where apparently, and again, I don't know how true this is, but it's I found it funny. Apparently, Korean netizens have taken to calling Johnny Somali the Golden Goblin because they've started treating him like a loot drop, since everyone who beats him up on camera gets showered with donations the moment they go online again. So there are now people hunting him as an NPC that drops loot when beaten, which is it's just funny. Jacob Foxfires, yeah, anything VShojo is bad drama. Yeah, I would tend to agree. So it is true. Oh, oh no. Well, he did it to himself, so. In any case, so the key to understanding the reason why people weren't so uniform in their support for Fruit, and eventually the more viral the post became, the more negative reactions she received, is because, well, again, to be callous, if you're analyzing it as drama, Fruit's document is contextualized as bad drama. And in case you're wondering why people don't find Fruit to be a sympathetic person or a sympathetic victim, well, it's because of her prior behavior and result of some things she could have controlled and some things that were out of her control, a combination of those two. The first, which is her conduct during the VShojo versus Nux thing, which gave her an impression in some people's eyes as being a two-faced person, a backstabbing friend. And the same thing was then reinforced more recently in 2023, around the time that VShojo was also going through the Hogwarts Legacy mess. And then the final one being that Fruit has managed to, people have been spreading rumors for a while that Fruit cheated on her ex-husband while he was on military deployment. From what I can see, those rumors are just a mess of hearsay. I've yet to see hard evidence confirming that the cheating did occur, besides just someone saying that it did. So, again, for that reason, I'm not going to be going into this. Personally, I take it with a grain of salt. But the reason why I point it out anyways is because it contextualizes why people responded the way that they did. However, to dive a bit deeper into the Hogwarts Legacy situation, essentially, during 2023, the early portion of 2023, when Hogwarts Legacy was taking off, a bunch of mentally ill Twitter users banded together to start brigading creators who decided to play the game on stream, because apparently it was transphobic. The logic behind that was flawed, if I'm being generous, and utterly... I almost said a word that would get me demonetized. Utterly imbecilic, if I'm being honest. However, one of the people that they chose to brigade was Silvervale, who at the time was still a talent at VShojo. I think Silvervale was the one who coined the term Twitter freaks, if I remember correctly. So that's a little bit of a gem that we have her to thank for. However, in February of 2023, when this was all going down, eventually it all came to a head where Silvervale had a breakdown on stream, where she essentially started crying on stream because of how much harassment she was receiving. And, well, unfortunately, when you allow your talents to act independently of one another with complete freedom and you make it a non-requirement for them to consult with one another before they do anything, Fruit was doing something that was a little disconnected from what was going on with Silvervale. In fact, Fruit was pushing the idea that playing Hogwarts Legacy is a transphobic act, and she fed into that problem by making this post. It costs me $0 every day to be kind and accept people for who they are. So, for every like this tweet gets, I'm donating $1 to Mermaids, a charity that supports gender diverse children. This tweet didn't age very well, because later on in 2022, because, well, it would come out that Mermaids, to read out the headline by BBC News, Mermaids trustee quits over pedophile group links. That's not a great look for your charity for gender diverse children. But yeah. No surprises there, unfortunately not. But in any case, this tweet ended up accumulating quite a few likes. However, since then, there has been no public update given as to whether a donation was ever made to any charity, because, again, even if Fruit didn't donate to this one, there were plenty of other charities that were, similar in goals, although hopefully not in terms of controversy. However, again, like I said, no donation or proof of donation has been forthcoming, and what this did was this saddled Fruit thereafter with a reputation for being someone who was very quick to virtue signal, but also a little duplicitous in actually following through. It created a precedent for people to distrust her. And not only that, but while Silvervale was breaking down on stream, a chatter showed up in Fruit's chat who was streaming simultaneously, doing a muted art stream, to say something along the lines of, oh, Silvervale is having a tough time. And someone in her chat would then say, trans rights are human rights, and Fruit would type in her own chat saying, I love all my friends. Everyone makes mistakes. It's only human. Now, I don't know about you, but that doesn't exactly strike me as talent solidarity. That doesn't strike me as standing by your coworker in the face of harassment. So, essentially, people had seen through the veil. The brand of, everyone is friends at VShojo was starting to break down. And as a result, it further reinforced people's impressions of Fruit as a duplicitous and or backstabbing friend, and therefore an untrustworthy person. Now, again, I'm not saying whether this view is, accurate or not. I don't know Fruit personally. Sorry, give me a second. However, her prior conduct has not given very good arguments against that assumption. Yeah, everyone makes mistakes when all your coworker did was play a game that other people forced to be controversial. That's not a great look. So, when you factor all of those things in, I hope that contextualizes. Again, I say this, I want to make this clear. It doesn't justify it, but it contextualizes why people responded as negatively as they did. And the thing that I want to get across is if you had been paying any attention to what was going on around surrounding fruit for the last, 2 years or so, 1 or 2 years, you would know that this is a very likely outcome. This was possibly the most predictable backlash out of all of the ones that we've covered thus far. And yet, what concerns me is nobody seemed to have thought to tell fruit that this would probably happen, in all likelihood. Come on now, armchair. That's not accurate. Silver also had an auto mod issue around the time, which is why the word was banned because of Twitch, not silver. What do you mean by that, Curzadon? The word? Yeah. Again, so, when you read through this document, well, few things. When it comes to people distrusting fruit for contextual reasons, again, the thing I want to emphasize is that prejudice never well, how do I say this? Prejudice may be irrational, but it is not illogical. And what I mean by that is nobody is born prejudiced. People form prejudices because of prior experience, because of data. Prejudice is fundamentally a manifestation of pattern recognition. Now, you can say that the data is faulty, or the data comes from a bad source, but the fact remains that prejudices are fundamentally formed out of data. So, when you are considering why people distrust fruit, why people are prejudiced against fruit, you have to look at the data that is creating those prejudices. What is the material that exists out there that is being fed to audiences, that audiences have absorbed, that create that? I think they're saying that fruit saying that everyone makes mistakes was contextualized by Silvervale's auto mod issue. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. However, I will also say there is a chance that I'm wrong in my. I think it's completely possible that I was wrong in that. However, at the same time, a lot of people interpreted when Fruit said everyone makes mistakes to mean, Silvervale made a mistake by playing Hogwarts Legacy. So again, while that is the case, I think it's fair to say that would have fed into the reason why people don't like fruit. Although I am willing to say that it's completely possible that I'm wrong on that assumption. So, Jacob Foxfire's 964, thank you for the 5. VShojo is a drama magnet that they can't escape from. They aren't at the level at Niji, but as time goes on, the drama will pile up. See, that's the thing. They have systemic problems that I'm hoping that they will fix. And, well, that's part of the reason why I'm pointing them out here. So on the off chance that somebody actually, looks at what I'm saying and sees that there are in fact logical, if not comfortable reasons for people to respond the way that they are, they can start predicting the way that their audiences will react to what they say instead of having to find out face first. So, to read through what Fruit said here. This document includes mentions of domestic abuse. This is a message to myself and a constant reminder of how strong I've become in the past half decade. Immediately, this fails the first part of the SIPT framework because she is posting this for herself. So, again, actually, there is a world in which this document emerges as a net neutral. It's not going to ever emerge as a net positive, because, well, the internet makes that an impossibility. But there was a world in which this could have been a net neutral. We'll get into why it isn't that in a second. Hold on, give me a second. The next thing is that there is a little bit of tonal dissonance in this. So again, she's written this as a reminder for herself, which kind of makes sense and contextualizes why it's written this way. But one of the more dissonant parts of this document is the contrast between her describing the trauma and the very didactic tone that frequently crops up here, as if she's teaching or lecturing on, on a lesson on something. So how did I end up being stuck in an abusive relationship? Abusers don't start out the door with their behavior. They pretend to care about you, act like a good person so that you don't leave. They start featuring their abuse bit by bit, and until you're completely destroyed and unable to leave, locked in, nowhere else to go. So again, this sounds like somebody delivering a lecture, which is why it comes across a little weird, since it is, the claim is that it was written for her. But it was posted on Twitter, a public platform, and there are frequently sections that look like they're designed to be read by an audience. And that level of dissonance is something that I don't think should have been ignored, because that will factor into why people don't take this document at face value, why people will disbelieve this document. So, to go to what she says at the end, right? I have much more proof of the abuse I faced back then, but I have been trying to make this document for a whole year now. I want you to remember that phrase in particular. And I've decided that there's no value in putting my time and energy into this anymore. I'm closing that chapter of my life. I've finally been able to come to terms with what happened and would like to move on. This is closure for myself. Again, she says multiple times in this document, she is doing this for herself. And again, that was part of the reason why it could have been a net neutral. Because if she had purely posted this for herself, sure, there are going to be a lot of people who raise an eyebrow at the fact that she posted it on Twitter, including me, but it could have maybe functioned. Maybe not worked, but functioned. I would like to focus on continuing to bring music, art, gaming content to my community, and that is all I wish to do. After these events, I now suffer from depression and increased levels of anxiety and agoraphobia. I struggle to deal with friends and family getting too close to me and often drift myself away in fear of getting hurt again. The home I self-isolate in is my safe space, and VTubing, drawing, art, making music, playing games is what I have found enjoyment in. I know how valuable your time is. I won't take up too much of yours. Don't let others judge you how you view people. Make judgments on your own terms by your own experiences. Thank you. Now, again, the problem with this document is that in spite of how personal it is, it was posted with zero context. There was no mention of how this is affecting her content or anything along those lines, or whether it was in response to something that someone else had said prior or some other people have said prior. And so, in the absence of context, the audience stepped in to impose context onto this tweet. And as a result, you started people roping in the cheating allegations that had emerged from earlier on in her career and trying to contextualize this document in reference to that. And again, I keep saying this, but that's because it is astonishingly true. This outcome could have been predicted. Fruit could have and should have been warned about the fact that this was probably going to happen. And it boggles my mind that she wasn't. Sorry, give me a second. Kiernoth, she posted it in the worst place to post it. Undeniably, yeah. Even if she had said all of this on stream verbatim, it would have been infinitely better than posting it onto Twitter, for all the reasons that I stated prior about how the website is designed. Now, I said earlier multiple times that this document could have been a net neutral, and the reason why I say that is because had she not reacted to any of these negative responses, had she simply settled for getting sympathy from people who knew her, which is, I would assume, the intended audience of this document, this would have been fine. It would have been humiliating. It might have looked bad for VShojo, but it would have been okay. It would have been a net neutral. all she had to do was not respond to negative feedback. Here's the thing, though. When you're part of an agency, you speak on behalf of those around you. And the flip side of that is that you're not your only representative either. On September 22, Kason would release the following tweet. "Oh boy, everyone is being so nasty about this post, and I just noticed it. Not getting the situation correctly, but I admit I have only read the first few pages of the document. Rush to show love and support to my VShojo sis. I think that's also what the other girls did. Let me make myself clear about this, because I don't want any misunderstanding. No, I do not tolerate cheating. As an One-san of VShojo, I have the right to slap her in the face if she did so. I know nothing about relationships. Who am I to judge about her past? But at the end of the day, Fruit has been nothing but nice to me from day one. And that's all that matters to me. So yes, I will support my girl if she is feeling down. I will respect her opinion, right or wrong, but persuade her if she is going the wrong way. That's the kind of friend I want. I don't judge people by what they are said to be like on the internet. I only judge by what someone is towards me, because of what I have experienced. This is my opinion. Thank you for reading this." White Rabbit, thank you for the 5. See twit longer equals just drama. Many pages equals trainwreck dumpster fire levels of baggage. And you know how it comes to the drama hungry, bored public. Yep. Yeah, interesting choice of words. So, this tells me a few things. First, talent freedom has now well and truly been pushed to its absolute limits. Second, this tells me that VShojo talents do not all talk to one another before one of them posts something, or even before all of them interact with what each other posts, or what the others post. Because not only does Kason outright say, "I only read the first few pages and rushed to show love," she also says, "I think that's what the other girls did as well." The second thing is, she is speaking to an audience, yet again, she's speaking to an audience that is not going to listen to her. If people have started saying, "Oh, you know, VShojo talents are rushing in to blindly show support for a cheater," never mind that the cheating allegations are still just pure hearsay, by taking them seriously and acknowledging them outright like this, you are not really accomplishing anything, because the people who condemned you are going to take this as validation of their condemnation, and the people who weren't accusing you of this before are going to start raising eyebrows. And, well, last thing. As the One-san of VShojo, I have the right to slap her in the face if she did so. I know nothing about relationships. Who am I to judge her past? But at the end of the day, Fruit has been nothing but nice to me since day one. This appeases nobody. This can be taken, if you really want to go hard and interpreting it in the worst way possible. This is, well, this looks like essentially threatening discipline, right? Physical discipline of the physical variety. Sorry, give me a sec. In the same in the same paragraph as she says, "I have the right to slap her in the face if she did so," she also then says, "Oh, I'll support her regardless, and I judge people based off of how they treat me," which comes off a little self-centered, because that implies to people that it doesn't matter how badly they treat others, so long as they treat you well, everything's fine. Again, I understand that's probably not what she was going for, but I'm dying. But that is the way that it comes across. Now, not very long after she posted this, Kason replied, "Only love and support can make people better. Just wanted to say that out loud. Before, okay, management told me to delete it, so I did. I'll leave this because this is what I think. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally found it. We found the limits of talent freedom. However, jokes aside, this is a very bad look for VShojo, because this doesn't just come across as them undermining one of their core tenets. This comes across as them picking sides. Because fundamentally, what Fruit did was disclose something personal to set a personal boundary for her and her audience by saying, I've been through all this shit, and I would like that to be acknowledged. What Kason was doing, as clumsily as it was executed, was the same thing, though. She was also clarifying a personal boundary to an audience by saying, look, I don't support cheating. The problem is, one of these got taken down, and the other one is still up. What VShojo did here was they applied their rules unevenly. And in doing so, not only did they invalidate talent freedom as a branding tool, but now they've started to erode the friendship thing even further. So, in case you were in any doubt as to why the real thing that VShojo markets to its talents is not freedom but empowerment, hopefully this puts those doubts to rest. Weijin, thank you for the 5. By the way, I don't know if this was said earlier, but why talk about this now? Just curious, not malicious. That's an understandable question. The reason why is because I've been planning to do this stream for a while now, as recently as after Fruit dropped her document. And, well, this is going... Not a lot of people... Well, not everyone is going to take me seriously when I say this. But there are VShojo talents that I am a big fan of. And I would like to see the company stop shooting itself in the foot so that it doesn't collapse its brand image overnight. And the problems that I'm pointing out have been the result of me retaining in my mind, and a lot of other people doing this as well, retaining a record of all of the different controversies that have happened with VShojo talents throughout this year alone. And the thing is, so far, over the course of my stream, when I was first researching for this stream, what I started to notice was that each of these controversies had patterns. There were similarities between each of these things that were happening with the talents. And whenever I see patterns in terms of fuck-ups from the same agency, I start to get worried. Because patterns across different talents making the same mistakes means that there are problems that cannot be confined to just one or two talents that can simply be, have a meeting with management, have a talking to, whatever. These patterns imply to me that there are systemic problems in VShojo that have been left unresolved for a while now. So, again, especially when you look at all three of these controversies with the Nux versus VShojo drama fresh in your mind, you start to see that over the course of the last 3 years, there are flaws in VShojo that have still not been touched on. And we'll get into why I don't think they've been touched on in a sec, but that's the main motivation for me talking about this now. Because there was also another controversy more recently that I'll be getting to later on. But in other words, the reason why I'm talking about this now is because, combination of the fact that I've had other topics to cover, there's been other things going on in my life, but I've been planning this for a while, and there is a pattern that worries me as a fan of, some of the VShojo talents. I want as hard as I am going in on some of these tweets, I don't want VShojo to die. I don't even dislike VShojo. But I look at the way that their management handles things. I look at the level of disconnect between talent and audience, talent and management, and even talents with other talents, and I get very worried. Because I worry that there is not a single competent member of VShojo's management that is pointing out these problems to the talents. And when I say competent, I don't just mean having the foresight to be able to see these problems. We, the public, can see these problems. I mean competent in the sense that they can convey these problems to the talents as well. To be able to present it to them in an honest, open manner. But in any case, yeah, I hope that answers your question. Yeah, I see. Thanks for answering and tuned in while you just started talking about fruit. Okay, yeah, no problem. I don't mind if people ask why I could choose to cover certain things. That's perfectly fine for me to explain. VShojo really needs more PR training and communication, undeniably. The thing is, right, the thing that always struck me as concerning wasn't the level of disconnect between talent and audience or talent and management, because, well, sorry, no, wasn't the disconnect between talent and audience or talent and talent, because that can be resolved, right? The thing that worries me is disconnect between talent and management, because that means that, you know, that's the same reason why Niji is the way that it is today. Management is not intervening and doing their job, right? Because, okay, sure, you can say that management not having the right to simply tell a VShojo member, no, don't post this, is good, because talent freedom. But at the same time, the very minimum that they can do, the bare minimum, is warn a VShojo talent, look, you're about to post this, this, and this are the ways in which this can go wrong. This, and this are the different groups of people that might respond negatively. Expect that this will go sideways for XYZ reasons. And the fact that these members in each of these controversies has posted something that any competent member of the public could have told them was a bad idea strikes me as management not really doing their job. Like I said, talent freedom and hands-off management, they are dangerously close to one another. And when things go wrong, they are indistinguishable from one another. Cogsworth, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. It's very kind of you to do so. Management in Niji En is the talents themselves. See, that's the thing, right? Because with Niji, it's like the management has just mostly given up on the talents. They've just been left to fend for themselves. They've been almost completely abandoned by mainland management. And the thing is, with VShojo, I have no doubt that management has not done the same. That management is trying to support the talents with whatever endeavors that they're trying to, you know, chase after. But while they are supportive of their talents' creative freedom, I see neglect when it comes to their expressive freedom. Because although it might sound like a bit of a contradiction to say, you know, management needs to be concerned with how you express yourself with your expressive freedom, right? There are degrees of foresight that talents are simply incapable of maintaining for long periods of time. Because of the fact that they are talent, they have different priorities to both their audience and to management. They need to be entertaining. They need to think about content. They need to, well, very often, because they are the content, you get into this, it's very easy to fall into this pattern of self-centered thinking, where all you can perceive immediately is how you feel and how you want to feel. And again, that's normal for talents because they are their own source of content. However, it's also an unsustainable mindset to have if you're trying to interact with an audience on social media. This is where talents are supposed to lean on their management so that their management can step in and give better perspective. So, yeah. You see, Armchair, the management for Niji only supports certain Niji En members. I love my Niji family. Yeah. Yeah, with Niji management, it's non-existent. And again, while VShojo's management undeniably exists, there are areas that they have been neglecting, and that neglect has started to show through the cracks, which is part of the reason why I'm making this stream. Jack John, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Any chance for a PR 101 class stream anytime soon? I might consider condensing down some of the things that I've talked about in my previous streams, because in essence, this channel is essentially, well, it has become like a PR, PR channel almost. But yeah, I will consider it for a future stream, potentially. It's just that it's easier to use case studies that have happened because of something recent, since it's a lot easier to conceptualize the concepts that it's a lot easier to conceptualize the ideas that I'm presenting if they are applied, rather than if I'm simply presenting them in a disembodied way. So yeah. However, even if Haeson didn't end up posting this, Fruit herself would then end up acknowledging the negative responses with this tweet on September 24th, where she would say, "I have never condoned harassment of any kind because of how much I have personally had to deal with. To even think that I would have involvement in any form of harassment is ridiculous. I will continue to not condone it. I ask my community to keep looking after yourselves, and if you ever feel frustrated, take a break, watch a movie, play a video game, spend time doing what you enjoy." I can only assume that this was a response to people trying to bring up the Hogwarts legacy thing. And again, I stand by what I say, that I could be wrong in my assessment of what Fruit meant exactly by everyone makes mistakes. However, the fact remains that a lot of people interpreted it that way. And if they are going to react negatively to her post about her own personal matters, the moment she acknowledges it, she legitimizes it. And that's why the entire thing boiled down to being a net negative instead of a net neutral, where she simply ignored the negative responses and simply accepted the positive ones. Free media literacy PR class. Media literacy has become such a tired term as of late. It's a shame, really, because I think the concept is it holds some merit at least, but it's become so overused. But in any case, to sum up my thoughts on this entire situation, to sum up why this was such a bad idea and why, in particular, I find this to be so concerning, I want to go back to that last paragraph that Fruit ended her document with. Now, can anyone in chat tell me which phrase in this document should be the most concerning to the average reader, given everything that has now happened in the wake of this tweet, given the negative responses, the sheer scale of negative responses that have arisen as a result of this tweet? Any ideas? Safe space? No, not that. More concerning than that. Touch grass? No. Closure? No. More concerning than that. I struggle to deal with friends? No. More concerning than that. I know how valuable time is? Nope. After these events? Nope. I now suffer from depression? Nope. Years? Nope. I know how valuable... No. At home, the home isolating my safe space? No. Make judgments your own terms? No. The whole paragraph? Not quite, although you can make that argument. I have more proof bots? No, not that. The whole damn thing. Don't let other people judge you? No. It's more subtle, but it is infinitely more concerning to me personally than the rest. And that is this section. I have been trying to make this document for a whole year now. Does anyone know why this phrase should concern a lot of people? Salty. Yeah. Okay. Because it never crossed her mind. Exactly, Blaze. It never crossed her mind that she should not post this over the year that she was spending making it. And not just that, if she has been sitting on this document for an entire year, that tells me one of two things. Staff had an entire year. Well, sorry, one of two things. Either staff had an entire year to at least warn her about this possible outcome, the likelihood of this possible outcome, and they didn't. Or Fruit didn't even tell staff to begin with over the entire year that she's been sitting on this document. Again, yeah, Bravinator, pattern of behavior, talent management disconnect. I don't know what to think after reading this, because this does not strike me as a talent management relationship where they feel comfortable confiding in one another. Because if that was the case, surely at some point over the year that Fruit was making this document or poring over this document, someone would have told her, here's how it can go wrong. I hope you're ready for this. You know, people might assume XYZ. This document might reach XYZ. And again, nobody told her this. Either that or she never told anybody else. And I lean towards the latter because of what Kason said in her tweet, where she said, I didn't read the document, or I only read the first few pages of the document and then I immediately rushed to show support. If you're all friends, if you all talk behind the scenes, surely if this document took a year to make, you would be a little more aware about its existence, let alone its contents. So this shatters the use of friendship as a part of VShojo's brand, as well as calling into question the degree of trust between talent and management, as well as, well, the level of disconnect between talent and management. That's assuming it's true that she started the document year prior, post. I think it's a little pedantic to pick and choose what to trust and what not to trust here if you're just gauging her personal statements, right? If I'm going to believe that she was abused by her ex-husband, and I am inclined to believe that, regardless of what you may think of Fruit herself, I'm also inclined to believe her when she says, oh, I have been trying to make this document for a year. So that's why I take that line seriously, and that's why I find it to be as concerning as I do. Wait, you mean to say friendship isn't real? Yeah. So another reason why this concerns me is because it implies to me that in the 3 years since VShojo versus Nux, that disconnect between talent and management has not been resolved. Because if you remember, it's nothing like with Kuro, for example, where he was a newer talent and therefore maybe, on the off chance, he doesn't have as close rapport between management as the other older members have. No, Fruit was around for Nux versus VShojo as well, which tells me that in the 3 years that have elapsed, they are still as disconnected from one another as they were back then. Or at least, from what the public can see, they are still as disconnected as they were back then. That speaks more to a different problem in VShojo, that they don't have any dissenters and that it's an echo chamber. Very astute observation, Tomahawk. You've foreshadowed what we're going to be talking about in a bit. So, when you look at each of these three controversies together, what you start to realize is that there seems to be a systemic environmental problem with VShojo as a workplace. It's not just an individual problem, because there are way too many similarities in the patterns of behavior between different talents in each of these controversies. As a result, something is going wrong. And on top of that, when you combine these three problems, right? For example, context blindness and lack of foresight regarding undesirable audience responses from Kuro, inability to compartmentalize audiences and recognize talent disconnect from Zentreya and Giga, failing to anticipate the effects of the medium on the message and audience perception from Fruit, and you take all of these problems and channel them into the same place that, well, doesn't seem to be pushing back. The result is that these problems end up affecting, collapsing and converging in on talents that haven't really done anything to contribute to any of these problems. And this is why I had Matara at the beginning of the stream on the SIPT framework, despite the fact that, in my opinion, she did everything right. So, to explain what happened with Matara, and this happened as recently as 2 weeks, just under 2 weeks ago. On November 15th, Matara made the following announcement. Post-subathon schedule, VShojo art contest announcement. I will also be starting to co-stream on YouTube, plus other small updates about subathon goals and their timelines, smiley face. Excited to see you, my little momos. And VShojo posted a now-deleted tweet that contained this graphic detailing, the terms of the VShojo art contest, as well as the prizes. Top prize, 1.5k, first place. Second place, 1k. Third place, 750. Fan favorite, 750. $100 for 10 participants. If I'm being completely honest, this looks quite generous. And the rules are also pretty loose. Any theme, safe for work art only, multiple entries allowed, include at least 6 VShojo talents of your choice, and include mascots or motifs of remaining VShojo talent. Now, this rule in particular sounds a little demanding, but we'll get into that in a second. And finally, must submit your own entry using hashtag art for VShojo, and the length of the contest, 1 month from announcement. Now, 1 day later, Matara would go live onto Twitch and YouTube in order to explain this contest a little bit more. At 1 hour, 52 minutes, 41 seconds, Matara clarifies that there will be no transfer of commercial rights. Artists still own and will continue to own the rights to all of their submissions. This is not a purchase. This is just a community competition. At 1 hour 53 minutes 28 seconds, Matara also clarifies that there is no upper limit on the number of submissions for each entrant. All art will be checked for AI, and users of AI will be disqualified. At 1 hour 53 minutes 45 seconds, Matara states, quote, "Please enter regardless of your skill level. Please just have fun," end quote. Oh, sorry. And then later on, she would also say, "Draw us however you want. Do your best. Have fun with it. I want to see 6 members per piece. I know it's a lot, so I'm very understanding if it's a little bare bones. Again, I'm aware that drawing 6 people is very tough." Now, the reason why this is important is because it clarifies that although the art competition requires 6 members to be drawn, Matara has gone out of her way to emphasize that she's not expecting the Mona Lisa times 6. She just wants people to draw VShojo members, however they see fit. She doesn't care. She's given people carte blanche to do whatever they like. So, just because you have to draw 6 members doesn't mean you have to draw them all to the same degree of quality or in a way that would be representative of your professional work or anything along those lines. However, what I find interesting is the motivation behind that 6 members rule. See, at the beginning of the stream, not at the beginning of the stream, but at the beginning of when Matara starts talking about the art contest on her stream, so this is around 1 hour 50 minutes 14 seconds, Matara states, quote, "I am doing this contest selfishly. I would like to see more VShojo art. I would like to see more VShojo together." 2 minutes later, "I come from an environment where there was a lot of art of a lot of folks together. there was a lot of art of a lot of folks together, and I really enjoyed seeing that. I really enjoyed seeing a lot of the group art. I really enjoyed seeing that stuff, and I feel like we haven't really been getting a lot of that. So I wanted to change it. I wanted to change it, and I wanted to put my money where my mouth is. Now, this is an understandable motivation, and it's applaudable for her to put her money where her mouth is, as in her own words. However, and this is going to sound a little harsh, this is the content creator equivalent of food comes from the grocery store. And the thing that I'm not sure if Matara realizes is that there is a reason why VShojo hasn't been receiving a lot of group art. When she talks about coming from an environment where there was a lot of art of folks together, she's talking about Niji Sanji. Or at least I assume that's what she's referring to, since that was her last job. However, this is one of those rare occasions where Niji has something that VShojo doesn't. And that is the foundations to build a culture where fans are, well, where there are people who are fans of the company rather than being fans of just individual talents. The thing that Matara doesn't seem to realize, and again, this is something that management could have told her, because this is not something that from the perspective of a talent, VShojo has anything and everything that you could ever dream of. They have absolutely everything that Niji doesn't. However, the thing is, if you're trying to consider things like differences in culture, for example, that would lead to things like the normalization of group fan art, this is a difference that can only be observed by management and audiences. Because again, from the perspective of a talent, there is absolutely nothing that VShojo has. There's absolutely nothing that Niji has that VShojo doesn't, right? So to explain this, the problem is that VShojo simply doesn't have the foundations for that kind of fan participation, or to incentivize that kind of fan participation. And it all boils down to the features of the companies. For example, with Niji, they debut talents in waves. By contrast, VShojo debuts talents in ones and twos. For Niji, individual talents have to conform to the company's brand image, whereas with VShojo, the company's brand image is entirely defined by individual talents. For Niji, devotion to the company frequently exceeds devotion to individual talents. This is flipped in VShojo, where devotion to individual talents exponentially exceeds devotion to the company. And finally, with Niji Sanji, marketing and policy centers around Eastern collectivism. Basically, duty to the whole, the collective, rather than acting out as an individual. This is entirely flipped in VShojo, where the marketing and policy centers around Western individualism. Again, VShojo is an agency that built itself off of the backs of individuality, its individual creators. As a result, this is why you start to see, the cost of individualism is that people don't see you as a group. And that can be fine if you just want people to be dedicated to the talents rather than the company or the corporation, to be in it for the authenticity of their favorite creator. But that also means that things like group fan art are not cropping up, not because there isn't a financial incentive, but because there isn't a cultural incentive. And this is why I use the comparison of food comes from the grocery store, because this is not a problem that money can solve. What Matara wants to see is more group art, and I understand that. I understand her wanting to see it, but the reason, the remedy that she is attempting to establish is not going to last. When the money dries up, when the clout is no longer there, the artists that were drawing all of this group fan art are going to move on because they are not in it for the culture. They are not in it for the community. They are in it because it's a competition that has prize money involved, that has clout involved. You might get your artwork retweeted by a VShojo member. You might get more VShojo fans visiting your account. So again, yeah, Kalgarot, it's a bandage, not a cure. So the irony is that for VShojo to be able to foster a culture where things like group fan art become commonplace, you would have to first fix all of the other problems that I've been talking about throughout the course of this entire stream. You cannot fix it by simply paying people to make this kind of art, or by giving the possibility of clout for making this kind of art. Because what Matara is fundamentally asking for is a community, a VShojo community. Problem is, VShojo is built on individualism. So again, you can see where the dissonance kind of starts to encroach. So long as you have talents that don't act as a unified whole, so long as people realistically expect VShojo talents to simply operate as individuals, you will never see this kind of, well, essentially what Matara seems to be aiming at. And one of the reasons why I suspect management hasn't told her this is because it requires being uncomfortably honest about the shortcomings of your own agency. And the problem with this particular shortcoming is that it is a shortcoming that has arisen out of one of VShojo's defining features: talent freedom. When talents are free to act however they like, there is no incentive for them to act together. Sure, there will be moments when they express solidarity with one another, for example, but, well, we saw with Fruit's case how hollow that solidarity might look. So, again, there is nothing to encourage that underlying culture of collectivism that Matara seems to want expressed in the form of group art. Yeah, they need to be more coordinated. Exactly. However, that being said, while her competition was built on a flawed premise, it could still have worked, because from the looks of it, all she wanted was a bit of cute art from different fans of different VShojo members that she could enjoy together with her community on stream. And that is perfectly applaudable. However, no good deed goes unpunished, because the day after she initially made that tweet announcing it, and VShojo made that tweet announcing it, artists on Twitter started complaining. Minimum 6 characters for $1,500? That can't be right. That's so much work for that amount. I love VShojo, but please, artists get taken advantage of way too much. It really is sad seeing this more and more often. It feels like people don't care about the conditions artists push themselves to reach these deadlines. As long as they get them done, it doesn't matter. Really sad. 6 characters is insane. How are artists supposed to finish a piece with 6 characters in a month in normal conditions? Crazy. Standing emoji. Hi Matara. Well, I'm sure many of us are excited for this opportunity. It all does seem a little unfair that one of the requirements is to illustrate at least 6 members plus mascots. There is so much work that goes into composing/illustrating 2 characters, much more with 6+. It just feels like the work and time that will be dedicated to creating these pieces does not coincide with the prize pool. This is especially more so with designs that are complex in nature. I hope I know that you hold a deep regard for artists, which is why I believe that expressing my concern being an artist myself will give some valuable insight that some of us might not be able to express. Please consider either increasing the prize pool or revisiting rule number 4 to ensure that there is both a rewarding yet fair contest for artists at all skill levels and scheduled. Not to point out the obvious, but, brother, this is a contest, not a commission. No one is being forced to participate. In fact, participation is purely voluntary. You don't have to participate in this contest if it is too much for you. And aside from that, right, once we leave aside the whole, you don't have to participate if you don't think it's worth it, one of the things that I find to be especially asinine about this complaining is it's as if the artists are convinced that they need to hold themselves to a professional standard when they submit their work. They don't. All you have to do is look at the amount of prize money offered, look at the possible clout offered, which you then have to convert into a monetary valuation according to whatever metrics you use, and look at the amount of time you would need to spend on making a submission that fits your satisfaction, and judge whether that's worth it. Nobody else can make that evaluation for you. Nobody else is obligated to try. And so, when it comes to judging as to whether this contest is worth entering, it is a little silly to take it for granted that not only will you enter, but you will win something. Because that's not how this works. And the reason as to why I'm going so hard on this will become obvious in a second. And in case it's not obvious, I do want to clarify this. My derision is purely my own. This does not reflect in any way the reactions of Matara or her community to this. This is purely me seeing these complaints and concluding how utterly unreasonable they are. Yes, 6 characters is a lot. Yes, 1 month isn't a lot of time, but like I said before, Matara made it pretty clear she's not expecting Da Vinci. There was one other tweet that I want to cover. TBH, the rules of 6 is nuts, maybe 2 to 4 members is more obtainable. The thing is though, okay, I will concede that the way it was initially announced, it did make it sound like you have to draw 6 full members. However, at the same time, you don't have to draw them in a way that's very demanding. And this is where I do think it was maybe a mistake to omit the word fan from art competition and also to add prize money. Because now you have incentivized people who are going to participate in this for purely cynical reasons. And again, no one who is participating in this with cynical reasons is going to announce that fact. They are only going to express it in terms of other concerns that might be more socially acceptable. They won't say, increase the prize money, it's not worth my time. They will say, increase the prize money so that you can show how much you respect artists. And that's the kind of worm wording that I despise, especially on Twitter. Sorry, give me a second. Making money is not cynical. On the contrary, if you are entering a competition, a community fan art competition, purely with the intention of making money, it is cynical, I would argue. So, not just start talking about the rules on stream, sorry. Was there official yeah, there was an official contest post that Matara posted up for this, but it came later. So, one of the tweets that I want to point out was this one. 6 characters is a minimum to enter and only a month to plan, draft, and complete a submission. That's really bad. Again, I think people are making the mistake of assuming a certain level of quality that is expected of these entries. Again, like I said before, this is a contest, not a commission. So you have to judge it by a different metric. You have to make that decision for yourself as to whether it is worth your time. If you put out a prize pool, you're attracting people with monetary incentive. There's no longer a pure community art contest. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said you attract cynical people who aren't in it for the spirit of the competition, but are rather in it because they stand to gain clout and or money from participating. Now, this artist raised 3 main concerns. While I'm here, there are more significant concerns than the very tight deadline for many artists. There is no transparency about what entries, winner or otherwise, will be used for, and if the artists are surrendering rights to them by submitting. 2. There are no guidelines about the use of generative AI. 3. This is being hosted on X, which is no longer a safe place for artists concerned about their work being harvested for generative AI training to share. Cool to host a competition that allows the community to showcase talent, but I think there needs to be more structure and transparency here so everyone is properly informed. Now, the way this is expressed, a bit more constructive than the previous ones that we were talking through. However, when you start working through each of these concerns, you start noticing a few things. Artists are prideful, especially when this contest is showcasing their still. Say the piece where the contest blows up and it's not your best quality. That's where it starts to become a matter of individual discretion. One of the things that really irritates me about seeing the way that people interact with things on Twitter is that there is almost a complete elimination of individual agency in anything that's expressed. If you are an artist and you want to participate in this competition, it is your job, your duty to yourself, your responsibility to evaluate if it's going to be worth your time. Now, if you want to spend more time in creating something that is better, that is a better exemplar of your professional work, then you are going to have to weigh up how much time delivering that quality is going to take, whether it is how much stress that is going to create, and whether that is worth it in terms of value for you. So, again, this is not on VShojo. This is not on Matara. Certainly not on Matara. And you have to be able to make that decision as an artist before taking the plunge to participate in this contest. Now, if people are saying that 6 characters is a bit much, again, fine, that's understandable. However, I always circle around back to the point where this isn't supposed to be a requirement that you submit high quality art. In her stream, Matara made it really clear she has no expectations of quality. She just wants a fun event. So, again, well, yeah, it is kind of on VShojo. I take that back. Because, again, this was an outcome that could have been predicted. And yet it wasn't. Now, as Kiernoth pointed out earlier on in chat, this last point, this is being hosted on X, which is no longer a safe space for artists. Thing is, you can still disable the option for AI to use your posts for training purposes. It's there. If you go into data sharing and personalization in your settings, and you go into Grok and third-party collaboration, data sharing with business participants, one of those two, I forget which one it is, you have the option of disabling this feature at any point in time. Now, you can say that X hasn't come out by saying, okay, we're not going to support AI, we're not going to use your artwork for training purposes like Blue Sky. But come on, are you really going to trust a social media platform to be honest with its users about stuff like that? I mean, it's purely your prerogative if you do, but I'm just going to point out that it's a little idealistic to draw that distinction between those two platforms. What about AI poisoning? Does that still work? I have no clue. Lol, Lamau even, yeah. So, this is the one that sort of convinces me to view this in a more cynical way. The first concern, there is no transparency about what entries, winners or otherwise, will be used for and if the artists are surrendering rights to them by submitting. Can't you just look sorry, can't you just post a Google form to submit your art? That is a possibility. However, I assumed that the intention for this was for there to be more artwork on the timeline, which is why VShojo instructed artists to submit with a hashtag rather than with a Google form. They wanted to create a timeline filled with group VShojo art. Now, in fairness to... I will play devil's advocate for a little bit. For people who are participating in this event with cynical intentions, I can understand if that premise of wanting to fill the timeline with group VShojo art comes across a little cynical as well, because it's wanting to convey that sense of togetherness that VShojo hasn't actually built the foundations for, in any sort of tangible manner. However, because this is an event that Matara started, I am inclined, although this is my personal bias, I'm inclined to believe that it wasn't driven by cynicism, that it was more just her wanting to see more stuff that would complete the full transition where she would finally have everything that she left behind when she left her old job. So the hashtag system on Twitter is so broken. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they want engagement with the hashtag. Yeah, I think that would be why VShojo wants that, but I'm not entirely convinced that that's Matara's motivation. However, with this particular point, the reason why I found this to be particularly interesting, shall we say, is that in Matara's stream, she explicitly states at 1 hour, 52 minutes, 41 seconds, there will be no transfer of commercial rights. Artists still own their own submissions. She is very, very clear about that. Which got me thinking, how long was it before this tweet went live with this concern and Matara starting stream? Because had this person been someone who watches Matara, even semi-regularly, they probably would have been able to have their question answered, possibly before even tweeting. So, I went looking. I went to see if Matara does going live tweets. And in hindsight, that was a pretty stupid question because, well, she's a talent at a big agency, no shit. But I went looking and lo and behold, I did find out that yes, on this day, Matara did make a tweet announcing that she was going live with that stream where she was going to be talking about the art contest's rules. And when I looked at the time that she posted that tweet, surprise, surprise, 2 minutes. 2 minutes was the amount of time that elapsed between this artist asking this question, raising this concern, and when Matara announced that she was going live on stream. Cicero, you can't just address shit on stream when the contest is hosted on another platform. I beg to differ. Because of the fact that Matara made it very clear that she was going to be talking about the art contest on stream. Although, in fairness to the point that you're making, there was an obligation for VShojo, at the very least, to post a more clarified version of, well, what Matara ended up solidifying the rules as. There were a lot of points that weren't left as... I would say that there were a decent number of points in the rules that were not as clear as they could have been. And I think it comes with inexperience. Inexperience that I don't think that VShojo should have let slip, since this is not the first time VShojo has hosted an art contest, although it is Matara's first time hosting one, presumably. So, again, regardless, by simply waiting 2 more minutes, it was entirely possible for this person to have had their questions answered by tuning into Mata's stream. Now, I understand not every fan watches every stream, though, right? Not considering this is a VShojo and considering this is a VShojo fan. Okay, so yeah, Lucy, you raise a decent point, right? Not every fan watches every stream, and considering this is a VShojo fan contest, there's also fans of other girls who aren't fans of Matara. Now, again, this is why this is a flawed premise to begin with, but to address that counter argument, right? Because it is a pretty reasonable one. If you are an artist looking to participate in an event, if you're an artist looking to participate in an event and you would like more details, or more specifically, you would like to raise concerns, it is probably a good idea to hold off on posting about them on Twitter because of the way that the platform is designed until after you've had a chance to absorb more information from the person who is starting the contest, who is running the contest. It's not so much about not asking questions at all. It's more about choosing the right time and the right medium to ask your questions. Give people a chance to clarify before you make a post like this, because since it was made on Twitter, it can very easily be misconstrued as a call-out. And this is the kind of thing that people need to be aware of, because there is no telling how other people who come across this tweet are going to interpret it, for all the reasons that I talked about previously. So, yeah, but if there's... I think in that case you would expect the full rules to be addressed in a follow-up post. Yeah, that's understandable. However, at the same time, I do think that it is reasonable for a talent to be interested in a VShojo contest, because I want to go back to the graphic. Give me a second. The graphic says, under VShojo Art Contest, powered by Matara Khan. So, in my opinion, it should be pretty obvious to start paying attention to whatever Mata is doing with the art contest when, well, it should be pretty obvious to start looking at what Mata is doing on her socials if you're interested in following this art contest. Because there is no way that you see VShojo Art Contest and you don't also see Matara Khan. So again, if you are going to ask questions like this and raise concerns like this, I would advise you to be a little slower on pulling the trigger on posting on Twitter. Because, like I've said, ad nauseum, Twitter is not conducive to civil dialogue. Yeah. But the call out was the whole to use this opportunity to be special on the loudest voice. In short, virtue signaling. Yeah. Yeah, Miss on Matara's part is not making a follow-up Twitter post to clarify, but the whole point of the contest. No, she did end up making a follow-up post. It just wasn't immediate. So, to clarify... Oh, sorry. Give me a second to read. Oh, Gator! Welcome in! Welcome in, guys. Hope you had a fun stream. Welcome in. We're talking about the controversy surrounding Matara Khan and VShojo's art contest announcement. Welcome in, Gator. Welcome in, Gator and Raiders. Anime boomers in the house. Yeah, so... I do want to point out that another reason why I am so disapproving, so spiteful towards sentiments that have been addressed, the kind of entitlement that leaks in through the messages, is because there were other people who seemed to get the spirit of this. Unfortunately, they don't seem to have gotten a lot of traction on Twitter for what is probably obvious reasons. However, not everyone was moaning about the requirements, because there were people who accepted that this was an art contest where people were free to make whatever kind of art they wanted. Elion Fate. I liked it as a proper challenge, even if others don't like it. I liked it as a proper challenge. If others don't like it, don't draw it. Yes, it lacks a bit more rules, but otherwise I'd leave it at that. At the very least, the person who actually does it deserves all the money. Mr. Bite, time to eat a couple thousand popsicles so I can make a life-size popsicle stick statue of you. See, these people understood the assignment, right? Community event, all in good fun, and don't participate if it's not worth your time. Now, to be fair, I can 100% understand if Mata wants to make it more worth people's time. I would even applaud that. However, the reasons why I interpreted these complaints so cynically will become very obvious in a few minutes. Now, Matara did end up making a follow-up post after her stream. Bonus info. Oh, by the way, Armchair, thoughts on CDog VA's video covering Iron Mask? I didn't get to watch it yet. I saw it on my recommended this morning, but I didn't get to click on it before I went live because I was doing other stuff prior to stream. They could easily be looking for clout by going against the grain as well, though. That's true, that's true. However, at the same time, I do think that, for example, the popsicle stick one, I think that was almost certainly in the spirit of joking and having good fun with it. So, maybe not having money on the line, it happened with the twins. Yeah, I saw that. Here's the thing, by introducing a monetary reward immediately will incentivize people. Again, this is what I said earlier about using the wrong incentives to try and buy a solution to a problem that can't be solved with money. This is something that VShojo, because again, I want to remind everyone, VShojo had the chance to review this event, but after looking over what Matara was suggesting, and I would assume her reasons for suggesting it, they simply said, go, be free, and didn't give her any more information than that. Because, yeah, this is very much an outcome that could have been predicted. Offer money for an art contest, well, people are going to view it as even more cynical than they would view any other art contest for that matter. So, this was very much a victim of not enough pushback. Because a lot of the, well, as we'll get to later, there has been a lot of pressure put onto Matara in order to sort of make shit up as she goes when it comes to trying to clarify the rule set as well as adding more rules for a better experience for all the participants. And a lot of this consists of details that probably should have been ironed out by VShojo's management before the event was announced. So, yeah, it attracted the wrong sort of artists, I would agree. So in any case, after her stream where she clarified those points, Matara would then update the tweet as well. Bonus info, no AI art, blue sky's okay, same hashtag. You can include Nova, but you must adhere to Rule 4 with 12 VSU members. Still art only, no videos or animations. Any art medium is okay, for example, a photo of macaroni art. At this point, I don't know how it can be even more clear that she's not expecting, actual professionally drawn art pieces, but to go on. One image is one entry. We'll be looking at entries starting December 16th. I'm not purchasing your commercial rights with prize money. The art remains yours. I'm open to remarks and criticism, but I'm just a little guy. This is my first ever contest. Please be gentle. And again, this is yet another little bit of evidence that shows us that VShojo is not really carrying over what it learns, its experience, to individual talents. That essentially individual talents are left to fall and fail on their own so that they can learn their lessons on their own. Because, like I said, this is not VShojo's first art contest, but this is Matara Khan's first art contest. And I don't see why it needed to be this difficult for Matara. She also made the following post. Hey y'all, I saw your comments and saw your constructive criticisms. I will be taking down the art contest and reworking some of the rules. I should have you updated by Sunday or Monday latest. Thanks for your patience and understanding. Heart. Now, I've got the wrong date on this. This should say, I think this should say November 17 or 18. That was a mistake. However, after her initial amendment to the rules, Matara would then hit go live to host a second stream where she would review... Oh, sorry, give me a second. My bad. I mistook the different stream. So this was still in the same stream that she did when she was first addressing the art contest and fleshing out the details a little bit, if I have this correct. Now, at around 2 hours, 3 minutes, 33 seconds, she has a little bit of a pause after fielding questions about, how the art contest is going to work, etc., etc., etc. And then she starts apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm a little overwhelmed. Give me a minute. Give me a moment to think about it. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little overwhelmed because I don't want to upset anybody. 2 hours, 6 minutes, 14 seconds. These are questions that I'm very glad you're asking. A little bit of a typo there. Let me get rid of that. And please keep asking them. I got a little overwhelmed because I wasn't expecting so many questions, and I don't wanna upset anybody. But I also want to be very clear with the boundaries and everything. This was a bit of a rough stream. I would assume it's a rough stream for Matara because a lot of this probably caught her off guard. And again, I want to reiterate, this could have been predicted had real pushback been applied to the idea. Now, on November 17th, Matara would then post another update quoting her original one. Quick update, this will be done closer to Monday. I want to run a few changes by my momos first to see if I'm thinking in the right direction and to give VShojo staff the weekend off. Hee hee. Don't worry, you will have more time for art. So, at this point, this is why upon seeing this tweet, this is what makes me conclude that Matara is one of the... She does seem to have a bit more intuition for the... Well, she seems to have a higher ability to compartmentalize her audiences because she has recognized that trying to solicit feedback from Twitter is a bad idea. And so she's decided to simply iron out the details on stream with her community. Because at the end of the day, this is her event. It is an event that she is making for VShojo, but it is still tied to her and her community. The next day, Matara would go live with a stream titled Reviewing Your Halloween Costumes. So, at around 3 hours, 20 minutes, she starts clarifying which of the rules are being changed and how those rules are being changed. She states, the rules are being adjusted as the following. She's reduced the number of required members from 6 down to 4. She has increased the amount of time from 4 weeks to 6 weeks, and the prize pool has been increased by 2.5k, going from $5,000 total to $7,500 total. At around 3 minutes later, Matara starts apologizing again. I personally I'm sorry, I'm not an artist. I did not mean to discredit how much work it takes for this amount of art. I just wanted to review the art for Christmas, and I didn't realize how quick it would be, how tight the timeline would be, and again, this is just me giving you the soft apology, but I will be writing the full apology tomorrow. And then, less than a minute later, I can maybe put it up to 2 months, but at the same time, I feel the whole point is to want to have a very cool art for the 1 year anniversary. So this is what convinces me that Matara's motivations were not cynical, but it was just rushed and, to be completely honest, kind of haphazardly executed. So, it is it's a bit like watching a beaten wife apologize for her alcoholic husband. But this is... I want to make this very clear. Matara is... It is applaudable that she is this worried about offending people. However, at the same time, the requirements or the prize... Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Where was it? Astera Tofu, the prize pool increase probably wasn't really necessary. I agree. See, the problem is, if it was just people complaining about too many members and too short a time frame, yeah, sure, I will still say that it's on them to judge whether it's worth their time to enter or not. But I wouldn't be nearly as critical as if it wasn't the case that you had a lot of people also complaining that, oh, the prize money isn't enough. Oh, it's not worth my time to enter. That is what convinces me that the people who are complaining are not doing so for good reasons. You heard the motorbike? Yeah. We have somebody with somebody throttling their engines outside. But yeah, sorry, give me a second. She's just nice that... yeah, she's just that nice, unfortunately. Yeah. And it does feel a little bit like she's being taken advantage of here. To go on. See, and this is the part that convinced me that the people who were complaining, especially the people complaining about prize money, should not have been listened to at all. At 3 hours, 24 minutes, 22 seconds, Matara states, quote, so currently it's looking like... Currently there is 5,000 assigned, 1,500, 1,000, 750, 750, and $100 for 10 participants. Personally, I would have initially thought to maybe raise the bottom prizes up a bit. But a lot of people were saying 1,500 for first place is just not enough. It's just not a good enough prize. And I am not very nice for having that low of a prize. So if we were to add three more thousand into every... Where would be a good place to inject that money? And this is the thing that convinces me that the people complaining are not complaining because they want to participate. They're complaining because they want to win. They're treating this as a commission and not a competition. Because if you really care about prize money, artists receiving more, adding more money to the prize pool, and especially boosting the amount given to the lower prize allocations, would be seen as a good thing. But instead, they are complaining about the upper brackets. Yeah, yikes. That's exactly what I thought as well when I heard this. But what if they don't win? Well, I'm guessing that the only reason that they want to participate is the possibility of winning. And so they justify that according to how much they stand to win, should they come first or second. So, yeah, fuck those people. I agree. Yeah, the answer is no, keep the pool the same. Again, this was not something that needed to be changed, because it shouldn't have been about the money to begin with. But unfortunately, that's just what you get. Yeah, that's kind of bullshit. An art contest for an MMO I participated in had 1k for first place and no participation rewards. Exactly. That's why I said, this is a prize pool that is already really generous. And yet, when people are complaining that the prize money isn't enough, they're not complaining about the bottom rungs. No. They're complaining about the upper levels. First place isn't 1.5k for first place? Not enough. And this is what convinces me that the people who are complaining about this are entitled hacks, who are participating in this for purely cynical reasons. On one hand, the winner is likely to be an artist who puts a lot of time into it. On the other hand, these artists are likely, those artists are likely to be true fans. I don't know about that, though, because the thing is, if you are very talented when it comes to art, if you're very good at what you do, and you are participating in what was essentially supposed to be, if according to what Matara has said, a community fan art competition, you are going to be at a little bit of a higher advantage, and you are probably going to be aware of that advantage, which is why it might factor into your assessment of whether this will be worth your time. It will probably factor into your risk, your assessment of your risk of losing, or your probability, your likelihood of winning. So yeah. Did they not give her any advice? That's what I'm saying. That's what convinces me that I'm convinced this received zero pushback, zero interrogation, zero evaluation from any member of management. What I am convinced happened at this point is Matara got the idea for a contest. She went to management. Management thought, yeah, we can do it with a bit more attention on the timeline, and just instantly approved it without thinking through it any more than that. And this has been the result. Honestly, my only complaint is 6 characters and mascot is a bit much, but the prize was just okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. And again, I want to make this very clear. If all that people were complaining about was the 6 characters plus 4 weeks, yes, I would have still assessed it as only participate if it's worth your time. It's your responsibility to make that assessment yourself. But I wouldn't have been nearly as critical had the complaints not been made inseparable from the prize money complaints, and the fact that this has just been revealed, that the people who are complaining about the prize money are not complaining about the lower brackets, but the upper brackets. And again, that's what convinces me that this is a purely cynical complaint. Even for a fan art competition, most would lose if you consider greats like Merryweather or KU would be participating as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the reward should have been merch instead. That probably would have been a better idea, honestly, but I'm convinced that because of the fact that... Well, actually, let me go forward, because this will be explained in a little bit. So, at 3 hours, 34 minutes, 48 seconds, from a user called Econaissance or Econaissance in Twitch chat, they state, quote, "There should be a reward that is not monetary, because if people are just going in for monetary gain, doesn't it defeat the purpose of helping the artists? Is it always about the money?" And then Matara addresses this directly. Kind of? I think so. Especially for the holidays. It's always... you want to reward people, and the best way to do so is with money. And the next bit is what kind of makes me sad. I mean, what do you think I can offer artists that isn't money? That would make everybody happy. I don't think there's anything I could really offer outside of money. When I say beaten wife apologizing for alcoholic husband, this is what I mean. So far, this community event has now become so entrenched in the cynical complaints of cynical participants that, well, it fucking kills to see a talent say, "Oh, I don't think there's anything I could really offer outside of money." And the reason why I find that sad is because it's not just a talent saying, "Oh, I don't want to pay someone with clout only," because that's respectable, right? Because that's, no shit, Sherlock, you shouldn't just try to pay people with clout. But at the same time, if you can't think of anything you offer to possible participants besides money, honey, something's gone wrong. Like, this was the moment where I kind of just wanted to yell at the screen. I kind of just wanted to yell at the screen a little bit, like, Actually, Lumi, that's a good way of phrasing it. Her art contest is a double-edged sword because she wants more group art, but the only way people will do that is with money. The VShojo community is multiple little separate communities put together. Exactly. There is no unity that would establish a non-cynical reason to do what Matara wants. Again, she's trying to force behaviors using money, cynical incentives. However, it still kills on the inside to see her say this. I don't think there's anything I could offer outside of money. If you go back and watch the VOD, and I think this is available for free on Twitch, I don't know. The way that I interpreted it wasn't... It didn't sound like an acknowledgement of the limitations of what she wanted to do, because from the way she pitched this art competition, the way she explained her motivations, I'm not even sure if she was aware of the fact that she was asking for something impossible. The thing is, it comes across as her feeling like there is nothing she can offer to people besides her money. That's just fucked. That's just fucked. And the thing that I want to reiterate is that... how do I say this? Your community, any community that shows up to your stream, that shows up to your events, that participates and makes art of you, your friends, of their own volition, they are not doing it with the expectation that they will be paid. Because it is offered, not because it is seen as a transaction, but because it is an expression of appreciation. It's the same principle with super chats, donations, memberships, whatever as well. Because when an audience does that, when members of your community do those things, they are not doing so because they view you as a good that needs to be purchased. They are not doing so because they expect a straightforward transaction most of the time. More often than not, it is a way of expressing appreciation out of the fact that they were lucky enough to stumble upon your content and that you were entertaining enough to keep them there thereafter. And that kind of stuff does not require, it doesn't come with an expectation of payment. Your community is going to be there because you, Matara Khan, pressed go live. You don't need to do anything besides exist, and there will be people who derive some level of enjoyment out of simply enjoying your presence. And the thing is, the thing that kills me is that this was a contest that should have been for those people. This was a contest that should have been for people who had that sense of wanting to make art and submit it, not because they were worried about their professional portfolio, not because they were worried about clout or money, but because they just wanted to participate in a community event where you, the creator that everybody there loves, and the community around you can all come together and enjoy the fact that you came up with things that were pretty, goofy, beautiful, whatever, horrifying, it doesn't matter. That you were able to just participate in something together, just share in an experience. And that is not a thing that can be bought. And the thing is, it always comes back to, how did VShojo's management not tell her that this was a bad idea? Because, again, on top of the fact that it's, you're trying to buy something that can't be bought. Because, again, you need to establish a culture for that to be the case, for that to emerge naturally. You can't force behaviors, no matter how much money you throw at a thing. The thing that irritates me the most is that VShojo's management, I would assume, is very aware of this. They should be able to observe and admit that their company simply lacks the cultural infrastructure, the cultural foundations for this to be a common practice. They should have been able to recognize that what Matara was doing, again, I keep coming back to this point, but it just boggles my mind. They should have been able to recognize that what Matara was doing was fundamentally misguided. And as a result, it was going to attract the wrong kind of people. Matara didn't have to go through all of this. She didn't have to find out she didn't have to learn these lessons face first. And yet, This is the result of, well, I can't even say talent freedom without irony at this point. It's just hands-off management. Because anyone with any degree of foresight could have told her this. I am honestly convinced that even if she had just baked up this art contest over the course of a week by just consulting the Momos, they would have been able to say something similar, which is prize money might incentivize the wrong kind of participation and the wrong kind of participants. People who are not in it for appreciating, the community, the creator, whatever. And I understand that there will be a lot of people who push back on what I just say and say, oh, but you need to respect the artists. The whole point is, well, the artists, they don't really seem to respect this. The artists that are making these complaints, that is. I don't want to blanket say all artists are trash, because that's not true. I don't even want to say that all Twitter artists are trash. That's not true either. However, the ones that Matara are pivoting, folding under, those are the ones that, in my humble opinion, shouldn't have been gatekept from this event. The moment that it was observed that the complaints about prize money revolved more around the upper brackets than the lower ones, that was when it was time to pull the plug. And honestly, I really do think that management should have been able to see this coming. RM, thank you for the 200,000 is that rupees? I hope I got that right. Exactly. I so chat this because I appreciate the knowledge you give us. I thank you. I appreciate it. Wajian, thank you for the 2. Honestly, at this point, revert the prize pool. That's what I'm saying. Alan is 3D, thank you for the 10. Chairman, I want to clip this. Ask for you to tweet that clip and share it with your platform. Hopefully, Matara's community sees this and it will signal boost me if you allow me to. Yeah, sure. I will. I'll tweet it out once I see it on my recommended on my timeline. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. I really hope your streams get signal boosted because, man, this is so poignant. The thing is, I'm not even saying anything that's that outrageous because the thing is, I have no doubt in my mind that a lot of the people who, well, how do I word this? I very strongly suspect that a lot of Momos will agree with me on this point, that there needs to be some sort of filtering system, a stronger filtering system between Matara and the feedback that she is currently accepting. Because right now, I would say the feedback is being accepted a little indiscriminately, and I think we could do with a bit more discriminating between different forms of feedback. Headcanon, Hypershorter, thank you for the 5. Headcanon, Mata has shown herself to be capable, so management said yes to her. I can believe that, but at the same time, it feels odd for me to say because I know that Mata is a hag. But actually, no, fuck it. Just because someone is competent does not mean that they are incapable of being naive. And the thing is, the thing that convinces me that Mata is approaching this with a naive mindset is the fact that the premise of this art competition is, I would like to see more group art. So let me make an art competition where I offer money so that people can make more group art. Because that, to me, tells me that she has not recognized that the environment she exists in does not support the creation of that kind of group art. And the only solution she can think of is money. Which is, it's kind of rough. Jackson, thank you for the 5. Matara's art contest is a reminder of what you said earlier. Hands-off management is benign neglect. Yeah, exactly. Speak your truth, King. Thank you for the 2, White Rabbit. I try my best. But yeah. It just sucks to see this. Because for the same reason that it sucks to see somebody apologizing for an abusive partner. But yeah. He's a hand lover, confirmed. I will not confirm or deny the allegations. But yeah. At 3 hours, 38 minutes, 17. This is where... Yeah, sorry, I'll just read it out. Matara says, quote, "I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little bit of cold feet about this contest. I just worry that people will be upset no matter what I do. Because, you know, if somebody submits a nice art, but somebody submits a phenomenal art, but of course there is a chance that the art that the artist who has spent more time on and maybe has more experience under their belt rises to the top, and she just kind of trails off there. You can see that this is starting to get to her, because again, she was not ready for this. She was not warned about this. There is, she's just being slapped into this head first. And then 3 hours, 39 minutes, 38 seconds. She cites the main reasons for the backlash as 6 members, that being the requirement, low amount of time, and that the prize pool wasn't big enough for people to find it worth entering. And again, this may be an unpopular hill for me to die on, I suppose, but I still do think that only 2 out of the 3, at best, were worth changing. And even then, if what your aim was to simply have a community art competition where people submit whatever, so long as they have fun doing it, I don't think that would have been a problem. Ran Cossack, thank you for joining the Footstools. Welcome to the club. But yeah, they sure didn't help her. Yeah, I don't think they did. Yeah, this becomes rougher the longer you go through it. At 3 hours, 55 minutes, 40 seconds, Matara says, she reassures her audience by saying, "I will not be pulling back on it," the art contest, that is. "I started something, I'm going to see it through." And then she sort of kind of, half jokingly, laughingly says, "But I might cry if I get more backlash. I'm not gonna lie, I might cry. I might cry." And again, me reading it out doesn't really show the fact that she's kind of trying to be lighthearted when she says this, because I'm just not a great voice actor. But yeah. Then, 4 hours, 13 minutes, 42 seconds, she says, "I'm sorry. It's just been, in general, a good emotional time. It's all good. I'm so happy. Life is good. Like I said, it's just really kind of caught me off guard. But it's a really, really good lesson that in the future, if I don't do anything that is outside my immediate community, I have to be more careful." And she is absolutely right with that last part. That is a valid lesson that is good for people to learn. My point is, however, she didn't have to learn this firsthand. She didn't have to learn this herself. Because I would assume that if you're going to join an agency, there will be other people in that agency who have already learned that lesson and could probably teach you without having to have you go through the fire yourself. But yeah, this actually hurts. Yeah. Unironically, this is the thing that people who have gone through traumatic experiences do, where they try to rationalize what they've been through and survived by trying to extract some sort of lesson from it. And again, it's nothing, I don't want to turn this into some sort of, oppression contest or whatever, right? Yeah, you got backlash for an art contest. A lot of people might look at that premise and go, whatever, why are you bothered about that? But it's not a contest. This can still feel awful, and this can still be wholly unnecessary. And that is my criticism of it. It was wholly unnecessary. Now, I forgot to update the date. Sorry, give me a second. I really need to edit these slides before I upload them onto the Patreon. By the way, if you subscribe to the if you don't need to subscribe to the Patreon. If you just join the Patreon, even as a free member, you get access to all of the slides for all of my streams, because I just uploaded there for the sake of keeping them all in one place. So, on November 21st, Matara would provide, as of today, I believe, the last update that she would provide us to the competition. Update, it's taking a bit longer. I'm sorry. It's coming back 100%. Just give me a bit more time. As of yesterday, when I was still editing the slides, I don't think there's been any further updates. But we will see. I have complete faith that Mata will be coming back relatively soon with, an announcement, clarification. The art contest will go ahead as planned. I don't have any doubt in her ability to follow through. But again, didn't have to work this way. So, actually, 1337 Yoi Osfag Swag 5VV4G. It's like Western individual mentality. You make mistakes, you live up to it. Very similar to indie, only you have a company to back you up. That's what I mean, though, because VShojo is not... Well, a lot of people do make the argument, VShojo's not an agency, it's just a loose... It's just, it's an indie French... It's an indie friend group in a trench coat, right? But... Oh, Leet YOLO swag. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. A lot of people make the argument, VShojo is just an indie friend group in a trench coat. You should just treat them that way. But no, they're an agency. They have to offer someone something in order to differentiate them from just being indie. And that's, one of my main criticisms comes out of the fact that there are very frequently moments where this is essentially just people operating as it's just people operating as indies, but just under a pink and white umbrella. So it doesn't really compute as to why these things are necessary. Like, you are absolutely right that this is, an aspect of Western culture, or a consequence of Western culture. But at the same time, it doesn't make much sense when, you're part of a company. You said a no word? No. I said no such thing. Although, to be fair, my accent does make it difficult for me to pronounce SV. I do not speak the language of Leet, no. Small indie company, please understand. That's the thing, though. And again, I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, because when it comes to enabling talents to fully make use of creative freedom, VShojo is undeniably one of the best for that, I do think. Because if a talent has a project that they want to work on, management will be very supportive. And I also think that they're very supportive behind the scenes. Michi has very frequently talked about that. However, when it comes to making sure that talents don't end up damaging themselves with freedom of expression, VShojo is sorely lacking, to the point where there's not... It's one of those examples of horseshoe theory, where functionally speaking, it is not really much different from Niji, because whereas with Niji, they just don't care about what talents do, or they crack down on talents for pushing back against unreasonable audiences. VShojo just kind of just lets talents do whatever, and they don't seem to transfer lessons learned between different talents. So it just happens over and over again, at least on the EN side. Cicero, thank you for the 75. VShojo meat writers will constantly change VShojo's status as an agency to suit their narratives. I do find that to be a little... the reason why I refer to them as an agency is because that's how they market themselves. So, I'm aware they are not a corpo. I'm aware that they are by no means anything close to a traditional corpo. But at the same time, if you're an agency, you need something to differentiate yourself from your talents remaining indie. And this is one of those things where I do think that talent freedom is being used to mask a deficiency by trying to present it as a benefit. It is not. So, when you put all of these things together, when you look at all four of these controversies, when you compare, contrast, and note that there seems to be a repeating pattern, you can start to discern that not only is there a pattern in terms of the mistakes that talents are making, but this whole thing seems to be a bit of a recurring cycle, where the same things are happening over and over. And after trying to define what that cycle is, I think I finally managed to nail it. The cycle starts with a VShojo talent experiencing an unfulfilled emotional need. Management is then left in the dark management is then left in the dark or chooses not to intervene because it is regarded as a personal matter. The talent then seeks to fulfill this need by expressing it on a public platform, usually Twitter. The talent is then surprised when their message is received poorly by audiences outside of their community. The talent and their co-workers then fold under dissenting voices, reflexively clapping back or indiscriminately appeasing them. Co-workers and staff then affirm that the situation could not have been avoided and that the talent is valid in how they felt and acted, which ultimately results in the talent feeling no need to change their conduct and or circumstances. Rinse and repeat the cycle, over and over again, ad nauseum, with each individual talent. And the more I look at this cycle, the more I look at the controversies that VShojo has gone through, the more I see this happening over and over. Now, when it comes to where I would try to break this cycle, there are a few spots that I want to target. I'll go through what those are in a second. Because I have realized that I spend a lot of time on this channel pointing out problems, and I want to make sure that I move a little bit more towards providing possible solutions as well. So, Chris Bro, thank you for the £20. The weird thing is VShojo Japan has rules on freedom of expression. Henya said as much, so they have the remedy in-house, but they don't want to touch it. See, that's the thing, because with VShojo Japan, they can say, it's because, Japan, right? So no talent freedom. But the thing is, I really do think that they would benefit from applying some of those rules here, because, again, something I tend to observe is, with VShojo, the marketing seems to be rules bad, without any consideration as to why rules exist in the first place. But in any case, when you look at this cycle, what you tend to observe is a little bit of a toxic positivity spiral, where people feel bad, they do something dumb, they suffer consequences, but they are not the problem, so they change nothing, so then they go on to eventually feel the same way. They eventually feel bad about something else, and the cycle repeats. And I do think that it's a little interesting that this seems to have been perpetuated in VShojo's environment, and I became a little bit more curious as to possible reasons why this might be the case. And I think I might have hit on one. This is going to be a hear me out moment for quite a lot of people who may watch this. However, to understand one of the possible root causes for a cycle like this, we need to first get an idea about the demographics of VTubing. Specifically, the way those demographics are divided by sex. See, the thing about VTubing is that although you do have a wide variety of males and females in this space, different kinds of people, different groups of people, they are separated in very distinct ways, depending on which part of the industry you're looking at. When you're looking at VTuber audiences, the majority consists of men. When you're looking at VTuber talents, the majority consists of women. Now, here's the thing. Part of understanding the sort of disconnect that seems to exist between VShojo's talents, and the general public or general VTubing audiences might have something to do with differing priorities between the sexes. Now, when it comes to men, something that I think we've all observed is that men tend to prioritize function over feelings. We care more about getting things done, getting problems solved, than the way we, or sometimes others, may feel about those things or problems. Whereas with women, a lot of the time, they tend to care about feelings more than function. Two things I want to clarify before we go any further. First, I'm not saying that either one is better than the other. This is simply, well, the two things simply have different use cases. It depends on what you're trying to do, what you're trying to achieve, who you are addressing, and who is involved. Second, I am aware that this is a generalization. However, this is a generalization that is true often enough to the point where I think it might as well be regarded as a fact. Now, you may notice that one of these is decidedly better than the other, though, when it comes to solving problems and confronting uncomfortable truths, and that is function over feelings. Now, that being said, it is a little bit silly of me to speculate on the possible dynamics of VShojo's workplace on the basis of them having, a lot of female talents. Because, one, I am a man, I can't speak on female relationships, and I am certainly not a member of VShojo. So, I would like to defer to someone who is infinitely more qualified than myself to speak on this topic, because who better to explain the effects of women with women friendships in VShojo than a woman from VShojo? And that's where I want to get into this clip by Daily Michi Mochivi fan channel. Let me pull this up real quick. There we go. Alright. So it starts at around 1 minute 8 seconds. I'm just going to let this clip play out. Hold on, give me a second to mute the music again. Alright. To set up the context of this, she's talking about how she had a brief, a little friendly argument with Shoto, who she was going to collab with on a certain day, but their collab partners had something else on, had to cancel suddenly, and when she suggested a change of plans to play a different game on stream, he sort of freaked out a little bit, and she's talking about the difference between how men approach things and how women approach things.
I was talking about this with one of my friends, and they were like, there is such a difference between like women friendship and men friendship, right? And the best example is this. If, let's say, Mata DMs me right now and Mata's like, Michi, I'm going through it. Like, someone did me dirty and I'm going through it. I'm pissed, I'm upset, I am hurt. I'm literally gonna respond with like an essay. You know what I mean? I'll be like, listen, queen, you are so much better than that person. That disgusting. You know what I mean? I'd be like, you are so much better than that person. You are so much better. And you are literally the most humble, most...
to assume we think.
Okay, Jack. A lot of people do that though. Like, if I message someone and I'm like, hey, I'm going through it, they also essay me. Like,
I thought it crashed again. No. It was just a loading thing.
they send me essays. They're like, what's wrong? What's going on? Oh, tell me everything. I want you to remember your worth. I want you to, like, we hype each other up. You know what I mean? You're like, you are so gorgeous. Like, you are up here. Everyone else.
Lucila, problem solving requires both caring about feelings and function? Absolutely. Yeah, no. I want to clarify, again, I'm not saying one is better than the other, blanket. They tend to be better for different things, though. If you want to make people feel better about a problem, feelings over facts takes precedence. If you want to solve a problem, however, you're going to need to confront possibly uncomfortable truths about the situation before you can even think about changing it.
else all the way down there. But what guys do is like, hey man, I'm going through it. I'm feeling sad. And it's either you good, bro, or GG, go next. That's literally what my friend said. It's like, if I message, like my guy friend is like, if I message one of the homies and I'm like, hey man, I'm going through a tough time, their response is like, it's either you good or damn, bro, or get better, man. Just get good, dude. GG, go next. Like, no one gives a shit. What the fuck? I don't get it. I offer people a glimmer of kindness, and it's like, oh, you're trying to fuck up my schedule? Bro. Shoto be reading in between the lines that don't exist, man. We do care, though, just in a different way. No way they hit you with the get good. Like, I told Joe, I was like, hey, I know you want to play Mario Party, so maybe we can also just like change. So here's the thing, right? Mario Party was Shoto's idea. Buckshot was my idea, because I know Shoto has never played Buckshot before, and I thought it'd be pretty funny. So I kind of proposed this Buckshot idea. So that's why I was like, hey man, I know you wanted to play Mario. Man, it's always me. I'm always the wrong one. Chat, you just agree with anyone. Man, one day someone's gonna be like, Michi, I can't believe you did this really bad thing. And chat's just like, true. I'm so fucked. Man, literally, I'm so fucked. All it takes is one person, and that's it. It'll be like, Michi, I can't believe it. You ran over a child. And chat's like, true. And I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. And a new person's gonna come in chat. They'll be like, she did what? And then I'm cancelled. And it's all your fault. Okay, low key though. You know what, chat? Do you want to have a genuine civil discussion? Clip to the part where I start raging and blocking everyone in chat. I'm kidding. Do you want to have I have a question, chat, for my male viewers in chat, right? No? Okay. This is such a wow. I like this vibe. Okay. Wow. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to talk to you either. Yeah, I'm just gonna talk. I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm gonna ignore you. Actually, I have an 18% women audience, which I cherish very much. Thank you very much. Ignored. Here's the thing. I low-key not hate it, but bro, sometimes I'm gonna like jack someone in the face, dude. Every time, like, I don't actually do this as much. Okay. Sometimes, like, when you're playing games or you're having a conversation with like a group of friends, you know, you just start talking about stuff, right? Like, sometimes you're like, so what's going on in your life and shit? And you're like playing games, you're like, oh, bro, dude, this is something that's been like pissing me off, blah, blah. This has happened and it kind of pissed me off. I do notice most of like the guys do try to like give you solutions, and sometimes I don't know. I don't get it. How do you communicate that you don't want that? I don't know how to explain it. Like, how do you communicate that you just want to be hyped up? You know what I mean? Like, instead of
We reaction stream now? Yes, kind of, a little bit. Although I am letting this run not just because I need to use the bathroom or something, or I don't know why I said just. Not because I want to use the bathroom or something, but because I don't really want to interject too much. I think that I just want to let her say what she said.
being like, oh, maybe you should try doing this. Like, I know that, I just don't want to. So you say, okay, you know what? I have done that. I remember one time I was like, hey man, like, I'm gonna tell you something, but I need you to hype me up, okay? Like, I don't need no solutions. I just need you to hype me up. I want you to like emotionally hype me up. And they're like, I got you. So then I told them stuff and they were like, damn, bro. Like, I mean, to be fair, you didn't do this.
I will point out something, and that is, on the surface, a lot of people may simply look at this and go, oh, that's kind of illogical. Why don't you want solutions to problems? Do you really just want to stay mad or something? However, the key is here. What Michi is explaining, essentially, is catharsis. And the thing is, and this is something I do believe about, you know, the way that men and women are socialized differently. Women are taught the value of emotional catharsis, but I don't think men are taught the value of emotional catharsis. So if a woman approaches you and says, oh, you know, I want to be affirmed in how I feel, even if that is amplifying a negative emotion, the point of that is not, I want to be sad because I want to be, or I want to be mad because I want to be. The point is, I want to reach a point where I feel that catharsis, where I can slowly let out the steam, the pressure that's been building up. And the thing is, for women, this is something that they are taught from a young age is acceptable and healthy behavior. But for a lot of men, it's not really taught that way. So what essentially starts to happen is men tend to separate into two groups, broadly speaking. They either go with the, you know, constant low release of their constant low release of emotional pressure to the point where they don't really see the point in catharsis at all, or they bottle things up to the point where the catharsis will be achieved just without any sense of control. This is just an eruption of emotion. So the thing is, yeah, men do feel emotional catharsis, but it's more from successfully doing something. Yeah, it's more that we feel it in different ways, and we're also socialized to pursue it in different ways, I would say. And although I do still stand by the idea that I believe that the way that men are socialized places less emphasis on the value of catharsis or how it can possibly be achieved as like a goal. Limmy, thank you for the 10. Like, okay, women are weird, they will hype each other up and toxic positivity all no matter what, but yell misogyny if a man thinks through it logically and gives solutions or advice. That's true. That does happen quite a bit. It is a little irritating when you see that happening. And the problem is that it usually both stems and creates the kind of, you know, the girl boss echo chambers that tend to simply churn out broken people and nothing else. Emotional catharsis tends to be very inefficient most of the time to men as well. Yeah, that's fair enough. So again, different ways of achieving it, right? And again, another generalization, but I think it's true often enough to the point where it might as well be regarded as a fact. I think there is quite a bit of truth in the idea that men achieve emotional catharsis by doing something, and women achieve emotional catharsis by talking about something. Or maybe not talking, being heard about something would probably be a better way of describing it. Where there is a pattern that I've observed in the men around me is that the moments of emotional catharsis tend to come from... the way that we go about seeking affirmation is quite different from the way that a lot of women I know seek affirmation. And we need to be implicitly assured of our own, you know, our own validity as people, instead of explicitly affirmed. It needs to come from proving to ourselves that we can do something, or we are worth something, or we are capable of something, etc., or we have something to offer, rather than somebody telling us those things. There is, you know, I am aware of the meme where it's, you know, compliment a man on his hair and he'll remember that in 10 years, right? But I think that is... I think that that's more a result of starvation and neglect than something that is an actual substantive part of the way that most men approach validating themselves. But yeah, Evo, men need purpose, women need emotion, which is wired differently, I suppose. Yeah. And again, there are exceptions to every rule. But if something is frequent enough, common enough, there's no harm in thinking of it as a rule. The meme is true. Not true, I won't. The duality of man, truly.
This, so maybe you can try doing this. And I'm like, I just want you to be like, oh my god, queen, that's so fucked up. Like, honestly, whoever did that to you deserves hell. They deserve to go to prison. Like, how dare they do that? I know that, like, all they did was look at you a bit weird, but like, they deserve to die in game for that. Like, you're just better, queen. How hard is that? That's a waste of time. No, it makes you feel good. No? Chat, if you were to complain, right? Sarah being like, yes. Let's go, queen. We know. I can vouch for this. Right? Like, it makes you feel good. Like, if you're venting about a problem and then they respond with like, oh my god, dude, like, that's so fucked up. Don't you feel good? Don't you feel like, I'm so seen right now? I'm seen with like my homie's 2 eyes, and I am that good. I'm just better. GG. How is that weird?
Now, I want you to imagine that, but the opponent is not a person, but a group of people. And not just a group of people, but a faceless group of people. The problem is, well, it doesn't really work. You can say, oh, you are better than the person causing you grief. But what if the person causing you grief or sorry, the people causing you grief, are a part of an audience that you have invited into your space. So again, there is undeniably value in what Michi is describing, that kind of emotional affirmation, building somebody up after they've been knocked down by something that's happened to them in their life. However, that alone is not going to fix any problems.
Weird. Logic is better than
I hate the whole king-queen stuff. It sounds so odd. I agree. Although, in fairness to Michi, I don't think... when she says things like, queen and king, I don't think it has the same sort of connotations as it's taken on in the West.
emotion? Untrue, okay. One time I thought so much I cried.
Actually, not very true. One time I used so much logic and I realized that I was kind of neck deep in a lot of bad things and then I cried. So, logic, smaller than
Emotion. It's not weird, okay. Men are bozos, okay. That's you think. Is that why you don't use logic now? I use so much logic. Here's the thing, right? Sometimes
I want to clarify to everybody watching, she is joking. I just want to make it very clear. She is joking. This is just her joking around with her chat, all in good fun. I don't think she genuinely, when she says things like, men are bozos, I'm pretty certain she is joking. So don't take that seriously.
Okay, you know what? Are women complicated or are men dense? That is the conversation. Think about it. Because, I know what to do sometimes. I just don't want to do it. You know what I mean? I know what to do. I don't have it in me to do it.
I will tell you the cold hard truth.
Okay, tell me.
Some know how to do that. Those guys are the ones you put in your friend zone, so a lot of us evolve out of it.
I'll tell you the cold hard truth. Some of us know how to do that, okay? Those guys are the ones you put in your friend zone. So a lot of us evolve out of it. Like the one that gives you just answers, or the one that goes yes queen. Which one? Is that why?
Guys see a problem and our immediate step is to solve it. Broken lamp? Fix it.
Yeah.
Car issues? Go to the mechanic. Your girl complaining about something? Try to fix that. Though a lot of guys should learn how to listen first, and give solutions like, an hour later.
Oh my god, true. Hear me out. I might be crazy, but I would put people that just people that go yas queen, I'm not gonna friend zone. If anything, they probably don't like me, so I get friend zone. So I don't know. Maybe it's different, but okay. You know what? I'll talk about it. You know how some people are like nice guys.
That's pretty much the end of the clip that's relevant to what we were talking about. But in any case, when you take all of that into account in terms of the way that she just described female-female interaction, specifically surrounding problems or feeling bad about something, the responses that she described as being second nature are not really conducive to reality checks. They're not really conducive to confronting uncomfortable truths, and therefore there are going to be blind spots in that approach towards problem solving. So, the thing is, when you look at VShojo's current talent roster, what do you notice? There are quite a lot of women, almost all women for that matter, and again, I'm aware I'm making a generalization. However, I'm making a generalization based off of both what I have seen from the conduct of the talents in public and the words of the talents themselves when they describe the way that they interact with one another. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. There's a reason I find myself asking people when they start to vent whether or not they want a solution or affirmation. Yeah, and honestly, especially if you struggle with things like social cues, now I've struggled with that quite a bit myself, it's just a lot easier to just get that out of the way so that you know what, to put it crudely, what mode you need to be in for them. White Rabbit, thank you for the 5. I achieve emotional catharsis by watching Armchair Expert VODs. Aw, thanks. That's really sweet to say. Papal monarchist enjoyer, thank you for the 10. The issue is that males who overly express their emotions are met with a negative, if not disgusted, reaction. mostly from the very women who told the men to express their emotions. Yeah, I have observed that being a depressingly common thing that happens. Absolutely. The thing is, right, at least in the West, there's a lot of emphasis put on men expressing their emotions in a constructive way, which loops back around to reaffirming the idea that solutions are paramount. So if you simply express your emotion in a way that doesn't really help anything, for example, if you simply stand on the spot and start screaming as a man, people tend to be, people are going to look at you with various degrees of disgust, or various degrees of disgust, fear, apprehension, whatever. Now, I'm not saying that if a woman does that, that's any better, but I will say that fear is probably not an emotion that registers when someone just sees a woman standing still and screaming out loud at nothing. So there is a very strong reinforcement of the idea that, you know, if you're a man, you need to think about what is constructive, what solutions are, what you can do, etc., etc., etc. More so than how do you feel. So yeah. So, Mercurius Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. The result of all of this is, as I've described before, a bit of a toxic positivity spiral, where someone suffers from something, and then the immediate response is, no, you're good, you're so much better than the people causing you grief, etc., etc., etc. You are so valid, there's nothing you could have done differently, everyone else is in the wrong for making you feel this way, it's so fucked up that you're in this position, and so on and so forth. Problem is, none of that consists of, here's what you can do differently next time. And I'm not saying that you need to deliver that immediately, but the problem is that needs to come up in the conversation at some point down the line. And what I'm seeing from VShojo is that there is no down the line. That point just never gets brought up. Or at least it doesn't get brought up between different talents. Because, like I said, they are making the same mistakes over and over. Alan is 3D, thank you for the 2. Chairman Chairman forgot to change scene. My bad. Hold on, thanks for super chatting to let me know. Alright, there we go. Yeah. So again, it doesn't really surprise me, because when you combine this with VShojo's rhetoric, what you get is a situation where, well, it's a bit like poor quality metalworking, where the unconditional affirmation that keeps flowing in keeps the talents inflexible and also removes them from their safe space before they're quite ready to be beaten into shape. As a result, they emerge brittle, underdeveloped, undercooked in terms of both the things that they attempt to do and, well, their ability to handle hardship and or pushback. Because of talent freedom, they are free to attempt to beat themselves into whatever shape they find fit. The problem is, applied with improper technique, you end up causing the talents to bend or break. And finally, the thing that is almost always going to be the thing that they bend or break on is going to be the platforms that they essentially have to use for both personal and professional reasons. Twitter, Blue Sky, the super public. All of these things that can't be avoided because your job is content creation. And if you don't know how to handle any of these things, you are going to break yourself on them. And, well, I, for one, am not very keen to see VShojo members break on this anvil. Or break under this hammer. The long and short of all of this is quite simple. Sorry, I forgot to turn back the BGM. Absolute freedom is a myth, because freedom never comes without consequences or responsibility. And an agency that puts its talents on pedestals will create talents that are incapable of handling either. You can't combine constant affirmation with talent freedom. You can't put your talents on pedestals but still sick them on an uncontrollable audience. Can't hear BGM? It's a little soft. Hold on. Let me turn it up a little bit. Epidemic does this weird thing where sometimes it'll soften the music without me doing anything. But yeah. Freedom isn't free. It comes with the barrel of a gun, yeah. Lucy La, emotions last longer than problems oftentimes, and the obvious solution doesn't always address the root cause. Additionally, oftentimes the best solution is to do nothing. That is true in some cases, but I don't think it's true here. So, yeah, there's no such thing as something that's truly free. Exactly. And so far, what I am observing is that VShojo seems to be encouraging its talents to simply do what they want, but not really preparing them for pushback in the case that what they want isn't something that an audience would also want. Because of the fact that they seem to be in this environment that constantly affirms them, a bit of a hug box, they seem to be wholly unprepared to handle actual pushback. And one of the things that I will say, and this is something that is very, very relevant, especially with the controversy that's cropped up around Matara's art contest, is it is infinitely better for a talent to be told no by a manager that cares about them than for that talent to be told no by an angry Twitter mob that doesn't. You get the same result either way, except with one, you feel supported, or there is a possibility that you still feel supported, and with the other, you are simply left out to dry. I cannot overstate how important it is for people to receive pushback from people who care about them. If you want to support somebody, part of that is going to include telling them when you think that they have a bad idea, or warning them about how something might not turn out the way that they envisioned it, or telling them that there is something that is flawed about the way that they routinely act. Because if you really care about somebody, you're not going to allow them to just simply keep making mistakes. And I understand that perhaps, I get that, these are all adults, they're not children. If they want to make a mistake, they have the freedom to do so. But the thing is, this all loops back around to the central principle of, well, understanding that unconditional affirmation is not always a good thing, and that rules and restrictions, by contrast, is not always a bad thing. So, I mentioned earlier that this was a cycle that I observed in the way that VShojo operates. And I mentioned that there were certain points where I would want to break the cycle. For me, the 3 points are the following. Management being left in the dark or choosing not to intervene simply because things are regarded as a personal matter. Mind you, a personal matter that the town is going to publicize anyways. 3, the town expressing their need on a public platform. Probably not a great habit to get into. And finally, co-workers and staff affirming that the situation could not have been avoided and the talent is validated in how they felt and acted. Now, I want to clarify. When I say I want to change this, I don't mean I want to remove it. I simply mean that I want to add something onto it. Something that may provide more constructive methods, solutions, criticisms, for the sake of averting the same thing happening again. To go further into detail, right now, when I start to, try to take in, based off of what has happened in the public eye, there seem to be 3 systemic problems that exist within VShojo. The first is a company-wide context blindness that seems to affect all talents and even to some extent management. The second is a workplace culture that is hobbled by toxic positivity. Now, again, I can't say for sure whether this is the case because I don't work there, I don't know any of the talents, but from what I have seen in terms of their controversies in this year alone, there is a lot of evidence to suggest that this is a problem. And finally, talents acting as de facto spokespersons for the company. And the reason why these are problems that I would argue are worth fixing is because they end up imparting negative, sort of negative reputation connotations onto the rest of the talents as well. With company-wide context blindness comes the impression that you are ignorant and or myopic. With a workplace culture dominated by toxic positivity comes it encourages impulsivity and fragility. If you have talents acting as your de facto spokespersons, then you will routinely have to deal with disunity and lack of professionalism in the way that your company communicates with the public. And, well, when you extrapolate this out, there are a few solutions that you could possibly go to when it comes to solving these problems. The first is a widening of the scope of PR risk assessment. Essentially, if you have a problem with context blindness, the solution is to make a commitment to broadening the scope of what you look at before you give your talent the go-ahead to do something. For if you want to remedy a workplace culture that is hobbled by toxic positivity, I would advise pivoting away from rhetoric that puts talent on pedestals. And finally, to solve the problem of talents acting as de facto spokespersons, I would encourage VShojo to filter talent communications about company matters through VShojo's official accounts, which at the moment I don't think are being used to their full potential. Now, to elaborate a bit more on each of the recommendations individually. The first one, widening the scope of risk assessment. I would advise that VShojo creates and maintains a timeline of major controversies that have unfolded around relevant events and or parties in VTubing or streaming as an industry over the last 6 to 12 months. Relevant includes, but is not limited to, VShojo initiatives, events, and talents, other business entities that VShojo's talents were once affiliated with, affiliated staff, which includes management, artists, and riggers, collaboration partners that have streamed with a VShojo talent within the last month, major shifts in moderation and or policy from streaming platforms, and divisive political discussions and or social topics. All tweets made by talents that allude to a relevant controversy should be cleared by management before posting. Now, there may be a temptation to simply enlist or consult a drama tuber because, if you really boil it down, it is kind of there, it is kind of the avenue of creators like myself. However, although I might be shooting myself in the foot here, I would advise against hiring a drama tuber as a consultant for this. And the reason why I think that this should be done in-house is because if you hire someone from the outside to do this for you, there will always be an incentive for them to find problems, even if they are in the process of being fixed, even if they are fixed. And I understand that that's a bit of a cynical way of viewing things, but I'm making a worst case scenario assessment to save possible worst case, just to, hopefully avoid worst case scenarios. Annie 13, but talent freedom. That's the thing. Talents still have freedom. It's just that the tweets, if they pertain to any of these events, should be run past management so that management can at least warn them about the possible consequences or possible responses or possible audiences that will arrive upon what they tweet. The aim here is not to crack down on VShojo talent. It's not to punish them. The aim is to give them a safety net, to add just enough time in between them coming up with a thought and posting it for them to consider the possible implications of what they are posting, the possible audiences that might read what they are posting. It's not so much, well, and I made these recommendations knowing that giving up talent freedom immediately is going to be something that I don't think is going to work, because it's become so ingrained in how VShojo markets itself, both to talents and to audiences. But I do think that this is a little counterbalance that is sorely lacking at the moment. Kierno, thank you for the 2. Freedom versus anarchy, VShojo has talent anarchy. Kind of, yeah. The second recommendation: normalize prudence and reality checks. And this is going to be the hardest thing to do, I think, out of the 3 recommendations I've given. Workplace culture needs to move away from putting talents on pedestals. First suggestion: management needs to have open conversations with each talent about the likelihood of undesirable responses to their use of social media, and the lingering effects of prior controversies on how their words might be received. Second, talents must be coached on how to discern genuine feedback, positive and negative, from just noise or bait, as well as when to refrain from engaging directly with an audience. Adoption of the SIPT framework is highly recommended. And since I've provided this for free, I'm pretty sure there's nothing stopping any agency out there from simply downloading the file off of my Twitter profile and adapting it to suit their own needs. But I highly do recommend using this as a resource in any PR training, simply because it gives your talents, it develops that instinct of stopping, thinking, and considering what might the possible responses be to what I'm about to say in a public environment. Third, talents should be encouraged to confide in management before making community announcements or personal disclosures on a public platform. Talents should also be briefed on the contents of each other's posts prior to publicly engaging with them. These 2 points are mostly to foster a sense of unity, public unity, between talents and management. Because as of right now, it's a little bit of a mess, where talents don't seem to know what one another are doing or saying, and they just support one another without consideration. And management seems to be kind of disconnected from the talents entirely. With Fruit, we saw proof of both of these things, where it doesn't seem like Fruit was comfortable confiding in management. And I'm not saying she has to, but I am saying that if you aren't comfortable confiding in management and you are a talent in a VTuber agency, there may be a few things that need work in that environment that aren't really traceable to one specific person. The environment itself might simply need a little reworking. Petros Laudikos, thank you for the 5. Matara even said once the main reason she brought Mint back was because nobody in VShojo pushed back against her or disagreed. This speaks volumes. Again, it's... how do I say this? There are situations where it works and situations where it doesn't. What I'm proposing here is simply introducing more consistency to that, because right now whether it works or doesn't is heavily dependent on the individual talent and the thing that they are doing. Sometimes you get lucky with a talent who has both foresight and is lucky enough to do something that would have been good for everybody. However, sometimes you get unlucky because a talent either lacks foresight or simply picks the wrong thing to do. And, what I'm suggesting is reducing the likelihood of the second outcome. And finally, workplace and marketing rhetoric should pivot away from being, quote, unapologetic, end quote, and focus more on becoming your best or more authentic self. And the reason why I suggested these 2 things in particular is because the foundations for this are already present in VShojo's messaging. I'm pretty sure in some points in their website they even use these terms, best or most authentic. So it wouldn't be too much of a change, while at the same time ditching the more cringeworthy Yas Queenie vibes that you get from their current marketing, and which I have no doubt feed into the toxic positivity that is rife in that environment. But don't confide in Twitter? Absolutely. Yeah. Finally, I would advise that VShojo that VShojo in general start using their official accounts for PR purposes. And the way that they do that is by using the accounts as a two-way filter for both talent and audience sentiments. Now, this is mostly designed to address the disconnect that can sometimes leak through between talent and their audiences. So, first off, talents should be cautioned against speaking out in place of VShojo's management during PR crises. This is pretty self-explanatory. If the first statement you hear is a talent blasting another creator, you have failed in your job. Ideally, what would happen is first, the company would come out with a statement, and then every other talent's statements after that would fall in line with a similar sentiment. Then, in cases of controversy that warrant a company response, VShojo's official accounts should be the first to address the public. All subsequent statements made by talents should be vetted by management prior to posting to ensure consistency with the company's stance and fellow talents. And finally, third, if a specific comment or sentiment from the audience would not warrant a response from VShojo's official accounts, talents should not respond to it either, in any public capacity, which includes traceable alternate accounts. Now, the reason why I suggest this is because there's way too many instances of VShojo talents either responding to an audience that isn't going to listen to them or getting one guide. So this, as a blanket rule, should make it a good deal easier to separate the wheat from the chaff. Because if you're not going to use the VShojo official account to reply to somebody, misinterpreting your vague post, or if you're not going to use the VShojo official account to talk about nepotism accusations, then don't address them. They don't need to be addressed. And finally, if VShojo considers designating a specific spokesperson from management, Gunrun should be ruled out. And the reason why I say this is because Gunrun has an established and useful role at the moment, in terms of VShojo's branding, as an unconditional source of unwavering support for the talents. He is the person who they all have expressed that they trust implicitly and they lean on a lot. And the problem is, if you have a specific spokesperson who is going to have to make announcements that at some times may need to at least slightly contradict what the talents are saying, you don't want to have to sacrifice Gunrun's current role in order to do that, which is why I would advise that if they are to designate a specific spokesperson, it should be someone other than Gunrun. The Heretic, thank you for the 5. As someone who works in personal management, trust is paramount. If your talent is unwilling to communicate for any reason, you're in deep shit. Agreed, 100%. And the problem is, I don't see a lot of talent management trust in terms of, it doesn't seem to be uniformly spread out, which tells me that it's based more on the talent than it is on the environment or on management, if that makes sense. And I hope it does. The long and short of all of this, and if you take away nothing else from this entire stream, is that rules and systems of authority do not exist to impose restrictions purely for the sake of it. They are a necessary part of any working relationship between people who seek to become a part of something greater than their individual selves. If you want a group, you're going to have to make a group. But that also means sacrificing a little bit of individual freedom to do whatever you want, when you want. And that sacrifice is not for everyone. But if you want to be part of a company, if you want to foster a sense of solidarity, I mean real solidarity, not just positive messages in the replies to each other's tweets. If you want a group of people who are comfortable confiding in one another, who look inseparable from one another, whose affection seems unconditional when exchanged between one another, you're going to need to accept that if you want to become a part of something greater, you're going to need to adhere to something greater as well. But yeah, aka if you want to be strong, you need a routine. Exactly. It's a pretty nice general principle. But yeah. That about sums it up. Let me see. Is okay? It's still going. It's still going just fine. The stream doesn't seem to have died in the meantime. Chairman, interestingly, according to the archive, they used to use the word empowering instead of talent freedom. I wonder why they pivoted. Well, okay. I'll be honest, talent freedom is a lot better marketing for audiences than empowering. Because if I'm being completely honest, empowering is just a cringe word at this point. It's been ruined by popular culture. So, yeah, 7-hour stream, yeah. Bit of a long yap. This is almost a whole work shift. Yeah, kind of. So again, I want to make this very clear. I'm under no delusions that, I am a qualified voice in order to, to suggest any of these things, right? I'm under no delusions that VShojo may even notice, let alone accept any of these suggestions. But I hope that I have been able to use what knowledge I do have to articulate the problems that some of the members of the public, some people in the audience have observed in a way that makes sense. Because at the end of the day with my streams, that's all I really aim to do, to give you guys words. Because I think there's nothing that is worse to gatekeep from people than words, expression, speech. And while it is fun sometimes to simply point and laugh, I don't really want the brand to suffer, because there are quite a few talents that I care about that fly under that banner. Which may sound fickle and selfish, but I'm not going to make any pretenses at being a noble fan or whatever. My loyalty to companies only goes so far as I'm convinced that they're good for the talents I enjoy. Scarling, thank you for the 5. Any advice for indie talents that wish to join corpos or to help them help management? What kind of mentality should they get? What sort of mentality should they have to get help and not abuse? Easiest thing is understanding that, well, one of the most simple and the most important principle is the understanding that what you say might not be what your audience hears. Once you have embedded that into your head and you've trained yourself to question what you say accordingly, you have the hardest part of being competent at public relations down pat. All of the problems that we have looked at over the course of this stream stem from a talent not understanding how their audience might react differently to the way that they intended for something to come across. And it sounds obvious, but for all the reasons that I stated prior, right? As a talent, you are your own source of content, which means that it's very understandable if you slip into a little bit of a self-centered way of thinking. The thing is, you need to have a counterbalance to that. That's what management is supposed to do. They're supposed to sort of, they're supposed to break up echo chambers. They're supposed to pull you out of your own head and give you a little bit more perspective on the other people in the room, how they might be thinking, how they might be feeling, what they will listen to, what they will reject, what they might misunderstand, etc., etc. So yeah. For indies, that is the most important piece of advice I would say, because that's the founding principle that everything else is based off of. Everything else is built on. What you say might not be what your audience hears. You're not giving into your schadenfreude to watch them burn, and making a 7-hour stream on how they can fix themselves shows your dedication, Armchair. I hope so, because I don't want to come across as just simply lampooning people for the sake of it. The reason why I talk about these things is because I want to be able to give people words so that they can express them, and so that there is a higher likelihood that they will be fixed in the future. Because if more people can articulate in a more effective way why something bothers them, then the problem becomes harder to ignore. So, yeah. And that's just more proof that people cannot see past themselves. That's true. And again, it's a human thing. But it's just, you know, how do I say this? It's not impossible. Well, actually, hold on. How do I say this? There are definitely cases of people being, I don't know what it is, if it's some sort of psychological, mental, emotional thing. But there are certain people who are absolutely incapable of seeing things outside of themselves. But if they exist in a company, that is where hierarchies, rules are supposed to come in. Because even if that person doesn't understand the rationale behind why they should, you know, restrain themselves in how they express themselves, those rules and those interventions can make up for that. But yeah. Amjad wants to watch the world grow. I have no delusions that I'll be able to bring that around, but it would be nice to see a little of it grow, or it grow a little bit. What you say might also be what your audience hears, just not what you said in your head. Yeah, exactly. You want to be in the canary in the coal mines. Yeah, essentially. Weird thing about VTubing is that there's no external facade. It's personality focused in the form of streaming, like ridiculously so. Yeah, and that makes sense considering that VTubing, I would say more than a lot of other forms of content creation, give the creator a lot more control over how they appear. Because you have complete control over what you are, how you look, how you move, etc., how you sound, even in some cases. And if you give someone that degree of control, it becomes very difficult to resist the urge to simply put yourself in whatever you make. Because at the end of the day, there are some cases where, you know, this is just a costume. We clock in, we clock out. We are very different people offline to the way that we are online. But it is more often the case that VTubing is viewed as an escape by the people who participate in it that allows them to fully express themselves in a way that they can't in real life. That's why I say there's such a strong correlation. And I'm not the only one saying this. This is something that's been pretty widely observed. There is a very strong correlation between being a VTuber and either being socially stunted, having some form of mental illness and or chronic health condition. Because those are usually the people that struggle to express themselves in everyday life. And so VTubing offers a way for them to do that, a medium that they can use. So yeah. I generally see VTubers see you, Scarling. I hope you have a good sleep. I generally see VTubers are extensions or enhancements of their personality. Yeah, same. And I see that for a lot of them as well, because they're able to play, almost an amplified version of themselves. Being a VTuber it's the same principle where, you know, if you want to know who someone is, give them a mask, right? Where having your identity obscured lets you act more freely. Ah, yes, the VTubers are all Menheras. If you weren't even a little Menhera, why would you become a VTuber? Is my question. I think literally everyone thinks that, yeah. This is why Face Connect is successful. Sakuna goes directly to the mental asylum for his talents, yeah. And that's the thing that you notice about Face Connect talents as well, which is why I suspect you don't see a lot of the same problems among their talents. And that's because from everything that we've seen, the talents actually trust management enough to the point where they basically use the management as therapists occasionally. And when you have that level of trust, it reduces the temptation in order to go to your audience for emotional validation, etc. And beyond that, it reduces even further the chances that you will go onto Twitter for emotional validation, etc. At least when it comes to important things. And I cannot overstate the importance of avoiding Twitter avoiding use of Twitter for that purpose, because I cannot think of a worse platform to go to share a personal story of surviving something horrible, or to ask for some sort of emotional validation as to who you are or what you're doing. I'm going to be completely honest. Why anyone would go to Twitter for that is beyond me. Pretty much you have the pink schizo rabbit to thank for. I've said this numerous times in the past, but Pippa is unironically one of the best examples of PR trained talents. And not even because of PR training, I suspect. I genuinely think that she just has a personality where she overthinks so much about the impacts of what she says on other people and how it might be misinterpreted that she naturally polices herself. And you can kind of see how this interacts in a weirdly synergistic way with the fact that she does not want to be a liability to her coworkers. She is deathly afraid of saying or doing something that will cause backlash that ends up, spreading onto them or their streams as well. And you can't buy or train that mentality. I don't think. I'm not entirely convinced that that can be created. That can just be encouraged or nurtured if it's already there. So, I don't know. Pippa is like, she is an anomaly. But yeah, she overthinks a lot. Yeah. The irony is, the people who are best suited to operating in an environment where they are empowered with absolute freedom are usually going to be the people who naturally overthink. Because more often than not, how do I say this? I don't want to make it out as if overthinking is just blanket a good thing. It's not. But at the same time, it does go it can be, if applied correctly, it can be quite an effective limiter on the extent to which you can damage yourself. But yeah, Pippa has become the ultimate wise hag. That's such a strange way of thinking about Pippa. The trust they have in the CEO is hilarious. Like, who on earth would trust their CEO that much? Fair enough. It can seem a little odd. But so long as Sakuna continues to live up to that trust, I don't have much issues with that. Blue Sky is way worse than Twitter, apparently. I have no doubt about it, by the way. And again, I don't want to create this illusion that Blue Sky is somehow better than Twitter. Like I said before, they have the same culture because they have the same platform design. Give it a few months, it will become only superficially different. It's a pleasant accident, yeah. I think Pippa has a high level of PR training because when the Offkai thing happened, she she was tasked with dampening the fire. See, that's the thing, though. I'm not entirely certain that she was instructed. I mean, it's entirely possible, but I don't know. It is true that her approach towards it was very professional, but I do think there's a little bit of a bias in the way that we perceive that because we're so used to thinking of Pippa as... because the way that her brand originated was being unhinged, being schizo. So when you contrast that with this, it seems so incongruous that I think it's natural to... It's a knee-jerk reaction to assume, oh, she must have been instructed, or oh, she must have been coached. But yeah. Social media in general is terrible. Yeah, true. Blue Sky's just 2017 Twitter. Exactly. And within a few months, it will be 2020 Twitter. And give it a few more months, it'll be 2024 Twitter. But just with a different coat of paint. The first year was really rough on Face Connect, and that really forged them together. Yeah, so, okay. When you... for people who haven't heard it, there was a... I think Pippa and Tenma have talked about this, where in Gen 1 Face Connect, there was this instance where all of the talents sort of got together and formed a little bit of a Menhera echo chamber. Menhera echo chamber, where each of them started amping up the way that the others felt about their place in the company. And eventually it reached a boiling point where they went to Sakuna with a list of demands and, things that they wanted, etc., etc. And then Sakana essentially talked them down, and thereafter recognized that he was wholly unsuited to a management role and enlisted an actual competent manager to take over instead, which was Mumi. That, if they had never gotten a competent manager who is capable of not only wrangling them, but being someone they can trust, I am convinced that Face Connect would look very similar to the way that VShojo looks now, where there may be a lot of positives about it, without a doubt, but it will be accompanied with a lot more disasters or a lot more controversy than there already has been. Now, part of it is also the fact that with VShojo, there seems to be this issue where their talents actually take Twitter seriously, whereas with Face Connect, I don't think any of the talents take Twitter seriously, which is a thoroughly recommendable career. It's, if I could give career advice to anybody, it would be don't take Twitter seriously, just use it as an engagement tool, because that's what it's designed for, right? Too often what I see is talents, big or small, corpo or indie, making the mistake of using Twitter for a function it wasn't designed for. Like using garden shears to trim pubic hair, or trying to use a cotton swab as a toothbrush. It's just not what the tool was designed for. View it as a tool and use it according to its intended function. If you stray from that, you're probably going to either break the tool or hurt yourself, and it's a pretty good rule of thumb to follow. Twitter is first and foremost an engagement tool. Use it as such and nothing else, and you will be a lot happier than if you tried to use it for anything else. That way, ignore tweeters, yeah. That is very specific. Twitter is not a serious place, I agree. I did not need that mental image share. I'm glad I was able to cognitive flashbang some of you. I do find it very funny how there are certain phrases that essentially work as cognito hazards, where the moment you utter them, it just conjures an image in some of the people who are listening. It's kind of funny. Maybe we need a manual. Maybe I will try putting together something similar to a manual. Ever thought of doing a breakdown of what makes Face Connect successful? That's the thing, I usually respond to things like crises where there are gaps in strategy or recurring flaws for me to point out. Although, a breakdown of what makes Face Connect successful, I think that could work. There are, however, I will say, Face Connect has a lot of really dedicated fans. Their clippers are, their clippers are really close with one another. Depending on how much you're on Twitter, you may question how close exactly they are to one another. But it's not just their clippers. There are also a lot of other Face Connect fans who have made content talking about various aspects of Face Connect's success. One VTuber that I recommend is Lord Maulington, because if you're a Face fan and you want to understand how each individual talent has a certain distinct appeal or has contributed to the company in a very specific way, Maulington has made breakdowns of those individually on his channel. So I think that idea could work. Although I'd probably wait for some sort of celebratory event in Face Connect before considering what to put in there. But yeah, long story short, if you want that kind of content, I'm pretty sure it's already out there, but I will consider it in the future. It's definitely something I'll bear in mind. If I remember correctly, almost full-on yaoi fanfics. You forgot the Beto Leacon incident. No, I didn't forget. I simply refrained from bringing it up. Finding what people have done wrong is more complex than what's gone wrong. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that guy. I don't think any other organization can duplicate what FaZe has done. A lot of things had to go right for FaZe to get to where it is now.
And I don't know, I mean, I could be very biased because out of all of the different VTuber corpos and agencies that exist, Face Connect is the one where I come the closest to being a fan of the company. I don't think I'll ever be able to do that though, simply because, again, like I said, I am somewhat of a fickle fan that follows talents and follows content. But I don't know, FaZe seems to have created an environment that has enough of a mix of the right things in order to be uniquely successful for its size. So yeah, Lord Mollington is great, amen. How do you spell that name? Sao Jun spelt it just above you, Mercurius. Sounds like a Remo and Nasagi episode. Perhaps, yeah. FaZe Clippers are a goldmine for art project ideas. Absolutely. The FaZe Clipper community on Twitter has been some of the source of some of the best and most cursed art I have ever seen. It's honestly quite beautiful to watch. I understand that you're more of a FaZe fan / watcher, but do you think the rest of Hololive is an agency corporation and their strategy? Oh, what do you think of Hololive as an agency / corporation and their strategy? Hololive is tougher for me to gauge, for the simple reason being that they don't let a lot of things leak through. It's not like Niji, where there are so many gaping holes that you can't help but see the inside, the skeleton on the inside. And it's not like VShojo, where cracks are forming and you can start to see what's behind that. With Hololive, the seal is pretty tight. So there are a lot of things where there are a lot of instances where I would trust my own assessment of what is going on a bit less with Hololive. Overall, I think their strategy is working because they know what they are, they know what their audience is, and they know how to chase it. But if it comes to systemic problems, well, a systemic problem that I do think is going to become more apparent over the next few months or years is the slow transition from being a streamer company to being a proper idol company. And I don't think Hololive is going to die or anything. I don't think it's going to be a catastrophe or anything. But I do think there is going to be a slow pivot, and that pivot will result in some members choosing to go elsewhere. And that is the closest thing that I can see to a systemic thing that they need to deal with. Actually, no. There is something else. And the Ina passport situation. Somebody in management needs they need to be disciplined for that one. There's also the issue of the slow perms processes. So the thing with that, though, is I don't know whether the bureaucracy is a bug or a feature, which would change the way that I interpret it. So Crony, Gura, etc. have complained about how slow and torturous the process of getting something cleared for perms can be. But at the same time, how do I say this? Since their annoyance doesn't seem to be bad enough for them to leave the company, and it doesn't seem to be bad enough for fans to take an issue with the company, I do think that it is it's not really a severe problem. And whether it is it is undeniably a problem. It's just, I'm not certain if that's a problem that needs to be solved. Because of the fact that, yeah, it's Japanese corporate bureaucracy. Exactly. I don't know whether it's a feature or a flaw. Foresight is required to mitigate the red tape. Yeah. Perms is JP and Gonchi thing due to Holu's early days. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah. I hope someone can get an interview with Yagu about that. I hope so too. What's this about? Another video shitting on VShojo? No, not quite. Not quite. I think it's more the money outweighs the annoyance. Oh, yeah. And again, I would expect it to. Hololive is pretty lucrative for the talents. Honestly, if you are a VTuber agency and you are capable of being profitable, you are already in you are in a great place. Significantly better than I would not hesitate to say 95% of the corpos that have operated in this sphere. But yeah. The mismanagement of Stars EN is definitely something that's flown under the radar. Actually, yeah, no, that's a good point. If I were to gauge Hololive, yes, I don't think there's a lot to dig into there. But Holo Stars, absolutely, there are some deep-rooted issues that need to be fixed. Actually, it's interesting that you bring that up, because that has been picking up lately in terms of what people are talking about. So I haven't kept up with it, not really. So I'll do a little bit of looking and digging to update myself, because it does sound like something worth keeping an eye on. I think Sakana said Face Connect became popular after the second year. Oh, okay. Fair enough. From what people have said, one of the purposes of Holo USA office is to better understand the entertainment laws and get perms cleared faster. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I kind of somewhat considered Hololive as an alternative retirement home in case of Fuomoka or maybe Narissa. Okay. I mean, yeah. I'd say that's not a inaccurate characterization, I suppose. I see others complain about Holostars frequently. Oh, okay. We probably have different social media feeds. Unfortunate, but stars are pretty fun. Agreed. What's a TLDR of the stream? VShojo's management has been more hands-off than... Well, VShojo has been using talent freedom to disguise hands-off management, in my opinion. And their talents need to be warned, trained, to anticipate audience responses that might not be what they desire or predict. They have a toxic positivity problem, at least looking in from the outside, and as a result there need to be some open conversations between management and talent about what is or isn't advisable to say. There have been too many unnecessary controversies, and there have been too many similarities between those controversies and the things that caused them. Enough to point to the existence of systemic issues, like the ones I've just pointed out, and therefore reasons to possibly look at changing a few things with VShojo. Yeah, Kirnoth, better way of putting it. VShojo seems to be leaning into talent anarchy instead of talent freedom. The cracks are always there, they're just showing now. Yeah, that's fair enough. It is weird how much horseshoe theory seems to be a thing when you look at some of the VShojo controversies and you look at some of the Niji controversies, where you get similar results, similar forms of controversy that arise for similar reasons, but the environments are so different, and the principles behind the two companies are basically polar opposites of one another. So yeah. I personally think Ame retirement or reincarnation is a personal thing, not necessarily a sign of a systemic trend. Yeah, I agree. But time will tell, I suppose. These towns have been there 4 to 6 years now. There's no surprise that the human factor is causing the crack. Yeah. Again, people need to... Well, very simply, people need to be told no. As grim and as mean as that sounds... Being told no is a very important part of everyday human interaction. Because, and this is something else that I find, very often in society we emphasize the importance of accepting no and telling people no. But like with most things to do with consent, it is grossly underrepresented in every aspect of life outside of sex. So when it comes to sex ed and stuff like that, people will very often emphasize to, teens or kids or whenever people have received sex ed, okay, it's important to make your boundaries clear, no means no, etc., etc. But when it comes to things outside of that, right? For example, professional conduct or making a statement on something without getting it cleared by higher ups, you don't hear that same rhetoric being used. It's important to say no. It's okay to be told no. You should accept if you are told no, etc., etc. I'm not saying to go overboard in the other direction, where, there is absolutely zero questioning every time something is declined or refused. Not at all. But being told no is not inherently a bad thing. So yeah. VShojo management could just say no, but whatever, man. Again, there's too much... And again, this is easy for me to say because I'm not part of that environment. But I do feel like they are hobbled somewhat by the fact that they have to validate experiences all the time, regardless of whose experiences and what those experiences are. Because again, going back to the VShojo versus Nux drama, if they had simply made it clear that they understand Nux's experiences, but they still have to prioritize their own talent safety above that, the whole situation could have been avoided. Because even if, let's say they said that and Nux didn't listen and posted the video anyways, now at least you have a leg to stand on when you stand behind your talents in terms of what they are saying and doing. At least that way it comes across as consistent and doesn't end up making everybody look worse. So it is more about another thing that I've observed with VShojo is that they seem to, management at least, seems to be really hesitant when it comes to taking a stance or stance on something. And it seems to hinder their operation quite a bit. And, again, having to validate everyone's experiences all the time, that gets in the way of actually getting stuff done. Because like I said, there are times when your experiences and feelings are valid, there are times when your experiences and feelings are irrelevant. And those two things are not mutually exclusive. Yeah, that drama was unnecessary. Exactly. Have you watched any of Giga's videos where she talks about the industry? They are quite good. Yeah. Again, I don't want to give the impression that I hate any of the people whose tweets I've criticized over the course of this stream. I have watched Giga's videos before. I found them to be quite informative before. And generally, I do, I respect her as a voice of wisdom in this industry. It's just that with that particular tweet, that was, like I said, there was no reason for that tweet to exist, and I don't think it accomplished anything near to what Giga thought it did. So, I would say that was more of a case of somebody being a little short-sighted in the way that they express themselves. What are your thoughts on Giga? I like Giga. Generally, she comes across as really level-headed. And she has, her videos, her streams are chill, which is something that it's something that I appreciate when I'm just having something on in the background. She doesn't really, there's not a lot of fluctuation in the way that she speaks, etc., etc. Oh, I'm so late. Welcome, Ione. I love Giga and Mama Roach. Amen. Amen. Giga is actually normal and smart. Yeah, I agree. That's why I view the tweet as a bit of an anomaly. I would not have expected that from her. Well, that's a stupid thing to say. It's always really cringe when people say that. So I want to take that back. But yeah, I don't think the tweet is representative of her as a content creator. I do think it was just a moment of poor judgment. How do you feel about primordial soup? I don't know. It tastes good. What do you want me to say? I want to give the impression that I hate some people, but you can't be sure who. Okay, a bit macabre, but sure. Yeah, it was a weird tweet for someone who is so experienced in life as her. Yeah, that's probably how I would put it. Again, the thing that confused me the most upon reading that tweet and exasperated me when I read it a few more times was because of the fact that it seemed so mismatched to the tone and what I assumed to be the intent. it's, it's always rough when you are trying to say something and you end up reinforcing the thing that you were trying to refute. But yeah. Hololive is doing good. Never knew I wanted a Fuomoco wrestling match. There's been so much content that has come out of Holo's most recent gens. It's great. I missed that part of the stream. Did Giga have a Minera moment on Twitter? Yeah. It's a while back, but it happens when I was talking about Zen's tweet, if you want to go back. She was skinwalked. Primordia is Noah Talent's group. Oh, I see. Yeah, I looked in Sayu's debut stream. It was I'm going to be honest, right? Noah Talent has a lot to make up for in terms of the way that they debuted in the EN scene. But I trust Sayu with handling her own affairs. I trust that if she is willing to debut under them, that they have done something to make it worth her while. So, even if Noah Talent collapses, I think Sayu's been through enough shit to have an exit strategy. So, overall, I do think it's nice that Primordia is a thing, but I'm not really that much, I don't really feel either way about it, because, Sayu was the only one that I really watched prior, so. Noah is a complete unknown, yeah. I do not trust Noah. I can't blame you, to be honest. Because again, like I said, the way that Noah debuted in the EN VTubing scene, they didn't really give a lot of people reasons to trust them. So Noah needs to build up a lot after the shit that's happened. Absolutely. How's Sayu's CCV? I think her CCV is it's still steadily increasing by small increments, which is normal. I don't think it's been I think it's been good. I sincerely hope they treat Sayu and Rita well. Amen. She can keep her IP. Yeah, exactly. Sayu was very clear on, clarifying to her audience that she didn't sell her IP. That she has no intention of doing any such thing. Which is, it sounds obvious, but it's good to know. That's Sayu and Rita Kamishiro. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Sayu, not the voice actor. I'm still wondering why Noah, not FaZe. I do understand why some talents find it uncomfortable when people keep insisting that they join FaZe. I can see why it gets a little old. But the reason I assume is because, well, we'll never know for certain, but I would assume it's something to do with IP. Because we know that with FaZe, when they take on new people, at this point it's pretty much common practice for them to buy the IP as well. And I don't think Sayu was interested in selling. I think that's one of the more popular theories as to why it didn't quite work out between the two of them. But I don't think it's anything personal at all. I simply think it's a difference in terms of business and priorities. What did Noah do? I have a stream, earlier stream on my channel where I talk about it. TLDR, TLDR, they have horrible taste in hiring talents. Outside of Primordia, of course. And they had a talent that flew by who was essentially a sex pest. They, quote unquote, terminated him and then tried to re-debut him under a different name. And from that moment, everyone kind of pointed and laughed and decided that they weren't going to trust them. Which I can't really blame them for. Noah is going to have to do a lot to answer for that. Their management was caught lacking, yeah. Yeah, the model, I'm pretty sure the model belongs to Sayu. Oh, I remember that, yeah. Noah also didn't have the best approach to PR. Their upper management seems to be kind of out of touch. Although hopefully, since they have Sayu on board now, I would assume that they are listening to her when it comes to what to do to approach the Western market constructively. But I hope that they've learned their lesson. Although I'm not going to hold my breath if stuff starts to go sideways. But yeah, that was a wild stream, yeah. Upper management hates VTubing. I don't know about upper management hating VTubing. But please let Sayu have peace and success. Amen, amen. The woman's been through a very rough career. Noah said we don't have PR for the EN market. Yeah, they did kind of say that, didn't they? Yeah, they were too high up their ass and they said we didn't need PR. Yeah. Yeah. They found out pretty soon that that's probably not a very advisable stance to take. But, yeah. They really did. Their entrance was very, very cocky, very overconfident. But yeah. Holy shit, I've been talking for 8 hours now. Okay. I'm going to end stream here. Thank you to all of you for turning up and tuning into the stream. Remember, like, comment, subscribe, all of that stuff if you liked what you saw. If I was entertaining, informative, or gave you more words to say things that you already thought or felt. But yeah, when it comes to deciding on next stream topic, I'll be putting up a poll sometime tomorrow onto my community tab, so keep your eyes peeled for that. I'm also cooking up a few collabs over the next few weeks, so hopefully I'll be able to announce those soon as well. We'll be able to, if everything goes to plan, I'll finally be able to collab with somebody whose content I have admired for a while now. But yeah, I hope it all turns out well, and I hope you guys get to enjoy it in due time. New record break, thanks. Bog, yeah. All right, thanks again for turning up, guys. Let me actually hold on before I send you off. Let me see if I can find a good raid target. Redirect. Oh, Sayu's live. Okay, I'll send you guys there. Alright. Behave in Sayu's chat. I hope you have fun there. Show her some love. And, yeah. See you guys. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.